I mean, it's code. That's all reality is. Quantum computer.
Yo, Vanu, me and you should really have a conversation one-on-one.
Yeah, bro. Legend.
Let me just throw this out there. Then we don't have to talk about it if the room doesn't oblige to it. But from what I currently understand when it comes to like light and all of this stuff, toroidal field and everything,
What toroidal
light.
field?
One more time.
Yeah, what toroidal field?
I'll explain it. So a wave function, right? A sine wave. So the way we observe light through our pupils, which generates the image we see, right? And sound, or any senses for that matter, is a wave function. And the 3D expression of a wave function is a toroidal field. And it's just, that is what reality is. It's a singularity expanding and eating itself like an Ouroboros.
Yo, Vanu, thank you so much, man. Thank you. I
Mate,
could not have
legend.
said that.
That's what time is as well. It goes in and out, like it's not a static consciousness. It's constantly.
Is that why we're born into sin or sine wave?
Exactly right. That's exactly what it is.
So how'd you get a toroidal field out of a light wave? Are you extrapolating a sine wave into a toroid? How can you show me that?
Three dimensions. Well, this is.
Yeah, that's the claim. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I'll try and find something for you.
One sec. So yeah, what I wanted to say was that light is actually invisible while illumination is visible. And
that's true.
Because illumination is what we call electrification and actualization within the toroidal field. And let me just get my thoughts across, and if there's any questions, me and Van can answer.
Okay, so does this allow you to make a bunch of claims that can't go unchallenged until the end?
No, I'm not. It's just like 2 more sentences with the main thing that I wanted to say in my head, right?
All right, so you want to whistle past graveyards? Okay, go ahead.
You know what? Never mind, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is the important thing. If you want to be taken seriously, you need to back up everything you can say.
So do you think we're making this up?
For now, yeah.
This is the cutting edge science, brother.
What makes a cutting edge? Have you got a demonstration of the toroidal nature of light?
It's a sine wave. This is mathematics as far as I'm concerned.
Sine wave, huh?
I don't know why you put it.
Yeah, how does that convey to a toroidal form? Can you demonstrate the toroidal form from which the sine wave is derived? Because right now you're doing the opposite. You're taking a sine wave and extracting a toroidal form out of it, and I'm waiting for that evidence.
Well, that's a good question. I'm trying to find something.
Yeah.
About that.
Is light a particle? And does it just distribute its particles into a probability function that takes on a waveform?
It's not a particle. Since when was light a particle?
Well, like photons, okay. Photons distribute themselves in a wave.
Light isn't a particle. It's vibrations, isn't it?
Yep, it's vibration and frequency.
That's basic science, my brother.
It's definitely not basic.
Well, how do you measure light? Yeah, no, tell me, how do you measure light?
You don't measure light, you can measure illumination. That's what you can measure.
Well, what about its electron flux? Can you measure the electron flux of light?
Yo, Benno, can you take over? I need to make myself a smoothie, and I don't want to hurt people's ears.
No worries.
I mean, the answer is you can.
Yeah,
there are many different ways to measure light. You know, it's just it's an electromagnetic property. You know, you do have a certain frequency that bumps into atoms, causing them to vibrate and causing them to rotate. Dipole rotation is really what's going on with refraction. You know, all this can be studied and measured. I'm kind of waiting for where the toroidal nature of light is coming from.
Yeah, that's a really good question, man. I'll have to find something.
Even though there is a claim that we know the speed of light, there is no way to confirm that. We can't measure the two-way speed of light. So we actually can't do any experiments.
Yo, Vanu, I'm posting some things in the side chat, some images. You understand this a lot better than I do at the moment, so take a look at it, and I think the answer is in there. I haven't had the time to look at it, though.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
It was the one-way speed of light we couldn't measure.
That's right. I was about to jump in on that, but this is way beyond this discussion for them.
Yeah, fair enough.
I thought. Hold on. Can we touch on it just a bit, just so I can understand? So I thought we had a way to so-called measure the one-way speed of light, but we don't know how that is reflecting back. We don't know how that is happening in a two-way motion. So have I got that wrong?
Yeah, it's more or less the opposite. I don't know what information you're missing. But... So we can measure it two ways, but the assumption is that then you can halve that to make it one way. But there's a bunch of things that you can't confirm about that assumption, is the kind of simplest way of putting it.
Right. And so to make a positive claim out of this is setting oneself up for failure in a debate or any kind of argumentation. You know, saying, well, light has to be propagating at infinite speeds until it interacts with matter, and then it goes C.
I sent you 2 photos regarding how we can get light here in the vortices of light, which is toroidal in nature.
Quickly, I'm not. I didn't start my movie yet. So, when it comes to the whole frequency of light and that light comes from frequency and vibration, Star and Ajaran experiment actually proves that right there.
Are you sending in the right chat, bro?
I put it in the side chat. Let me. What is happening with my phone? 1 second. 1 sec. My phone's bugging out. What the hell? Please work. Let me see. It didn't send first. I'll resend it. 1 sec. That's weird. Very weird. Where is it?
I do think as well, even the terminology speed of light heavily implies that it's physical, which I'm not convinced by.
Yeah.
So,
well, you can measure the speed of light.
Yeah, but okay. So
how we can do that? Imagine it. Think about this: we have a room with a light in. You open the door. How fast is that light going to shoot out? You know, and that can be measured, obviously.
Let's put it this way, right? Do you know what a Mexican wave is?
Yeah, I'll get you, bro.
Right.
Yeah, it's a perturbation.
If someone says to me, what is the speed of Mexican wave? That question doesn't make any sense because it's actually conceptual. What I'm seeing is individual people lifting their hands up in a wave-like fashion, but there's not actually anything there. I'm conceiving of the Mexican wave, right? That's what I'm saying, is that to say speed of light is to imply that it's a physical thing moving, which I'm not convinced by. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's exactly right. So how could we understand light unless we had eyes? Like a person who doesn't have eyes doesn't understand light outside of the temperature they feel on their senses. So light doesn't actually exist outside of our observation, you know? So you're completely
Can
correct.
Right.
can
So
somebody
real quick,
please let
just
me
reading
know?
through this link, you've got another case of model affliction where somebody was able to solve Maxwell's equations by first assuming light is toroidal and then mapping their experiment to a toroidal form, to a toroidal coordinate reference system, and said, see, it works. So it's the same problem Globers have.
Oh, bro, come on. I'm not going to have this argument with you because
Well, okay. I mean, look, if you want to make these solid claims, you got to have solid evidence. This is a simulation.
No. I'm not here to prove you anything. I'm not going to have a destructive.
Oh, this is your belief. That's fine.
I'm not going to have this conversation with you.
That's fine. I mean, just be honest about it being a belief.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Can Ahmad tell me if I do not have the authority to post images?
I don't know who you are. Sorry.
Yeah,
no, you don't. You need to be leveled up or something from the server. None of the mods of the room can do that. It has to be server admin, or you just got to wait.
You do have that ability to post images and all of that.
Because I just posted twice, and like they all checkmarked that they were posted, and then instantly disappeared from the side chat.
You send it to me, and I can post them.
Righty.
You can't post more than 3 or 4 things at once. Did you try to post?
But it will tell you. It will tell you that you can't. It won't just disappear. But with that community role, it comes with media perms.
Oh, that's good to know.
I didn't. Okay, thank you.
Regardless, I mean, we accuse Globers all the time of affirming the consequent, and then if we do it amongst ourselves, we look like a bunch of retards.
I just don't understand why you're against the idea. So you're
I'm not against the idea, dude. It's a fine speculation.
That's what you said.
Yeah, dude, he's just advocating for rigorousness, which I support, to be honest. I don't know what you guys.
No, that's really good. So I sent him the proof. I can look even deeper into it because I know
you sent me a simulation. You sent me a simulation where they first assumed that light is toroidal. They created a model to map it to, and then they did a demonstration where they took the results and contorted them into a coordinate reference system that supports the toroidal model.
I'll send you the mathematics.
It's if A and B, be there for A.
Hey, I'll get back to you, brother. How about that?
All right.
I'll do the research.
Yeah, Amish, I did want to say something as well. Like, with regards to Globers affirming the consequent, yeah, obviously, I mean, they do tons of fallacies, right? But, and of course, we should call out flat earthers when they do it as well. But let's not pretend that these are equivalents, because they do it all the time and don't even care when they do it, right?
Right.
At least when you tell a flat earther that he's affirming the consequent, he goes, "Oh shit, maybe I should rethink that."
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. I'm really glad that everybody's going to search for deeper and more rigorous examples.
Right. So I think you guys are like you're fighting with each other, but I think you both want the same thing ultimately. So
we just want to sharpen our swords, man. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. So let's not make it adversarial. That's what I'm saying. Let's not make it adversarial. Let's make it like a journey of discovery instead.
Right.
Let's have that.
Right. Well, this fits into a grander narrative where there's a tendency for flat earthers to want to create a new cosmology to believe in.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
And the process is dangerous because it's what Globers do. No, we're all about building up from the ground floor, right? We're about induction, and then using deductive logic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's actually very it's key, isn't it? You use induction as your kind of primary method, and then deduction as your secondary method, and then it's like
it's like validation through deduction.
Right. I think that's a good method. It's like Globers have just forgotten all about deduction, and they just want to induct constantly, and then call you retarded for not believing it.
Ego Slave, can I quickly ask you something?
Yeah.
So, would you, if I was to send you some like videos on this topic and things that correlate to it, would you actually like? And I'm not like claiming that you're not going to do it. I just want to know. I'm genuinely curious. Would you actually spend the time and look at it?
Yeah, I'll look at it and I'll weigh the I'll weigh it against everything else that I understand. But I'll tell you right up front, I don't understand light at all.
Hey, pardon me, brother. Can you see the photos that I forwarded from him in the side chat?
Yeah, it looks like Walter Russell gobbledygook.
Mate, that explains it perfectly. That's the most brilliant thing I've seen in a while.
Thank you.
Okay.
I cannot currently verbalize this. My brain is not. Sorry. I keep on
I
coming
know
to
exactly
these.
what it is. It's toroidal field, brother. That's what it is.
Yes.
You can judge somebody's knowledge and education of a subject by how well they can break it down to somebody.
So I can break down the basics of stuff. And usually I have, as you can see, I'm also having troubles in general speaking because I've been awake since 1 in the morning, and it's currently almost 2 in the evening, and I have to be awake until at least 6, 7. So pardon me, right?
It's something you just inherently know, and it's hard to put into words. That's for sure.
Okay.
You know, you need to be a visual learner to a certain extent.
Degree.
So if you have someone that's interested in flat Earth, you might want to avoid bringing this stuff up because they'll just run
Exactly.
ridiculous and
I'm
think
going to do the
think you're a
research and
tripper.
give him the empirical evidence, and that will be great. So thank you for some homework.
You're welcome. Can you, Vanu, can you please send me your email? Because I don't have Nitro on Discord, so I can't send big things and big files. I'm gonna spam you with some documents and stuff.
Yeah, no worries, man. This is, I don't know if I should ask how you got all this.
You better don't, man. All I can say is I've been living under a rock for 5 years.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yep. So what is vibrating?
That's what she said.
Yeah, no, seriously, it's all this frequency, right? So what is vibrating?
Sorry, I had to. I apologize for cheating.
You're good. Firstly, thank you for that. That made me feel a lot better.
So what exactly? Because I don't have access to what you guys are actually talking about. What exactly are we discussing?
I came in like a bus and crashed through a party.
Yeah, no.
It was veering off into this direction of mysticism.
Well,
Metaphysics.
Look into the side chat, and there's some photos regarding the conversation we were trying to, or the general idea. And I think this is what reality as we experience it is. It's just light waves.
All right, so like
information, and that's
with the
why
case
we
of
have
music, man,
Earth.
we can measure the vibration of sound. It's a medium. It's stuff. It's matter that's moving around.
It's not matter. It's waves. It's frequency.
Something waves, dude.
And it gives off a vibration. So that's
waves aren't matter. Waves are quite literally metaphysics. You can't see, touch, or feel them. Only through a medium such as water or like some type of dust, salt, whatever.
I can create a wave by reciprocating matter. I can reciprocate matter and cause it to wave.
This is ancient.
You can do that.
You're talking like shit from the 70s where they taught in high school, like traditional rubbish.
Why is it rubbish?
Or the 80s.
Look, I can create an electromagnet by wrapping a copper coil around a big metal wand, right? Connecting it to a battery. And if I wave that in the air, I make radio waves.
That's correct. I'm just like blown away. You seem to think that vibrations and this sound is like a physical matter. Is that what you were trying to say?
Yeah, like water.
You think
water
that
waves.
Sound is a physical thing.
Sound doesn't exist in a vacuum.
We're not in a
exists within
vacuum.
the ether. It's a wave. I don't understand how you're so backwards in basic physics. I'm not trying to take a dig at you.
What is a wave?
Good
Metaphysics?
question.
Okay.
It's binary code, in my opinion.
Binary code?
Well, it's a frequency, to be honest with you, and but you have a duality there. You have a negative and a positive.
Or a neutral and a positive, because
Exactly.
technically negative doesn't exist. When it comes to the stuff that you forwarded on the side chat from me, right? One of the very first pictures, it says the color of sound. If anybody wants to start researching this stuff, you start with there, and shows you that the frequency or sound actually correlates directly to colors, and aka light, because colors are also just shades of light. Everything is intertwined.
Exactly right, brother.
And I'm gonna say this in advance, just like flat Earth, like we flat earthers are not afraid to say, hey, we don't know what the sun is or what the moon is, and so on. Me and Vanu currently might not have all the specific, exact pinpoint answers that you're searching for, but now that I've realized that Vanu is on the same page with me and understands even more than I do, give us like 2 or 3 months and we'll be able to give you all the answers.
Amen, brother.
Yo, Vanu, me and you are we have to make a presentation. I'm not even joking now. I'm dead serious.
I feel it. We'll be unstoppable. Bigger than Witsit. I reckon Witsit stole my idea, to be honest with you. I was saying this a couple of years ago on the Earth Awakenings.
Hey man, I'm gonna say this.
But I've never gone into the science of it. You know, it's always been this vague thing I've just known.
Yep, me too. I've gone down. So I went down the route after flat Earth. I went straight into religions, mythology, and spirituality. That's the route I took. And from there, esotericism, and all that, right? And now I'm going to the physics aspect because I pretty much got a handle of all the esoteric meanings behind symbols, stories, fables, and so on and so forth, as well as everything else in that field. Now I just have to understand the physics aspects of it or definitions of it within physics so I can actually explain it properly.
Yeah, brother, let's figure her out. Figure her out, eh?
It's gonna be fun, man. Dude.
Oh, ego
That's
slave
it.
left. He knows he has nothing. He can't do anything. I mean, even in our early stages.
Does this server or even VC allow screen sharing of books as long as I don't give them out to people? Like if because of copyright and all that stuff, can I share the books or a book like screen share?
Yeah, you could do that.
Alright, dope. Let me. Okay, just so I don't share anything that I don't want to share. Alrighty. Are you in the screen share, Vanu, or anybody else?
Yeah, mate.
This is what I've been compiling for the last couple of years, like 5 years, half a decade.
Oh, wow.
And this is like 20% of what I used to have. I had a very unfortunate accident.
That's incredible, man. You working with anyone else? How you getting all this?
I have some people that I very very
Yeah. I need to get in the group. This
You
is
will,
brilliant.
bro. I'll send you a DM. I'll send you
The life mission.
yeah, yeah.
Get the truth out there.
Are you? Let me ask you this one question. No, we're not going to go into detail. Just can you please tell me what's your uh, zodiacal house?
Pardon me?
Your zodiacal house. Which sign are you?
Pisces.
Pisces. Okay. Do you know what's your Chinese sign by any chance?
Golden Dragon.
Golden Dragons. Ooh, this is your year then. Still, hey, we're gonna have to post something before the year ends. Then you know that.
You mean the year you're born? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah. So, what year are you born?
2000. And that's the Golden Dragon
2000.
from somewhere.
And you're not born in the first 2 months, right? That's not Pisces. You're later on. That's in the back.
No,
Okay. So
I'm the end of February. So
the end of February. Could you let me stop sharing my screen first, and I can reshare again if anybody wants for specific things to be opened. Can you just please DM me your birthday? Because I'm also in February, but I'm an Aquarian.
yeah.
I want to see what's your Chinese sign, because you might be on the cusp. You might be actually a different sign.
How do you check this?
So a lot of people have the misconception that Chinese astrology follows the same principles as Western astrology with this solar cycle, but it actually follows a lunar cycle. And the lunar cycle isn't it's not always the same. It's between January and February, and that's when the new year starts with the new lunar cycle. So I'm in 96, but I technically belong to 95. So instead of being, well, what's 96? Let me see. 96 is going to be a rat. I'm a pig.
Yeah, mate. I think I'm Golden Dragon. That's what it is.
Let me see for 2000. 1 second. Let me show you something.
That's 100% what it is. I've known this since I was like 8 years old.
If you're born after, 1 second. Let me zoom out. If you're born between February 5th of 2000 and 2001 January 21st, 24th, then you're a dragon.
Yeah, golden because it's 2000. Anyway.
Nice.
So what
This
sort
is
of mate, we got to be good at presenting this. So are you going to email me what do you have going on, a Google Docs or something?
yeah, I will. I'll email you the docs. I might be
Google Docs page.
Can I actually do this? Let me see if I can do this. This might be way easier, so I don't have to email you. Let me see. Please tell me you can open this.
Yeah, mate, I'm in.
Awesome. Okay, I want you to do. So, can you focus on two things? Find a folder where it says Herf book, read it through, and then focus on anything that has to do with the toroidal field. So the physics aspects of it.
Yeah, I need to log in Microsoft. I'll do that, I suppose. What even is Microsoft? Well, I have to remember my email and password for that rubbish.
Yeah, I had to make a new one. I forgot mine. I haven't used it in years.
Yeah, I'll do that later, eh? So the Hearth book, I'll remember that. Do you want me to? Yeah, I'll look into that, man. Definitely.
That book is
I'm
going
gonna
to. Sorry, you go ahead first, man. Go ahead.
I'll die on that hill, the toroidal field hill. I believe that's the answer to what this reality is, and it's explained. in the way the
Ah,
singularity, births and kills itself,
mhm.
and that just explains everything. So I'm definitely going to add my take and fill in from what old mate was carrying on about, trying to look for the direct proof of how a sine wave can be extrapolated into a toroidal field in the 3 dimensions, right?
Can
So I reckon
and,
we'll get proof.
yo, I have an idea. I have something that just might give you. If you listen to it, it kind of gave it like it reawakened some inner knowledge with me, but I'm missing the physics aspect. I have a video for you. I'm going to screen it, share it right now for everybody. You're going to love this, my friend. Where is it? No way. That is insane. Here it is. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know when you're in.
Yeah, I mean,
Roots, can you also join the screen sharing, please? I want you to hear this as well.
he's not here.
He's not? Okay. You ready?
Oh, not this bloke.
Yeah, trust me, this bloke, man.
Are you on TikTok?
One more time?
You on TikTok? Follow my account, bro.
I will. I'll follow you with my main account that I haven't started posting it on with.
I've got some posts on there. Ooh, well, that's debatable. I don't know if light is source. Yeah, he's Terrence Howard.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's talking like you, mate.
Yeah, seriously, I challenge anybody to take anything from Walter Russell and make it
Hang
intelligible
on, bro.
to understand.
Can you pause, please?
Yeah, this guy's pretty good.
Okay, can you pause it, please?
Damn, all right.
Interesting.
He's got to be taking the piss.
Holy shit! What? McDonald's, baby. Got a McDonald's Earther. You just don't understand the golden arches, man. Magnetic fields take on different geometries.
Yep, that's all I had to show.
He's a legend, bro. Unfortunately, I remember scrolling through my feed and then he showed up and he was crying, like asking for money. And I posted like,
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
commented like,
Piggy,
are you supposed to be a grown ass man? I remember having this interaction with him. Meanwhile, he can say things that brilliant. Like he needs to be working like Nikola Tesla and actually making the free energy.
I'm sorry. I
Free
wanted to watch
energy?
the video, but I crashed in the beginning of the video. Can you send me the link so I can watch it again?
Yes, I'll send you it right now.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, send the link, man. That's easy.
Yeah, define free
Brilliant
energy.
video. Well, that was a bit of a piss take, but you know, if we're taking this science into consideration, it is possible. So Nikola Tesla allegedly, this is speculation, but allegedly he achieved this.
Isn't
can
free
harvest
energy a
the
thermodynamics violation?
You can harvest the energy that is just all around us in the air. You can send a balloon, helium balloon with the copper wire attached to it, and to high altitude, and you can harvest that positive gradient of electricity in the air. You can just add the grounding, so you will have discharge and positive charge, and it will form a current.
All right, is this violating thermodynamics?
Oh no, it will. If it will decay over time, that will just be an appeal to future.
There's no such thing as a free lunch. Sorry.
Well, then again, this reality we experience is created on free lunch, is it not?
Sure was. You go back to God at creation,
Well, that's right.
but we are not God, and this world is not God.
I agree with you there. There's a trinity, and we are souls within that trinity.
And this is where casting your net to the right side comes into hand. So you stop thinking just with the left hemisphere, which is logic, reason, mathematics, etc. But you also start using your right hemisphere, right, Vanu?
Right. I hate the left side brain people, man. They drive me up walls.
The funny thing is, nature obeys laws that are rational, aren't they?
And all of those laws stem from the unseen, from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
toroidal
but there's a
field.
logical order. There's a logical order, and it's how scientific empiricism came to be by studying the natural order of things, because things obey laws and are predictable.
Yep. And if you go study sound, so semantics, and you observe it, right, and you learn about it, then you're gonna start seeing that these same cymatic patterns are firstly found within all of nature, no exclusives. Also, it's found within all ancient civilizations, especially with their architecture, which, when mapped with cymatic patterns of certain frequencies, are identical matches, right? Not only that, but a lot of these ancient pyramids were placed on ley lines, which, like 45 degrees and stuff like that. They kind of are the central giving force from from Earth to act upon the toroidal field. It's all intertwined.
Whoa! What are ley lines? How do you measure ley lines?
So, 1 second. I think I used the right word. Firstly, I think it's a ley line. I think that's the English word.
Yeah, I've heard of ley lines. What are they? How do you measure them?
I can't tell you how to measure them. I don't know how to do that. That's.
Oh. How did the Egyptians do it?
Good question, man. Very good question. I know.
What is?
I know. If you look at this. Let me do this. How about this? 1 second.
Coincidence about
Uno momento.
About the Great Pyramid, the cavity that is in the pyramid is exactly, its position is exactly the number of the speed of light.
Yep.
What does that mean? Explain that to me like I'm 5. What the hell does that mean? The position of the cavity is like the speed of light?
Is the exact number that they gave to the speed of light.
What does that mean? Its offset is the exact number? What do you mean? What number?
I'll show you that. Wait, I'll send you a picture.
Yo, Vanu, I'm gonna send you something in DMs. In my opinion, I think it answered this question. If so, then I might just present it.
Okay, I'm really interested in this claim about whatever the pyramid and the speed of light relationship is with the chamber. Guys, this all sounds like horse shit.
No, you're just confused, brother. You're not even worth arguing.
I'm asking for clarification and you can't provide it. Who's confused now?
Aren't you the guy that thought light was photons, physical matter? And then you said sound.
Photons just a description, man. I said I don't know what light is.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's the end of it, really.
Oh, and you do? Great. Enlighten me. What the hell does it mean to say the chamber is offset by the same number as the speed of light? What the fuck?
There's a video, I believe, for you in the side channel.
All right, I'm driving. I can't watch a video. Why don't you give me the quick summary? Maybe start off with the number.
It's been
What number?
forwarded.
What is the number? How do you get the offset of the chamber of the pyramid related to the speed of light? By what number? And what does that number
You know,
represent?
you sound like, you sound like
Is it,
Zach. Do you know that?
1 second.
So they say that the speed of light is 299792458 meter per second. But the same number, you will find it in the latitude of that cavity chamber, or in the Great Pyramid, 299792458.
How did they arrive at that number?
That's the question. I wasn't there at that time.
Yeah. Well,
That's
you
the
heard a
question.
claim and you have no idea how it came to be. So it's just bullshit, dude.
Like I said, I didn't give you any reason for that. I just told you in the beginning of my sentence, coincidence. Because there is so many coincidences there. And I don't know what's the number of coincidences that will just make people say, that's bizarre.
Right. So you believe there's a coincidence? Someone told you there is.
The latitude of that cavity chamber is just the same number of the speed of light. Coincidence also, the pyramid was built in the exact cardinal directions, north, south, east.
West and east, yep.
Yeah.
They are, the faces of the
So I
pyramid are
thought
facing the
light
cardinal
was infinite.
direction.
It was built the same pattern under what's the name of that constellation? Those stars?
Orion.
Yeah, Orion. Nobody
Yeah,
disputes
Orion
that.
belt.
So wait, I thought light was infinite according to this new cosmology.
Yeah, and
The
another
light didn't have a
coincidence.
speed. So now you're saying it does have a speed. And
No,
the latitude is
no,
coincidentally the same number of
I didn't
kilometers per
say-
second.
I didn't
So
say that.
you're actually strawmanning him. He never said that the speed of light is that. That's not his claim. People from our time, scientists, right, came up with that. He's just saying, hey, this is what they came up with, and this is where the level of elevation of this. Don't strawman him and saying that he said that's the speed of light. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Be honest.
Oh, I'm just looking for coherence.
Yugoslav, I said it explicitly because I know people, and I know people who are against those things. They are focused on the words. I told you they had the latitude of that cavity in the Great Pyramid coincident with the number that the people today gave to the speed of light. And I'm not agreeing with that number, and I'm not agreeing with the speed of light. So I just told you. And another coincidence, the pyramid doesn't have any marking of carving that you can find in the tombs, because the pharaohs, they in their tombs they have carvings of death ceremonies and those things, and some prayers and some things that you can't find in the pyramid.
So I can say two more things. Within the pyramid itself, if you draw like a right-sided triangle, right, A, B, C. A is going to be 1.618, which is phi. B is going to be 1.2722, which is the square root of phi, and C is going to be 1, or I don't have. Oh fuck, gotta go.
And another coincidence, the pyramid and the king chamber was built using the meter as a unit of measurement.
No, it
So
wasn't.
so what they told us that the meter was created in 17th century.
How do you know
How did
how do you know it's built based on the meter? Thank you. Could you just go over that?
yeah
I'll show you.
yeah I want some details too, because you know that the meter was created out of a globe.
Yeah, they said
Well,
they
before,
said that they divided
before we
the
do that, just
they said that they
that's great.
divided the
That's great. That's
circumference
great.
of the
That's great.
equator.
Yes. That's great. How do you know the pyramids were based on the meter?
I will show you that.
Because I would expect you would say if you measure the side of a pyramid, you come out to exactly some number of meters. Because if you come out to an exact number of meters, then anything would be the unit of measurement that could come out to some exact number of that unit of measurement.
That's right.
Like
Well said.
how would you differentiate between it was based on the meter versus it was based on the yard, for example? If you could show me this is obviously based on the meter and not the yard.
The information that they gave us that those people were using the cubit as
Qubit.
Rav
I'm
Scuttle,
sorry,
you could have done he could have done a way better argument and said an inch or something, but a yard and a meter aren't equal, dude.
Yeah, they're pretty
It's
close.
just an example. Like,
Yeah, and besides, yards and meters are pretty close.
Yeah,
but if it comes to an exact number of meters, it's not going to come to an exact number of yards. But if you could at that point then go to a smaller measurement, that would have been a better argument. Is all I'm saying. I don't know what the attacking is. I think he's just sharing an idea here.
Here, video, can you instead of just talking, you ask the question. So just stop. I understood the question. So can you watch?
Can I watch what?
The streaming that.
I'm not going to watch streams. Can you just give a freaking statement instead of me having to watch a stream? Just tell me the number.
Just to see how
I'm going to agree with Rav Scuttle here, even though he's a glober. But like, how did they determine that the meter was the gnomon, GNOMMON, gnomon, that was used as a standard of measure for the pyramid?
When you measure the things that were built, like for example, Inca things that were built in Inca. During Inca civilization, you will find meter 1.000.
Or what?
The measurement of those bricks that they used in the buildings for Inca buildings and in
you have a piece for a site of that. I would love to see a citation that the bricks for the Inca pyramids are exactly 1 meter.
You just
he literally tried to give you one, and you said, "I'm not going to watch that."
I'm not going to watch his stream. Just post the link.
Don't cry. Stop crying.
I'm not crying. Just post the link.
Stop your bullshit. Can you watch? With us?
Can you just summarize for those of us driving a car?
I will put the link in the video. I will put the link in the chat. It's just 2 hours and 18 minutes, and I don't think that you will go through all that.
Find the paper.
Let me help you to not suffer all that.
Why not just pull the paper that has it? Just pull the paper that said it. There's going to be a research paper that shows it. Just post that link.
Dude, why are you being so specific on your form of evidence? He's literally providing a video, and then why are you funding muting me? Why are you funding muting me, dude?
He's pointing at
why are you funding muting, bro? What's wrong with you?
I'm saying you have no self-control. 2-hour video. No, I don't.
You have no self-control, sir.
He's pointing at a 2-hour.
So now stop crying. We will watch the video. Now you can stop crying. We want to hear
Hold on,
what's the information.
He said he can timestamp the video for you, so that way you don't have to suffer through the 2-hour video. You're not even listening to what he's saying, dude. Can you just calm down?
Yeah, and Necros, how long is the section?
It's not even 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. That whole time he was whining, he could have just been watching it.
So let's watch it together. This first spot is Pumapunko in Peru, and
Wait, did you hear? Oh my God! Out of all possible choices, they chose 10 by 20 cubits, not meters. Oh my God!
It's
How
not the
could
end. Just
someone
stop
pick?
crying. Stop
How
crying.
could
It's just
someone pick
stop.
10
Stop
by
crying. Can you
20?
stop crying for? Can you stop crying till the end, please? Thank you.
For heaven's
Really?
sake.
That's your proof? 10 by 20 that they picked accidentally fits to a meter
Stop
on the
crying. We
golden
still
ratio
didn't.
with pi.
Stop crying. We
That's
still
it.
didn't even arrive to
That's
the
the
pyramid
miracle.
section. Stop crying. Just stop crying.
That's the miracle.
Yeah, and he also said he had to take an average of measurements to come up with this too.
It's ridiculous.
All
Yeah,
the
so an
bricks
average of
are the
measurement.
same. All the bricks are the same. Are the exact same bricks with the same measurements, like they were molded together in the same mold.
So why did he say he required an average of measurements?
Because it'd be silly for him to measure one block, dude.
So,
Well, yeah, they cherry picked one block. It looks like that could have been 1 meter.
No, all the blocks are exact same measurements. Just listen.
He averaged them.
Yeah, he measured them all and found out
And
they all have
it's
the
not the
same
first
measurement.
measurements that they have done. There is older measurements that they were done for the same blocks, and they concluded the same thing. The blocks.
Right. So I want to know what the range was. I want to know like the max and min range of that average. You know, and like what was the standard deviation?
Look at the thing that taught me. I'm not saying this is bad, but just it will make you say, this is bizarre.
Wait. Are you not saying it's fact?
He's sharing an idea, dude. He's sharing an idea. He's not putting forward a debate, dude.
He is. He's making a claim. They are a
he's
meter.
not.
This is
He's
called the
sharing an idea.
Listen, this is the good part.
claim. The claim
That's not even letting him
the
present
meter
his
is ahead.
evidence.
Listen, you can. He's afraid. He's scared. He's just funding everything. He don't
Are you
want.
kidding?
You
It's
can.
not scared. It's scared.
No,
If
you
they're
can't
scared, it'd be
stop
stupidity.
It's like the kid that you will say, "I will hate you when we will go to the house," and he will start crying during the whole trip to the house. No, stop! Don't cry till the moment where I will hate you. No, stop crying till the end. It's just a small section. It won't take a long time. You are making it take a long time by crying.
So I got to the point where they found 20 centimeters. That's what we're talking about. The fact that
Yeah, like this guy. This guy.
I only caught the last few moments of that. What was that lunacy about?
Oh, it was the claim that that these ancient builders used the unit of a meter for all of their blocks, but it was based off of an average of different blocks that they measured, and they claimed them all to be building blocks, but they didn't show the building blocks. They didn't show us the maximum min range. They didn't show the standard deviation. They didn't even show if they had done any rounding.
Because those blocks are what remains. Because the building that were formed from those blocks, it doesn't exist anymore.
You can't make that claim then.
It was destroyed. The rest, what we have is just the blocks. But the blocks themselves, they measure in reality 1 meter, 0.000. And I said it may be a coincidence, like every coincidence.
They did not show that. They showed one. There was a sample of one that they showed that looked to be 1 meter. And then they said they took an average of the building blocks without showing us what those building blocks look like.
They measured 3.
It goes deeper than that.
They said that like they said in that part, they measured 3, and the rest was either decayed with broken or something like that.
So they got 3 blocks in a massive field of wreckage.
Yeah,
okay.
but
the rest is broken, and those blocks. There was more blocks that were in good form and were measured before in 1980 something, like they said, and the measurements were published.
So does that mean that because the blocks were a certain size that the Earth is now a big spinny ball or something? Like, what's the
right?
What's
because the meter was fashioned off the globe's diameter.
Is it though? That's the whole thing. That's where it gets deep. Where did the meter come from, and why would the globers steal it and say it came from the measurement of Earth, when it actually seems that the meter is all around you? And it might just be possible that mathematics is more of a divine language than a man's language, in the fact that it worked out for this.
So the story is that they
the meter all around me.
They got the meter by dividing the circumference of Earth. But what would be the meter if you divide the circumference of the equator? And we wouldn't say that they are different in a globe or in a flat Earth. They just want to make it exclusive to a globe. They divided the circumference of an equator. It's just something normal. You take the equator where you have the equinox, where the sun is at 90 degrees during noon, and during equinoxes, you will have an equator, even on a flat map. Doesn't change anything. And you will divide that circumference.
On a flat map, so a flat globe map.
But
are you talking about an AE globe map?
No, I'm talking about just the equator. I'm talking about just the equator. No map, just draw the equator with its circumference on a white paper. No map, no lands, no dry lands, no ocean. Don't draw anything and don't write anything. Just take the equator and put it in a white paper and divide it. It will give you the number.
They used the datum.
But they want it to be exclusive to a globe, so they say to just confuse people, we divided the circumference of the Earth. Now,
can I quickly
the circumference of the sunlight that falls upon the Earth, not the circumference of the Earth.
If I may quickly interject now, the video that Van posted forwarded from me, it's just a few scrolls upwards with like a pyramid on it on a whiteboard. And that video is going to show you how the pyramid actually gives you all the measurements of the two tropics and the equator itself, among some other things as well. It's like maybe a 2-3 minute video. Whoever wants to watch it can watch it if they want their questions answered.
There are multiple definitions of the equator too. You got the
Can I
equator
seem
where
to
Polaris is
recall-
at 0 degrees.
Igoslav, I have a question for you. Do you think really
Yeah.
the meter was got by dividing the circumference of the sphere globe? You think really it is what happened in reality?
Yeah, I think they had a globe datum and they divided the globe circumference of that datum into easily usable parts because the meter supports and reifies the globe into people's imagination.
Yeah,
So if
but
you can
isn't
take
that
an entire
measurement?
measurement system that's based off of a globe, you add that into your mathematical language and your understanding of the world along with words like atmosphere and everything else, and it just helps reify the nonsense further. I have no evidence that the meter's any natural length, any nomen of natural cause in the known world around me. So that was a claim that somebody earlier said that the meter's all around you, man. And I'm like, okay, well, where?
Well, didn't they take measurements of shadows in order to develop that circumference, which you can now technically say that's the circumference of sunlight upon the Earth?
Yeah, but we don't know that that's what they even did.
That's got nothing to do with establishing the meter as being divinely significant, though, does it?
Well, because if you figure out this number if you measure these shadows, you find out the sun gives a circle of light of this circumference, and then you divide it.
How do you know that? Is that what, on an AE globe map?
No, it's just, dude, what did they figure out with are you saying when they took shadows there was no information to be gained from that experiment?
I'm not saying that at all. What experiment are you talking about?
Eratosthenes.
And for
you think he actually existed?
No, dude, I'm saying you can do it yourself if you'd like to take shadows, and then what you will end up with is a circumference of some sort. Now, you can assume the Earth is a ball, or you can assume that's the circumference of God's light upon the Earth.
What you're measuring is a period, a segment of a period of repetition, a frequency of the sun's occurrence over a particular location. That doesn't necessarily translate into any circumference.
Frequency.
That's yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a frequency of occurrence.
I'd always thought that the speed of light is how the proposed speed of light was how they derived the length of the meter. Like,
yeah, that's the other story. So
million.
there are two stories regarding its origin. You hit a good point there, J.E. Barrington.
Yeah, because that's what I always recall. Now, however, I did study a lot of electronics when I was learning the metric system back in 1993. So I don't know all of that's just what I recall. So maybe somebody has a better account for the multiple stories.
Yeah, why is there multiple stories? That's exactly the whole point. Why is there multiple stories? Are they possibly lying to you about where it was derived, considering the pyramids were built based on this measurement?
I still need proof of that. Where's the pyramid? Somebody showed me Puma Punku earlier. Now, where's the pyramids being based off of meter?
Let me see.
And I also remember there was a allegation that there was a supposed pyramid inch, and that everything was based upon a pyramid inch. So I think somebody would have to go reconcile what a pyramid inch versus some kind of meter.
Yeah, so Jay Barrington, sorry to cut you off, but I got to go soon. Randall Carlson talks about the pyramids being based off of imperial units, which is not metric units.
Yeah.
What if they just built the pyramids? They built them really tall so they know how to get home. I mean, it could just be as simple as that too. There's a lot of different speculation that you can throw out here. This is one of the speculative ideas, and I don't think anyone is making a solid claim here.
Guys, watch this part. It's just 40 seconds. It's in the stream. Are you in? You're watching Toro?
Yes, yes, yes.
You understand that? I can play it again. It's just by using the meter, you can have the golden ratio and pi only by using the meter and only by using those measurements that they use to build those things. Coincidence, I think.
Yo, I got a video.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting information. Who knows if the qubit was ever even a real thing? Maybe that's the made up thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's who knows if the meter was really invented in the 17th century, or it's just the history being rewritten.
Maybe they're trying to convince everyone that humans were really stupid a long time ago for some reason, so that way they can now think they're super smart because they're like, oh, we can refute your arguments. And actually, when you were closer to the creator, that's when you were the smartest, and we're very far from that at this point.
Yep.
Oh, you're not wrong about that.
So let me just see if I can summarize for you all. Because there's a few measurements in the pyramid that might add up to a few random ratios that somehow that makes the meter something special.
That would be a straw man, not a summary.
No, I'm asking you because I wasn't here till much late. I don't even get why you're talking about the meter to begin with. Who really gives a shit about a length of a meter?
The problem, they are not random. The measurements that they put it there, they are not random. If they were random, for example, she gave an example. If they put it 9 instead of 10, it will change everything. You won't have that
so talking about that king's chamber, whether it's 10 feet or 10 meters or 10 whatever, 10, because I've seen several different allegations now. There was a thing that they called a pyramid inch. There was other ways how they derived these various measurements to prove the imperial system. That anytime you take something with so much data, you can go through and cherry pick out a number of things that you want and say this compared to this length here means this and means that. That's,
yeah, but
my point to you is why does any of this even matter? That's what I'm trying to get at. What's your ultimate claim here?
Like I'm saying, it's make me speculate about the story that people of today are telling us about what they discovered and what they create, like those units or measurements that they put it under their names, like they are the ones who discovered them. But those things make me speculate about that.
Okay, so if that were a foot, or a yard instead of a meter, how would that change your speculation?
It changes
again, I was
when
late
they
to the
said it was
conversation.
invented. They say the meter was brought around in the 1700s or whatever. And what?
17th century, yeah.
Yeah, so or the 17th, so 1600s. So Necros is putting forth, well, that's probably a lie, considering that there's structures
So, see, I think you guys are going down a path that I think you're just obfuscating this further than you need to, because first off, the meter has multiple origin stories. The one I recall is based upon the speed of light. And then, of course, later on, I learned that there's one claimed about so much of the
and even
distance from the pole to the equator. But having said all that, I think there's 2 or 3 other origin stories, and I think that's where you get that the meter is probably. I don't know why you need to tie it to the pyramid. That's my point to you.
But even the speed of light wouldn't be even exclusive, because if you go to the pyramid and you check the cavity chamber in the pyramid, you will find that the latitude of that cavity chamber, coincidence, just a coincidence with all those coincidences, it's exact number of the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light. That's the bottom line. So obviously that story was a lie.
So in the Great Pyramid, in the Great Pyramid, the latitude of the cavity chamber is 299792458 degree north. So the speed of light is the exact number. So that's the point. That's my point. That's make me speculate about those things. The meter, the speed of light, from where they derived the meter? Is it from the circumference of the globe Earth, or the speed of light? Did they discover that number that they give to the speed of light, or is it a number that they found already was there from ancient time, and they just use it and attribute it to themselves, saying that we measured, we discovered, we found? Yeah, you can check it, Ego Slave. Go to any GPS, go to the pyramid and check the cavity. It's just few meters away from the center point in the top, and you will find that it's the exact number. I did check it by myself. I don't say it's fact. Maybe it's a coincidence, but for me, it's just a bizarre. So many bizarre coincidences. GPS have nothing to do with the globe. It's not exclusive to the globe. It's a ground position system. We use
global position
tower.
system, actually.
It's the ground position system. We use cell towers to just triangulate the position of the cell phone or that device. And you use the radius of the signal of each cell tower to pinpoint the exact position of that person. Every time a person will be surrounded by minimum 3 towers. So it's a triangulation. They say they want to make it exclusive to the globe by saying that it's they use quadrus signal. So a satellite is one of them. Or they say that it is triangulation by using 3 satellites. It's not. It's just cell towers here on the ground. So it's a ground position system.
As much as you kept going back to the pyramid after I was trying to drive you back to the meter, I think your real topic here is the pyramid and not the meter. I think if you were trying to
not in specific
the story on the meter, I think you would have a lot of other directions to do it in.
Not in specific the pyramid, but the ancient times. I'm saying that those things are not exclusive to modern days. They are not something that we invented in modern days. They are just ancient knowledge that those people are just reusing and attributing to themselves by saying that they discovered that. And I didn't give only the pyramid. That's why when I showed the video, I started by Pumapunku in Peru. The blocks, the H's in Pumapunku are 1 exact meter, 1.00 using laser measurements to test, to verify the length of that H is 1.000. Coincidence. And it's dating from Pumapunku, from the Inca civilization. It's just a coincidence. Here in Pumapunku, it's explicitly the use of the meter. You don't need any calculation. I show you. I think you wasn't there when I showed that part. Can you look at the stream? And I'm not pushing the informations. It's just an information that I found that make me speculate about what they are attributing to themselves in modern days. I'm not saying it's fact. I'm saying those are just bunch of coincidences that makes me say, that's bizarre. And there are a lot of coincidences, and I don't know what's the specific number of coincidences that will make people speculate. Not speculate, but just say that maybe it's just not the truth. Look at this part.
Vanu,
not only in those places, there is some windows that were built, I don't remember the place, 1 meter, really 1 meter. And for that won't make a problem about the narrative.
yo, Necros, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you another video. It's my own video. It's like 7 minutes long, so bear with me. Watch it in your own time. And what do you call it? There's one mistake where I made where I said 86,400 seconds are in a minute when I meant to say day, and 3.333 the average breaths taken per minute. Where is it? Well, where is it now?
Yeah, DM made the video. I will watch it definitely. At least for the information. I never say something is fact only when it's really been proven. And I get the information and I put it aside. I don't throw the information away, but I put it aside because there will be a use. At least on a discussion, you will have background or information to fill the discussion, not being just complete ignorant.
Yeah. And let me know what you think.
Like they are showing the units of measure before creating them. They are really showcasing the units of measure that we are using today, that we attributed to recent days, recent discoveries. But ancient people were using them, just showcasing them in their buildings.
Cross, mate. What's this video here?
I'm sorry? Ask your question again. I didn't hear you.
I'm here.
I had your volume down because I was watching a stream. My bad.
Okay.
So, no worries. Venu, you there now?
Yeah, bro.
Besides the whole small blunder with the seconds, minutes instead of days, and not mentioning what the 3.333 is, what do you think?
I'll be honest with you. I had a cigarette halfway through the video.
One more time?
I had a cigarette halfway through the video.
Ah, okay. Well, do you want me to send it to you?
Yeah, I'll watch it. But what did you just say? And I'm sure I'll know what you're talking about.
No, wait. That's incorrect.
3.33. What was this about?
There.
Look, I can just look at it visually and understand completely what it is because I'm right-brained, I believe.
Yeah, cross.
Brother?
And did you finish the video? Were you watching it or?
No, I didn't. Wait, I'm going to.
What is it about the video?
The video that you sent me.
Yeah, the very last one.
Yeah, I'll watch it now. Wait, I'll end the stream first.
Well, I understand what it is, but what about it do you want to have a conversation?
Rewatching that video now, I realize I also failed to mention quite a lot of things that were also intertwined, but you'll be able to pick up on it.
Well, I understand completely what it is. Everything's related to the hologram collapsing function, right? Yeah, the collapsing of the wave function. And that's the singularity. That's how we see all these divine mathematical concepts. You know, expressions of the flower of life. That's what's depicted on that mathematical grid piece of paper.
Yeah, I see. I'm watching it now.
It's the expression of a toroidal field. That's what it is, no?
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. And they're just different mathematical expressions of that. So that's the thing. You can go on and on about these sort of things. People can. And that's the beauty of, you know, reality is in its quantum sense. At the end of the day, it is what it is. We know what it is. And all you have to do is dance to a bit of techno music and realize what consciousness is.
What did bring me to the to think about the toroidal field and everything is just the expression of like some the specific frequency in the ether, and everything is just that manifestation of that vibration inside the ether. That what makes reality what it is now. Yeah, and what brought me to that is that I found that sound waves are just donuts in the air.
That's right. I've been saying this.
A sound wave, when you make a sound, the sound wave is just a donut, really a donut, a toroidal field going in the air, and we knew that already before, because remember those speakers, those cone-shaped speakers that we used to magnify the sound. We know that the donut will just roll inside that cone-shaped tube, and it will get bigger and bigger when it gets to the exit of that tube, and it will be magnified, so that donut will be bigger than the one you got from your mouth directly.
Yep, and your mouth would be the representation of the black hole of creation, where everything comes from or stems from, which is unseen.
Yeah, and also that everything has its specific frequency. Like we can test it with glass, because glass, it can shatter very fast, and unlike other types of materials, you use specific frequency and you can shatter the glass. That shows you that the glass is resonating with that specific frequency. Means that everything is just a vibration itself. It's just a type of vibration, a specific frequency, and that you can manage to.
So I like to sum it up as
you're right. Scroll in the side chat just a bit up until you see a whole bunch of pictures that I posted, or images, whatever.
Yeah, bro.
And
Piggy posted
that's gonna
also
show you how color is also just a frequency or sound wave, and everything else.
Thing, bro. Look, it's a hologram, and that's the conclusion we can come to. So now we need to extend on the fact that we know it's a hologram. Like I said, we can carry on and on about what it is and how the light works, but I'm not interested in this at all. It's not beneficial to our soul's experience in the moment. Do you understand? So we need to understand we're in a hologram, right? And that sums it all up. It's computer
Everything
code,
is going. everything is going under that what we call it spectrum. Like you have those colors of light,
Yeah,
and you
that's
have the same
basic
colors
physics,
in this.
brother.
You have the same colors in the 7 notes of sound. Do, re,
Yep.
mi, fa, sol, la, si. They give you the same pattern of colors going from the bottom to the top. Do, re, mi. They will give you the same colors that you will have
Brother.
in the spectrum of light, and
Yep.
those same colors you will get them from the ionization of different gases, different matter. Any type of matter will give, if you ionize the matter, you turn it to get, you heat it and you turn it to gas and you ionize the gas, it will give you those same colors.
Yep. One more thing is that if you observe the stars and the planets or wandering stars, your observations would lead you to assume or conclude, whichever you prefer, that the all the stars above appear to be underneath water and that they're sources of light, right?
Yeah.
I
Hence,
100% agree with you. And we can see this
and
with the
we
planets.
know that the 7 days of the week are named after the 7 planets,
That's
right?
right.
Yeah.
And look, I
Again,
like to
777. It's all connected.
compare the
The ancient Egyptians had one specific musical note for every single day of the week and every single hour of the day, while the Greeks, they actually went even a step further.
Coincidence.
Yep.
In the Quranic cosmology, you have 7 skies and 7. The Earth is extended to 7 parts, but
Yep.
it's just one Earth. But the 7 extension, like for example, if you want to imagine it on us, it will, the first border will be the South Pole, and if you go beyond that, you will have another border beyond that, and it will make the second Earth. That's the cosmology in the Quran, in the Islamic beliefs. Another
one more thing.
777. Yeah.
mate.
Here's
Look,
one more thing,
think about
that the
this.
7 planets are also referring to the 7 chakra systems, which are referring to the 7
Yeah.
central nerve centers in your spine.
And I'll sum it up here. You know what
when
the
you're
planets are?
meditating, pardon me, when you're
The different
meditating
parts of your
and you
computer.
say these different mantras, so lam, bam, you say 6 of them. The very last one is going to be om, and then it's complete silence.
Think
What
about this,
coincidence
bro.
is that?
Want
Give me
something
1 sec.
stupefying?
Can you
The
hear me,
7
bro?
chakras. The
Nick,
7
bro, I
chakras
need
are.
to tell you something.
You want to hear something stupefying? Add to those things. The 7 chakras are the same as the 7 virtues of heaven in the Christianity.
And the vices of hell. They're yin and yang. Because
Yeah,
if your chakras are blocked, then you live within the vices and you have to unblock them, then you'll have angelic energy.
and
Here's
those
something
7 chakras and 7 virtues of heaven are symbolized in the Jewish belief by those 7 candles.
Yep,
Oi,
which are
think
the
about
7
this.
Elohim,
You know,
Yep.
we have 7 parts in a computer.
which are the wandering stars. It all goes back full circle.
We have 7 parts in a PC, and we have 7 planets. So we are inside a computer
But
system.
talking about that stuff will get people really freaked out. They're saying,
Saturn is
hey,
the
the
graphics
scriptures
card.
are actually telling you this and not this is a bit of a,
The different
but it's the
planets
truth.
are different computer system parts.
Sooner or later, the whole world is gonna understand
See
that we're in the age of Aquarius for a reason.
See what I was talking about in the beginning? You don't throw the information. It may be useful at certain times. So I learned about every tradition and religion and what people believed. And yeah, if you research all that, you will get to what just we talked about now. People knew about those frequency, about that spectrum, about that specific number of 7.
I mean, 1 second. Vanu, you still there?
Can you hear me, bro?
Or did somebody mute him? Somebody muted him.
I hear him. I hear him.
Yeah, why
Oh,
ignore
I
me,
muted? No, I didn't. I don't hear Vanu.
I hear Vanu. He was talking just in a second. Talk again,
No,
Vanu.
now he's muted, bro.
Can you hear me?
No,
You can't hear me.
he can't hear you. No. He can't hear you.
Yeah, that's rubbish.
Why is he muted for me? I don't understand.
You can't hear me. You have to right click on the name and turn it up.
No, I don't know how that happened. I didn't even scroll down. The option where underneath volume it says mute. It was on. But I never clicked that. I only DM'd you. What the hell? Anyways,
Yeah, no,
are me, you, and Necros on the same page?
Sorry?
Are me, you, and Necros on the same page?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I guess we have a Three Musketeers thing going on now. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to explain something.
Go ahead now. Sorry, I didn't know, man.
Go ahead, Venom.
Bro, the stars are like a computer system, and we can see that with Saturn. And you look at it, and it's like a satellite or a graphics card. You know, it's giving off. Well, you know, Saturn isn't the graphics card; it's probably the CPU, and it's giving off a signal, and we can observe it with telescopes. Like, just look at Saturn; it is obviously some sort of technological, and we can look within the computer because we're in a quantum realm, right? And it works with the moon. It's connected with the moon, which shines onto the earth. And
yeah, like the moon.
All done through this frequency thing. But that's the thing. These planets, my brother, what I'm saying is, are important to our actual reality, and we can relate them to parts of a computer system in our modern world. We have the privilege to understand how simulations and holograms work on, you know, computers and such. So we can look at how PCs work, and that's exactly what we're observing with the planets and how they work in relation to our earthly experience.
Ivano, I understand your analogy of it, right?
Satan
and I agree with you.
Saturn are being related here. And
yep,
so
Saturn and Satan are the same thing.
Saturn.
Even the sun and the moon. If you look at the Earth with the sun and the moon, you'll see that guy who just created or invented the clock, the mechanical clock, he just made a miniature or a model of what you have in the sky. So the hours and the minutes are just depicted by the sun and the moon. But he divided that on half for 12 hours, and you have to make the rotation 2 times instead of having it just one time, 24 hours. If you see the sun and the moon in the sky and how they work, it's just a clock.
Yes. So
and the clock, it's a type of computer, and the clock is a part of the computer.
And the planets as well, my brother. And you've seen how Saturn seems to be. Like, even if we are afraid of this, we need to come to a conclusion what Saturn is. Because guess what? These globers think it's a random object, and they think the ring around Saturn is dust or some rubbish. And we know that's not what it is at all. And we've seen the alleged close images of satellites they have, and it looks rubbish. They have the rubbish hexagon on top of Saturn. So
you want me to tell everybody what Saturn is?
Well, go ahead, brother. I believe it's the CPU of this hologram. It's the source. It's Saturn. It's Satan.
I agree with your analogy. I don't think
it's an analogy. I think it's exactly what it is, where Saturn is the source of the matrix, essentially.
Matrix and all of that is it talking about the matrix and holograms. Like, yes, everything is a hologram. Yes. But specifying that it's technology
and reality,
but specifying that it's technology. One sec, man. Oh my God. Implying that it's technological based, right, and not divine based, is going to leave you down transhumanism, which is man to machine, And I don't want that, man. We have to
That's
go
not what I
down the
was
route
heading
of
to. What I
transcendence,
was,
which is from matter to light. That's where we have to go down the right.
I understand, but what we're seeing here is a quantum reality, which can, in our, we have the privilege to understand these holograms through our own systems and how things work and code, and we see, computer code in this fabric of reality already.
And in reality, I'm sorry, in reality, like Mer, aka said, if you verify,
Just call
you
me
will
Mer.
find that everything it can turn to that light if you ionize matter. Everything you can turn to everything to gas. Every solid you can turn it to gas by heating it, and every particle of gas you can ionize it and turn it to light. The energy from it.
No, that is true. And let me say this now, when it comes to the whole Saturn thing. Back within the ancient cosmology, right? It went along the lines of this. At the very, very top, you have source, God, consciousness, light, all of that, right? Same thing. Now, it's shining its illumination onto the waters, right? Underneath that, you have the crystalline sea, aka firmament, where the stars are embedded. And then you have the 7 layers for the 7 planets. The very first planet, as you're descending from light, from consciousness to matter, from low vibrational light to high vibrational matter, the very first planet you go down is through Saturn. Saturn has rings around him, aka he's the lord of the rings, and he's the very first planet of all the layers, right? Now, on Saturn's north pole, as they depict with NASA and stuff, you have a hexagon or a cube, right? Which is up, down, left, right, side, back and forth, right? 6 dimensions. Which is 666, right? That is 18, which is 9, lower consciousness and matter in this case. As soon as you go through Saturn, you're hexed into physical matter, right? That's why the hexahedron is connected to him, or the black cube. And that's why Saturn runs everything, because he is the ruling deity, if you will, or planet, or whatever, that governs the physical realm. Right?
Yeah, man, that's what I've been saying. Spot on.
Now, our goal is instead of going from we're right now in Malkuth, right, which is the physical realm. We have to go back to Kiefer, which is the higher realm, or the very top of the Sephiroth, where you achieve quote unquote enlightenment or nirvana, Christ consciousness, whatever you call it. That's the ultimate goal. And the best way to do that is by firstly loving yourself, forgiving yourself, and being thankful,
All
and
this
changing
is
your
coming to
perspective.
Christ. You're talking about Christ.
But that's every single prophet that has ever existed. Same message.
Nothing specific about Christ. You can, if you go to Hinduism, you will find it as a Kundalini.
No. Christ lives in me. Okay, so I can testify for Christ and His Holy
Yes.
Spirit.
You know why it says Christ? Why it says that? Because
it doesn't matter what anything says. I'm telling you.
Well, no, you're right about it. You're right, right? Christ is the same as Krishna or Mithras. They're the same entity, which is representing.
So,
one second, it's the Son of God. Remind yourself that it's the Son of God. The S-U-N.
Christ is depicted in the Hinduism as Buddha. So and
sorry,
even
you're right. You're right. Sorry.
Even the miracles that he got, you will have the same on Buddha's biography, and even that circle of the sun behind Christ, you will find the same one behind Buddha.
And
the illumination.
And
yeah, and illumination. Buddha was the illuminated one. So as Christ.
All right, but how about this? Buddha said, he regarded Jesus as another Buddha, but Jesus said the only way to the Father is through me.
Now, see that? Okay, so 1 second. Let me finish this first.
You tell me, bro.
Is that in the New or the Old Testament? Firstly,
it's in the New Testament.
In the New Testament. Okay.
Jesus is in the New Testament.
1 second. It doesn't matter which scripture it is. Firstly, I'm going to tell you now that Jesus is a made-up name. That's not his true name. His true name is Yeshua.
Yeshua.
Firstly.
Correct.
We can say it
Now,
at the same
if
time.
you look at that word within the, please, man, give me like 5 minutes. Let me explain this, and then you can say everything you want. Okay, brother?
No, that's
so,
fine. It's just it seems a bit heretical, but go ahead.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, man. But Christ also told you to seek and you shall find, knock upon the door and the door shall open for you. So ask questions and be curious. Don't just believe blindly.
No, so I'm becoming a Catholic, so I'm trying to get really hardcore with what's true. Like I'm even sick of Protestants saying Mary, that we can't pray to Mary.
I'm not gonna go into that, right?
But
That's
go
not
ahead,
my thing
Piggy.
right now. Yeah.
Go ahead, Piggy. I'm listening. By the way, I'm not a Christian.
No, I'm the only Christian here, but that's fine. We don't have to get into that.
Yeshua now. Yeshua in Hebrew, Yod He Vav He She, right? Or Yahavah She. That's the full name, which is also known as the Pentagrammaton. The word Yod He Vav He is known as the Tetragrammaton. You can take the Tetragrammaton and rearrange the characters of the Hebrew language into the form of a human man, with one thing missing, the spirit, which is the she, which you put in the middle. It also looks like a little fire, right? As it that lights up the body. That's why it says Christ is within you, because you quite literally are everything, and everything is you. Nothing is external, everything is internal. That's what all these different holy people, prophets are trying to describe to you, right?
Well, he's not a prophet,
it's not
so
saying that a literal person is within inside of you, rather
well, he
that you
does live
are that
within inside
person.
you because he had, specific. What's the word? Commandments. Okay, and he lived a certain life, and he led a certain example by dying on the cross for us. Okay, so the Son of God, the Creator of this world, who we are made in His image, became a human, and in the Pharisees, the ancestors of the rabbinical Jews today, right? They crucified the Son of God. So you could be the most amazing Son of God, perform miracles, and they will still crucify you. Okay, so this is an eternal battle. So
Can I
Jesus
read
Christ
you out
means
something?
something. It's not just some random arbitrary thing.
No, this is this means a lot, man. When you understand, hey, I have a lot of power.
So I think it's related to the context of our world, history, and society. It's all related to Jesus Christ being killed on the cross by the Pharisees. And that's what we see today with the Zionists running the world and the bankers. It's all related. We are the Christians dying on the cross. And so he told us how to live. We need to follow his way as a society. And as soon as you drop his name and say that it's something else or something or rather, then you lose his holy word.
That's what I'm doing. And I'm not Christian.
No, that's fine.
I'm not Christian, and that's what I'm doing.
Yo, Necros, you're interrupting. Necros, please.
No, that's fine. So you live in Morocco, is that correct? So if you don't live in a Christian country, then I do not expect you to be a Christian. So I think these religions are obviously related to your society and culture as a whole. So for me, being in a Christian society, I see absolutely no reason to do anything but accept it for what it is. And my own testimony, you see, there's no reason to be mystical about it.
Oh, it's not mystical, bro. Firstly, by no means am I trying to change. Let me say this first. I'm not trying to by any means change your belief or anything, and I respect what you believe in. All right,
no, that's fine, bro.
That's firstly. And secondly,
me too.
Secondly, I don't follow any single religion. I don't put a label of religion underneath me because
Me too.
religion hasn't done any good to humanity. Wars
I
have been
don't
fought
agree.
over religion. There's famine right now. There's people killing each other. All of these horrendous things are happening.
Yeah, we
So
can get
even
into
though
an
religion is
argument
all
about
about
this.
peace. Yeah, so we can agree on that. But
That's exactly
what
the
I
same.
decided to
argue
do,
about it.
so what I decided to do is just follow the teachings and practices of Christ and Christ-like figures
Yes.
by actually expanding my horizon and reading through all the different scriptures and truly like going down and not just face value saying, oh, okay, that's telling me that, but trying to see what's the inner meaning behind all of it. Because even the first Bible, the Greek version of the first Bible that was translated from the Hebrew was done by Hellenists, which were Hermeticists. So in essence, the Bible is already a mystical book in essence, because that's how they. And if you look at the Old Testament in Hebrew, it's even clearer that it's talking about the heavens above and other things than it is within the English, because verses have been completely removed or altered or added upon throughout the years. That's why you have hundreds of versions of the Bible, and the Quran and many scriptures.
That's fine, brother.
And for me too, I'm in Morocco. I confirm that, and I was born in an Islamic community. I was raised as a Muslim, and I just left the mainstream Islam. I don't deny the scriptures. Any scripture that they say from it was sent from God, Abrahamic scriptures, I don't deny anyone. Bible, Quran, Torah. For me, they are messages from the Creator. I think people don't understand them very well. So, and everyone have is its own interpretation. And I guess that they have some points where they are connected. And like I found in the Islamic scripture, and that's what made me just disbelief on what they say as Muhammad said in the hadith and those things. Like in the verse, it says, "Those who believe." So he means those who believe in the message of Muhammad, and those who are Jewish, and those who are Christians, and those who follow other religions. If you believe in God and you do good, and you believe in the day of judgment, you will have no fear. You will fear nothing. So it means you will be rewarded, and you will shall fear nothing. So for me, just I believe in the same God that the God that Jesus prayed to, and I pray to that God the same way that Jesus prayed to. And
but you live in Morocco, so you live in a predominantly Muslim country. So I
they hate me.
I completely respect you for following your own culture and society. Do you see what I'm saying?
They hate me for that. You can ask Kimball. He's muted now, and he knows me very well. We were in a Islamic server discussing flat Earth with Muslims, and he know that they hate me very hard, more than the Christians, more than the
No, the Christians accept you, brother. Jesus loves you, my brother.
Thank you, brother. I love you too. Whatever your belief is, even if you are just a deist and you believe in God, you don't follow any type of religion. Even if you are Jewish, for me, you do good if you believe in God, the Creator.
Okay, so Christians have we have a Trinity, so we have the Holy Spirit, and we can all tap into the Holy Spirit now, and it's full of love, and it's full of Christ's love. And that's the thing, you can tap into it whenever you want, once you accept Jesus Christ as God.
Yeah,
loving.
I don't go in those things. I'm just following the greater.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
I know.
You're a born again Christian.
I know that that what's important is to follow the teachings and practices of Christ. That's what's important.
When you switch your mind and consciousness, that truly to accept Jesus as God, you're open to an infinite pool of his love through the Holy Spirit. And it's an omnipresent, true, loving spirit that's been around for thousands of years. And it is so evident.
And
Is
I
it not
think
evident
the
with all the
greater is.
churches?
I think the greater is true love, and I think the greater
That's right.
is merciful, and I think the greater
He
is
had a
wise.
name. His name is Jesus Christ, and he died on the cross for us. So he became man, God, love, him.
I think that his name is Allah, like Jesus Christ
No.
or
That's
Yeshua
Allah.
used to call
No,
him.
that's fine. But in my opinion, brother, Allah is just
All
When
I know is
Jesus,
the
I don't
Christ
know.
prays to
It's
God
the
just like
Jewish God.
Muslims do.
yeah, he
Yeah,
All
falls
I
to
know is
his
that Christ prays to God like Muslims do. That's all I know.
No. Listen.
I agree. He falls to his
For
face
heaven's sake.
and pray to his God. So I do the
The
same
Muslims
thing.
copied the original way they prayed. It's called prostrating, where they go down and they kiss the floor. Okay, so that's completely incorrect.
So do you do that? Do you do that, or do you go to a church, sit
I
down?
don't do that.
Well, that's not following the practice and teachings of Christ, because he
Well, what
practiced
I was
that.
trying to
You
say
don't.
here is, I reckon Allah is just a complete rescript of the Jewish God. So the whole point of Christianity is that it's a Trinity. So you have a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Sorry, I'm playing Chivalry too. I don't know if you can hear
No, we can't. You're good.
So it's the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So the whole point is, bro, I like to use this analogy. It's kind of nerdy, but there's a Star Wars, series, right? You know how there's the first 3 movies where there's the prophecy of Darth Vader, right? And there's the prequels, which shows how it goes, and then Darth Vader kills the Emperor and ends the Sith, right? And then the sequel movies came out and made the whole prophecy redundant and brought the Emperor back, and then it made the whole point of the story redundant, right? That's exactly what Islam is.
Necros, have you read the Herb book?
Destroys the metaphysical understanding. Do you hear what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
And what do you think about that? What I just said.
I'm actually afraid to talk on this topic now.
Oh, pardon me. Can I ask you one question? Are you English or you're British?
Oh, what do you mean? Am I English? No, I'm not.
British. Well, I'm Irish and British, mate. My ethnicity. So I die by that area, bro.
I would tell you where I'm from, but we're on YouTube, so I'm not gonna do that.
We're not on YouTube. I think
Like I said,
the channel's not
I respect everyone's belief. For me, I follow my own beliefs. I can't consider the one who is saying that asking people why you call me good. The only good is God alone, and it means that separated thing from the greater. If you say something great and something greater, it means that it's not the same thing. That's my understanding, and I respect your belief. But I can't push my understanding and my belief on people. So everyone is just free to follow his spiritual path, because that's something personal.
I just want to say something real quick, man.
Yep,
Good morning,
go ahead.
guys.
Go, Campbell. You can go.
Yeah, we are on YouTube at the moment, guys. Just let
We are not on YouTube. Why would you want to be recording on YouTube? Seriously, who wants to listen to this?
There's a YouTube bot in here. Go check the YouTube bot. We are live on YouTube.
So who's watching on YouTube? Anyone?
It does not matter who's watching it, bro. You know that.
I'm just curious, bro. If it's actually on YouTube.
By the way, it doesn't matter. How are you, Kimball?
Bro, I'm alright, bro. I'm alright. I just want to say good morning, everybody, and just let you
Hey, Grand Rising, Kimbo. Much love to you, brother.
say good morning, bro. Yep. Good morning, sir.
Good
So
morning.
Go on, continue you guys' conversation. Go ahead.
You wanted to say something, Piggy?
Yes. So since I want to like piggyback on what you just said and see if then me and you are how aligned we are. Then
Go ahead.
would you then say that in essence? I'm trying to find the right words. I want to be very careful with this. Would you say then? I got it now. I got it. Sorry, it took me a second. So I agree with what you just said, everything. But for those that do consider to be for Christ to be God, I know that Christ said one thing.
Born again.
Right, born again. I know that Christ said one thing, that you can do everything that I can and much more, and that he says that he is within us. So does that also make every single person a God because we can do everything that he can and much more and he's within us? Or is that now an exception to the rule?
Of course
what do you
it's an
guys think?
exception because he died on a cross.
Well, to be fair, I know that the sun crosses the sun's dilemma on the 21st of December and dies for 3 days and is reborn then for on the 25th. And 8 days after that, we have summer, right? I know
Think
that.
about this. So the story truly is that's been genuinely understood to be true and worshipped is that Christ was a man and the Pharisees, he was crucified and he was God and they crucified him. Like he was the manifestation of the creator of this world. Imagine the entity that created this world or the intelligence of Genesis that breathed our souls, this and that.
I understand where you're coming from, Vanu. Trust me, I do.
He was on a cross and he died painfully. Think about this, okay? And then he was dead
let me please,
for
man.
all of us. And he came back to life.
See, you're trying to push your subject now. You're trying to push your belief, right? I'm just trying to have
What
a
I'm
talk.
trying to explain to you is this is what
I
is
know, I get it, Will.
true for us. But
I
you can't tell
understand
me
that, brother.
any other story. Buddha never, this never happened to him. He never died and came back to life and ascended to heaven. Muhammad didn't die and ascend to heaven. Only Jesus Christ did. Is this not correct? And think about this. The year is 2024. What happened 2024 years ago? Jesus Christ was
Okay,
born.
1 second. I'm going to have to stop this conversation now because I'm going to refer to Christ once again and the things that came out of his own mouth that people recorded down onto paper, known as scriptures. Mark 4:9 to Mark 4, roughly 18, 17, 18, where he basically says, now I'm paraphrasing, that you are given the keys to the kingdom of heaven and it resides within you. And I speak in parables. Everything I say in parables is said in parables, right? For those who lack those things, right, that are given to you to be able to understand. He quite literally says that everything.
Amen.
When he speaks in parables. So why are you taking the scriptures literally, bro? It's driving me insane.
And he also, like I said earlier in the verse, ask them, why do you call me good?
Excuse me?
No one is good except God alone.
What? No, you can't even call people good. What are you talking about, brother?
He asked, why do you call me good? No one is good except God alone. It means they are separate. God is good, but he is not.
Well, I don't know, brother. I think Jesus Christ is the definition of good.
But he said, no, why you call me good? He asked you.
No,
Critical question, why you ask me
think that,
good?
Vanu. You can think that, but his words alone negate what you're believing in. So are you going to listen to the man himself, what he tells you, or are you going to just believe what you believe?
So you think you completely destroyed all of Catholicism and the Eastern Orthodox, which billions of people have faith in. Is that correct on your tangent? Is this correct? Yes or no? That's all I want to hear from you.
If you want a yes, no, yes. I'm not trying to destroy
No. Sorry. Was it a yes or no?
Yes.
I appreciate it, man. I respect you. So look, I'll tell you one thing. I've been a born again Christian for 10 months. Okay, so I can testify that it's true, and I love you. Okay, but I'm not going to turn my back on Christ, and that's all I can say. Okay, brother.
Well, you're turning your back on scriptures.
No. It doesn't matter the scripture. We can get into scripture and we can have proper
You
arguments.
don't pray with your forehead down like he does.
Do you want to have arguments
You
about the
don't
scripture?
pray in
Do you own a Bible, bro?
secret or in private.
Do you own a
right?
Bible? Let's read
He
it
wasn't
together.
Christian.
I own a Bible, a Quran, and a Torah.
Basically, he wasn't even Christian.
Who's not a Christian?
Jesus.
What do you mean he wasn't a Christian?
He was Jewish. He was Jewish.
But how could he be Christian?
He was Jewish.
He was Jewish.
Yeah, no, he wasn't Jewish. He wasn't modern Jewish. He wasn't modern rabbinical Jewish that follows, they observe the Talmud.
He was born in Bethlehem. Bethlehem is found where?
No. So
where
the
is
Talmud,
Bethlehem found, bro?
Listen to me. You didn't hear what I just said. Modern Judaism is not related to traditional Judaism at all. Christians are the new
I'm talking about modern day Judaism. Christ, where he was born, the language that he spoke was spoken of the Aramaic people, aka the Jewish people. Do not misconstrue facts. Now you're spreading bullshit and you're pissing me off.
What bullshit did I spread? What are you talking
His true name is Yeshua, which is in Hebrew. How ignorant can you be?
His name is not Jesus. It's not Jesus. His name is not definitely not Jesus. No one called him Jesus in his life at all, even before. It wasn't Jesus at all. Jesus is an English name created recently with the English translations. But he's not.
It used to be Jesus. It used to be Jesus in Greek because they didn't have certain letters in the Hebrew.
His name was Yeshua. So why the fuck, first of all, are you having a go at me? Second of all, what were you saying that lie was I spreading? I know he's from Jerusalem and he was a traditional Jew of the Torah. So I don't understand what the argument was. This is half of the Bible is the Old Testament.
He's telling you that people are not following his way. They don't pray like he did pray.
What are you talking about, bro?
They don't follow everything he did. He was Jewish. They are Christians. He never stand in front of a cross.
You can be an Islamist.
I'm not an Islamist, and like I told you,
I don't know why you're having a go at me, but I want to ask Piggy, why was he saying that rubbish to me? Why were you saying I was spreading lies? What did I say? You tell me.
Let me tell you. I say the same things to the Muslims because they want to idolize Muhammad too. So for people, they can't. The problem with people is that they don't want to just go to God, go to the greater directly. They want an intermediary physical creature, something which is just created by the creator. Like, for example, Jesus is not God, because if Jesus is the word, so the word was spoken if Jesus is the word,
bro, I don't want to hear. I'm not going to listen to you saying Jesus is not God. I'm not going to listen to it.
Consider him whatever you want. I'm not pushing this on you, but I'm telling you the reality. If Jesus is the word was spoken by someone who spoke it, and it was the greater. He was already there. There was nothing, and he spoke the word. That means that the word didn't exist when God existed. And if Jesus is the will, it means that it is the will of something already there.
Yeah, Necros, I get what you're saying, but a simpler way of saying it is, my son is no more me than Christ is God, because that is what it's referring to, right? It's a part of him, yes. Everything is. He created everything, right? He has the power to say, "Hey, I choose you to spread my message. I bestow you now the ability to use that power that is within you from me," right? Just as when I create a child and I have a little boy, right? He is technically a mini me, yes, he has my DNA, but he is not me, right? He might be able to do, he might be as
If you
smart
guys
as me.
talk about this topic, don't expect it not to end in some type of argument every single time. You guys should expect this when you start the topic.
Yeah, let's stop talking about Jesus Christ, please. Let's stop talking.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not going to win, and I'm never going to accept anything.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But for me, I think for
it
me,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think that if it's coming to love, I think that I am in love with Jesus as you are. But I don't. It's just that point.
But
I am in
love him.
love with
Okay.
Jesus, even
Do
in
you want to hear the difference with me?
even in the scriptures that I did read, all the scriptures, Bible, Quran, also, Jesus is the most mentioned one and privileged one in all those scriptures.
Yes, I understand. But I'll tell
No
you one
exception.
thing.
Even if the Quran is talking little about Muhammad, but it's not as it talks about Jesus, and it's not as it considering Jesus and his mother.
Let me tell you one thing, Nikos.
In Quran, you know that in Quran, Mary is a sinful woman, and it's the only woman in Quran. Mary is a sinful woman, and it's the only woman in the entire history that were mentioned by name in the Quran. The only woman. I'm telling you the truth.
She was a virgin, a perpetual virgin.
Yeah, I know. She was a perpetual
is the mother of God, brother.
We know that it's mentioned also in the Quran. You're not saying something new. You're not saying something new. We know that Mary was virgin and never touched and never touched by any man, and she died as a sinful woman. Sinless. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry with my bad English. Oh my God. Sinless.
No, you're good.
Oh my God. Shit. I said sinful woman in the beginning, and that's why you were surprised.
You had this.
I'm sorry. It's sinless. She died as a sinless woman, and she was the only one mentioned in the entire Quran by name. There is many women that are mentioned in the Quran, but not by name. It can say the wife of Flan, of that guy, that woman, but it never talk about any woman by name. Even Eve. Even never said. It says Adam and his spouse. The only woman mentioned by name and glorified to that point is Mary. Plus, Jesus is the most mentioned one and glorified one in the entire scripture. And the scripture don't tell me that Christians and Jewish and those people that will go to hell because they are not following the message in the Quran. No, tells me if you are believer, I believe in that message, the last message sent, so the Quran. If I am Jewish, I believe in just in Bible and the old scriptures. If I am but the old scriptures. If I am Christian, and even if I am following another religion, if I believe in the Creator, in the Greater, in the God, and I do good all around me, so it means that I will just symbolize a person living in heaven. I will just be an example of a person being in heaven. And if I believe that there will be a day of judgment that we will be judged about what we did in this realm, where there is the negative and positive everywhere where you are, positive and negative in the toroidal field. You have the one that go in, the one that goes out, positive and negative in the energy, positive and negative in the feeling. So we are in that realm, like you said, that plane of inertia in the middle, where the positive and the negative are just mixed together in the middle. So we do have the choice. We are creatures. He created us as beings that have intellect and that have choice. So we have to choose between the positive and the negative, the bad and the good. And that's the purpose of life.
Do not forget to mention about the arcs and the angles at which the light hits you, right, and reaches you. And then from that you have the archangels.
Yeah, even if you think deeper about that, the angels he created in first place the positive, the creatures of the positive, and he created the creatures of the negative. So the demons, Satan and his followers, and those creatures that they are the negativity itself. They can't do any good. And there are the angelic forces that are the positivity itself. So, and he created the middle, the world in the middle, so the earth that we are living in, the plane of inertia, and he created us, the creatures that are in equilibrium inside the positive and the negative, and we got in us the positive and the negative, and we are able to receive positive and negative influences, like those satanic influences from the deceiver, like Adam fall in the first test. He followed, yeah, the negativity.
Yep. Now let me try to close this up now, okay? In essence, as the Bible says, and I mentioned before with the whole 666, well, guess what? The mark of the beast is also 666, which is you, carbon man.
Yep.
That is the mark of the beast. That's just Saturn. It's your physical body. That's why he's evil. Because you get to die. You're going to die. That's why it's evil, because you're not immortal, because you're not connected to source.
And it says in Genesis that after original sin of us knowing a God or knowing a good and evil and becoming like him, even though he asked us not to do that, we were sent to dust, and that is to sine wave, and that's to 666 carbon. So
yes. So again, it's all of this is metaphysical, man. We just right now we use the Bible in a metaphysical, spiritual
and then
sense.
think about this. So since Christ came to die for original sin, so the answer to this 666 hologram of materialism is Jesus Christ in my.
Let me ask you this about me.
Let me finish. In my theology, that's the answer. Okay, in my theology.
All right.
And that's the end of it. So I don't want to hear anything about anything but the truth. Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, let's go. Cool. Yeah.
I just find it curious that people use the name of that. By the way, Necros, your mic is muffled. If you were trying to speak, nobody could understand anything. But when we talk about the different apostles, right? Apostles, why are we referring to their English names and not their original names, their Aramaic names?
Okay, so we refer to Jesus as Jesus because Yeshua is.
I'm sorry, not meant to interrupt. I will just go to take the kid. I'll take the kid to school. I come back later.
Yeah, cheers, brother.
Cheers.
So anyway, Yeshua, I believe, is not used in the Bible, not only because of its Greek connotations and the fact there's the whole rubbish with that, but I think it's because Yeshua exemplifies the Jewish nature of it, where Jesus was simply for us Gentiles to understand his name. And he chose that. God chose us to know him as Jesus, because it says in the scripture that his name would be known as Jesus. Okay. And it says this in the first scriptures of Matthew. So if it was Yeshua, it'd be written that way. Okay. We don't refer to him as Yeshua for a very good reason.
I just find it weird that some words in the Bible are kept in Hebrew and other words aren't, and some names are completely removed. Like, well, to be fair, So God's name isn't important then because it was removed what
Who's
50
God's
or
name? Jesus
70,000 times and
Christ.
replaced with Lord.
His name's Jesus Christ. We know God's
I'm
name,
not
brother.
referring to that. I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the word capital letters LORDE, Lord, being put in the Bible roughly anywhere between 50 or 70,000 times,
Oh yeah, it
and
was
instead of
changed.
the actual name of God. Is that not peculiar? And if you actually put
No,
in the name
it's
of the
not
God,
peculiar to me at all because it's to do with context. It's
oh
not.
yeah,
It's not a
and
conspiracy
because of
at
context,
all.
people will know the name of God through context, even though the name of
Lord
God
was
isn't
known
mentioned once.
contextually to us as medieval Europeans. That's correct, as opposed to saying it originally was Yahweh or some rubbish. Okay, that is not
Oh,
relevant to
brother.
the new Jews. We are the new Jews. The Christians were the New Testament.
That's a
Okay,
dangerous
we
ideology.
are
Live by that.
chosen by God. No, no, no. You don't understand. The Christians are chosen by God now. They are the new Jews.
You just realize you just called half of your belief rubbish because your New Testament
No,
is built
what are
upon
you
the Old
talking about?
Testament, and you
That's what
called
I
just
said.
that all that Jewish stuff rubbish. So you I
No,
don't know, you believe in
the
rubbish, bro?
Jews of today don't follow the Torah. They follow the Talmud. They interpret the Torah through the Talmud. The Talmud is rabbinical and written a few
And what
centuries
have I
after
mentioned the
Christ.
Talmud once?
It tells. It's. I'm not talking about that. So the modern Jews, you know what it says in their book? It says that Christ is boiling in excrement. Okay, so our God, according to them, is boiling in excrement. Can you believe that?
So I'm
Not only
referring
that,
to a people back in the time when
what
from
are you
where your
talking
stuff
from?
originated, and you're answering me with the modern day Jews. What do the modern day Jews have to do with those people back
What's your
then?
question?
Because they
You're
don't
talking
believe
about
the
the
same
people who
thing.
crucified Jesus. Was that your question?
I'm actually, Kembo, I saw you wanted to talk, man. I'm done with this conversation. This is insane.
What was your fucking question? What was his question? I don't understand.
No question, man. You're good. You're good.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Having a go at me? You were talking about the Jews and I answered you. So what's the problem?
Yo, Kembo, you're gonna jump into the server later.
Oi, can you tell me what was the problem, cunt?
No, we're
No,
done
go
with
ahead.
this conversation, man.
Yeah, I'm just listening, man. I can't speak at the moment.
Fuck's wrong with that cunt? P, what's wrong with you?
I don't mind. My phone is passing out. I'm trying to type in the side chat, but it keeps on leaving me from the VC.
You unfriended me, bro. You're a dog.
Nah, man. You already called me a cunt, man.
You're a Jew cunt, aren't you? Are you Jewish?
Oh, now you're gonna add hum attack. Cool, bro. Just keep
Are
showing
you
your
Jewish?
colors. We
Say
already
yes
know
or
that
no.
you follow another. Bro,
Hey, listen, guys. Hey,
this is
take it easy,
amazing,
man.
man. Just
Take it
show the
easy.
world
I'm not
what
in
your
that
true
Bro, what's
colors
the
are,
situation.
man.
problem?
This is
I just
insane.
asked you, are you Jewish? Yes or no? Can you
No,
answer the
first you
question?
implied that. First you implied that. That's the funny
No, I'm
part,
just
man. You truly
asking
are
you.
something. Yeah,
It
yeah,
was a
man.
yes or no
Definitely.
question, you dickhead. Why can't you answer that? I'm not even trying to swear at you.
Oh, more ad hum attacks? Yeah, yeah. I can see you're very cool and just trying to find
I
out stuff.
said
As I
yes
told you
or no.
before,
That's not an ad hom.
if you
I said
listen through the whole entire conversation, I already told you once, I'm not telling you where I live, let alone like what's
live.
my.
I said, are you Jewish? Yes or no?
I already answered that question literally in the conversation like half an
Just
hour
say
ago that I
no or
don't follow
yes.
any practice. I
Alright,
already told you that
guys.
answer.
Okay, look,
Dude, he is
look,
a Jew.
look.
Jew!
We gotta. Oh,
He's a fucking Jew!
shut up,
Bro, you're sad.
dude. What the
How
fuck's wrong with
stupid
it?
can you be? When Necros was talking and he said he was an ex-Muslim, I said literally the same thing. You truly are insane, bro. You are pathetic. You have no capacity to listen to a conversation.
It's gone.
You saw the hate there. I'm sorry, man. Bloods. You know who I am, man. But I'm not dealing with that stuff.
And then this is the reason why we try to in this room. Of course, sometimes we go off topic here and there, but most of the time we always trying to bring it back to flat Earth. Because when you go
Yeah.
into like a different subject, you know what I mean, and because you go into history, you go into the biblical and stuff, man, it's tough to prove none of that stuff because everybody learn from different sources, and that's why we like to stick to flat Earth, something we
I
can
get
prove.
that. I was so mistaken, Kembo. Me and him were off on a great page. I saw we were on the same like with everything, and Necros joined in, and me and him just instantly continued, and we thought we were on. Then all of a sudden, this, and I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
Well, it sound like he wants to marry you for a second, and then all of a sudden he turned on you.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, man. And I'm not lying about any of my claims. What I said, I told him once before that I'm not going to say where I live. I told him that I was an ex-Muslim, that I did tell him, and that I don't follow any particular religion. So this question was a fallacious question trying to push his narrative he created that I'm Jewish, which is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's ignorant. It's all right. We'll move on. We'll talk about. So, what are we gonna talk about? Back to flat Earth, man. You got anything? You want to start off today with the flat Earth, my friend?
Hey, you flat?
Are you a
I'm going to
globie?
take it. Yo, Kembo, Bloods, I'm going to take like a little break from this. I'm going to go eat something, and I'll be back later.
Yeah,
Okay?
go eat, go relax, my friend.
Much love.
Yeah, what's up, DJ? What's going on, brother? If you can hear me, DJ, Necro, what's going on? Everybody. I mean, it's not that cold, but it's the temperature is changing. I feel like winter is coming. Time to drink some tea, like an old man. That's what old people do, right? We drink tea. Right, blood?
The fuck you call me for?
Like old people do, Old people drink tea.
Hey, just poured one.
Man, good morning, bro.
Good night.
How's work today?
Yeah, it's alright. It's been quiet. Cool.
So guys, I'm back.
Necro, what's going on, bro? I couldn't speak earlier, man.
No worry.
But
I took the kid to the school.
Okay, I thought you took two kids in here to school. There was two kids, two grown ass fucking kids. Funny.
No.
One is
They're
not bad.
good.
No, in here. I'm talking about in here.
Yeah. You were talking about the guys that were here in a moment.
Yeah.
No, they're good. Yeah, good.
After you left, I guess after Daddy left, they start fighting.
I see. Yeah, because I hate that. I hate pushing beliefs on people and those things. So that he wanna push his understanding about Jesus. So yeah. And the other guy don't believe in that, and I told him that I'm not the one who will just consider Jesus as God. So I'm believing in a creator, whatever it is, however it is, wherever it is. I doesn't matter for me. It's just one. There are not multiple creators who created this reality. So I am following the one who created this reality.
Nice.
No, I got you, bro.
I say Jesus is the son.
Oh man, don't let what's his name, Ray comes in. You familiar with Ray? I'll start talking about Prometheus and fucking Zeus and all that stuff. Yep. Got you though.
Fucking story about the stars, isn't it? Surely. Well. Anyway. What shape's the Earth? Does it have a shape?
I don't know. You tell me, man. Oh, what's up, Q? Q just popped in there.
What's happening?
Oh yeah, what's up, Kimbo?
How you feeling, bro? You good?
You know, I'm good. Just cooking some food.
Yeah. Hey, I was not here earlier. Well, I was in here, but I was not here. It was AFK. Did Rap Scuttle say something in the chat? Did anybody respond to him?
Nothing particular.
Okay.
What
Why?
point?
I just want to make sure if I missed something important from Rap Scuttle.
Oh yeah.
Nothing important.
Okay.
Why did Vano call you a Jew?
No, he didn't call me Jews. He called the other kids, what is it, Picky Jew. So
He called Piggy a Jew?
yeah. What are
Man,
you?
they were
You?
talking for hours just fine, and then suddenly just
Yeah,
said
bro.
Jew.
They stopped fighting.
Yeah, went on.
I think their acid was wearing off or something.
What was wearing off?
Their acid.
Oh yeah.
Whatever the hell they were on.
No, really, anti-globalists just predicted that before it happened. So he said that this discussion will not end well.
I cursed them with my negativity. No, that's just how every single conversation like that ends up.
Yeah, it's about beliefs. It's about something personal, spirituality.
Exactly.
It's
Not saying
called.
any of them
Its
are
name.
wrong or right.
Yeah, its name is just define what it is. It's spirituality. It's something that's it's my own spirituality, my way with the one who created this thing. No, it's not something that we have to push on a community like they are doing in religions.
It's because Varnos is like one of those, like he's like a new born again Christian just for us, only 8 months or something. So what I've noticed is those people like to preach and
Every time, every single time since I quit the mainstream Islam, every time someone tell me follow us and you will be rewarded. If you don't, you'll go to hell. And I'm just saying, nah, God will never tell me that. The Creator will not ever tell me, you follow that group of people, be good. You don't, you won't be good. And you will go to hell. Like the Muslims do, like the Jewish does, Christians do the same thing, Hindu do the same thing. If you're not following a specific group, you are not the good one. And you will not be rewarded, and you will go to hell. Even if you are a good person, a real representation of someone living in heaven. Not lying, not killing, not stealing, not doing anything, doing charity, share with people, being truthful, share knowledge, do any good thing. And tell me that God will just put you in hell? Why? Because I didn't believe in Muhammad, that Muhammad went to sky with the Pegasus, or Jesus being God, or Buddha, or that one, or that one. No. It's not God. He's not like that. When God created man, he never made a religion. In those Abrahamic religions, they all know that Adam didn't follow any specific religion. Just followed his creator, and even he didn't follow him very completely. He just slipped in the simple task that he were given.
It's fascinating.
Winter's coming, guys. Gonna get cold. Better be ready.
Yep.
Winter is coming. Same here.
What is it? Probably like what? Another month or two for you, DJ.
Yeah, like this week's like 25 degrees ish. Week will be
Oh.
like 20, and then it drops down to like 15 for a few weeks, and then all the leaves will start to fall off the trees, and then it'll start to get nasty.
I was researching a thing. When they made those things that they call 4 seasons, when they just dispatch it to 4, not 2. Because in the ancient knowledge, they didn't have 4; they had 2. One that starts in equinox, autumn equinox, and it's the winter. It starts in the autumn equinox, and it will end in the other equinox. That's a season, six months. The winter one, the cold one, and the other one will start from the what's the other? I forgot the name. So from the other equinox till and we'll have the summer in the middle, and you will have the peak of summer, and every peak of season is the middle of the month, like 25 the Christmas, the 25 December. It is the peak of that winter season where the sun is in its farthest point, and you will just dispatch those seasons to those to 2 circles, just one going from the equator to the southern hemisphere, and the second one from the equator to the northern hemisphere. It will take 6 months, and they dispatched that to 4 for the globe.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure, but I think it's also depend like where you at, you know, on Earth. I remember when I used to live in Maine, like we do have 4 seasons too. You know, the spring, summer, and fall and winter.
Is it a common knowledge that we live the opposite seasons in the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
man.
Yes.
I mean, it's starting to get warm now in Australia.
Yeah.
Like at my mom's place, it's starting to get really warm. Just had all their cold months, and
they call it summer in the southern hemisphere?
Of course.
Hmm?
Yeah, exactly the same. Just the opposite.
So if I live in, for example, in Australia, in southern hemisphere, now I will consider this part of the year. They consider this part of the year summer. They call it summer because I swear I didn't know at all. Because what I was thinking that everyone is is just calling it the winter season because of the months.
Well, summer starts on the 1st of December.
Nice.
Australia goes through to February.
Nice to know.
But in Southeast Asia, they should just have summer. That's it. Or rainy season and slightly less. Is it rainy season and dry season or something? Because it's always hot as hell.
Yeah, that's what we have. Yeah, I remember. See, thank God, like I lived there. So, yep, two main season. I mean, we have some, the way they use the term over there, in our language, whatever. Well, I mean, we do. Yeah, that's it, bro. Dry season, wet season, for the most part. Same thing when I live in Maine, which is up north, right there next to Canada. We also have 4 season up there, you know. And a few months you have, the springtime. A few months you have summer, and then fall time, and then the winter. Oh, winter is cold. Yeah. But then when I moved to Florida, it's like, oh, most of the time out of the year is like all nice and hot. You know what I mean? And then we have the wet season, the hurricane season, and then they get a little cold here and there, like a few weeks out of the year. That's it. The rest is just hot. Texas is similar.
Also here in Morocco, we live the seasons like it should. So the summer is really hot. In the winter it's rainy and cold. We don't have any snow, only in the peak of the mountains in few regions, in certain mountains. Yeah, in general, during the whole year, the temperature never dropped very low.
But what's the general temperature during the day in winter?
I say it can drop to 16, between 15, 11, something like that. Never below that.
See, Australia is really weird. In Australia, if you go right up to the north, it's very similar to Southeast Asia. It's just like pretty much summer all year round. It's humid, it's tropical. And then you go down to like say you're going down the East Coast, it slowly normalizes into the standard 4 seasons. So around the middle of Australia, around Brisbane or Gold Coast area where I'm from, it doesn't get too cold. It gets really hot in summer and just like around 15, 20 winter. But then you keep going south further, it starts to get really, really cold winter, but still really hot in summer. It's kind of like we have it here in Poland. It can get 35, 40 during summer. It can be snowing and freezing during winter.
I think that the best tropic to live in is the equator. Those regions have good time every time.
Oh yeah, man, I love Thailand weather. Those places, the best, in my opinion.
Welcome, Miss Dove. What's going on?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Looks like I missed all the fun. I'm so bummed.
Hope you are having a good day.
Thank you, Necros. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Like always. Damn, I can't complain of anything. I don't have bad stuff to complain about. Shit.
We could sit here and complain about the Globies.
No, seriously, I think the creator is proud of me. I'm having peaceful, nice life. I have nothing to complain about. I don't have any fucking enemies. Nothing. It's good all the time. Very nice kid. I think that was a gift.
That's awesome, man. Stay
I'm
blessed, stay
very
that way,
thankful.
brother. Ooh. All right, guys. I gotta go. I'll be back a little later. Gotta
Have a good
run
one,
out.
brother.
All
Thanks,
right.
buddy.
Take care. I'll be back.
You Kimbo.
Peace out, brother.
Welcome to the dance.
Welcome to what?
To the
Yes,
dance is
DJ.
something I've watched.
We look at some carcasses. Yes. Feast upon.
Hello.
Hello. How the
Hey.
devil are you? How the devil are you?
So, my name is what is my name? My name is Plumas. I
Loomis?
think, yeah, yeah. I'm trying to understand your the position of the flat Earth. Who are you? Are you a flat Earth person?
I am not a flat earth person.
Oh,
I can get you a flat earth person to speak up. Do we have any flat earthers in the house that could talk to him?
Yeah, dude, it's very easy to understand flat Earth.
There you go.
Cavemen mastered this concept 10,000 years ago. So when someone says they don't understand flat Earth, at some point I'm like, what content did you add to confuse yourself? What did you do to two words, flat Earth, adjective, noun? What more did you add to walk yourself into deep-seated, back-to-back logical contradictions where now you don't understand even describing the surface as you perceive it?
There you go. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So what basically, in other words, what is your major malfunction, Private?
Yeah. So I wouldn't say major.
What is your
but
malfunction?
Yeah. Let me just tell you a minor malfunction. What about tides? I'm just curious. Is there a flat Earth theory about tides?
Exactly the same thing. You just don't add in lunar gravity selectively only pulling salt water. You just don't add that part in.
Okay, so then there's
exactly the same tides.
So then what causes the tides?
The same thing.
The same thing? Well, what do you mean the same thing?
Exactly the same as you see it.
So I think that, it makes a lot of sense that the Earth is this sphere-like object, and there's a moon that's another sphere that orbits the Earth, and there's this gravity going between those two.
Can I ask why that makes sense to you, please?
A number of reasons why it makes sense, and a number of things that it answers.
Go on then.
But one of them is just the tide. So I'm just asking about the tide.
Yeah, exactly the same tide, except for don't go one step further and say there's a giant rock way far away that seems to only affect salt water and nothing else. Don't add that part. Leave that part out. And then use tides just as you perceive them. Don't go further than that. Don't be like, hey, the moon has gravity, but the earth has gravity, but the moon gravity can pull water away from the surface of the earth. But only if it's ocean water and salt water. If you put other water next to the salt water, it doesn't work. Or your body, which is 70% water, that's not affected by lunar gravity. There is no tidal force other than salt water for some reason. And then it's only in
there
some
are tides, though.
there's only in some areas. There isn't like universal tides all over the earth. They're only affected in some areas. So then,
Great. I have a question. Is there also tides? If you fill a bucket from the ocean and you put it next to the ocean, it will be there. Tides in the
some reason. Yeah, if you put the water in a bucket, there's no tides anymore.
So I guess that's what I'm really interested to understand. If there is a flat Earth explanation of tides,
the same one, exactly the same explanation.
But the same one was, so the one that I'm thinking of is a gravity from the celestial object.
Don't add that part in. Leave that part out. No, that's not the part. That's not the part. Use everything other than the giant method. Yeah, use everything until you add in a giant floating space rock that only affects salt water in oceans and only in a few areas around the world, not everywhere. It's very selective about which areas get tidal force and which areas don't get tidal force.
Maybe it can help. Tides will happen only in the places that are connected to the rivers.
Yeah, that's the part that you basically look at it and use a terrestrial explanation, which was demonstrated by cavemen 10,000 years ago. That you right before, I don't know who came up with tides, but use the day before some crazy batshit lunatic said it's moon gravity. Okay, yeah, use the explanation prior to that dude just blurting out some random crazy shit that he has yet to demonstrate. How would you demonstrate that? Well, how about this? How would you demonstrate the moon?
Prior to moon gravity? What is the explanation? That's what I'm trying to get to.
The same one. The same thing.
No,
the tide is exactly what it.
Do you know what that
is
one
exactly what it does. Exactly as you see it, and that's how they work in the areas where there's tides, and there's areas without tides too.
So anything else?
These really big lakes called the Great Lakes, and they don't have tides. So how about this? Write down all the ingredients you need for lunar tides, and then start checking off the places that have every ingredient but no tide. And then once you've got enough exceptions to the rule, just go back and say, you know what? This rule doesn't work. It's not working. This is an unworking model, an unworking explanation. You might as well, it'd probably be better that you just say like fairies as your explanation.
Okay.
Fairies sprinkle dust from the sky.
Is that the flat Earth explanation?
No, that's your explanation. Your explanation is better if you just say fairies do it.
Gotcha. So I'm asking for your explanation.
Yeah, the same one. The same explanation
don't
as before.
Say the same one. Does anyone else hear me? I don't want to hear you say the one. I want you to explain what the one is.
Yeah, the tides work exactly as you see them, the same way for thousands and thousands of years in the areas where you work.
Strange way of saying I don't know. You can just say I don't know.
I do know. I know for a fact that there is a cyclical pattern that repeats itself in certain areas that are connected to other areas, and you got exactly what you see is what you get.
I think you're describing what tides are instead of explaining a cause of the tides, and that's where I'm getting hung up.
The tides are caused by the same as what you see. The water moves in, the water goes back out, is geographical and connected to the ocean.
Yeah, I think we're stuck. I guess I'm not.
No, the problem is that you've got some sort of half-baked explanation about sky magic, invisible sky magic that only pulls up on ocean water. No other water is affected. And only ocean water in certain areas and not other areas. And If you separate that ocean water into a different container, suddenly it's not affected anymore. It's like you eliminated some variable somehow. If I take a big pool, a big saltwater pool, then your gravity, your fairy dust from outer space stopped working. So why would that be? Why, if I move water from point A to point B, how did your fairy dust from outer space stop working? See, you walked yourself into a contradiction. You're like, well, if it's not fairy dust, then it can't be anything at all. It's just, it can't be explained without your fairy dust. No, I didn't add fairy dust. You did.
I'm actually completely open to hearing a better explanation.
Your invisible fairy dust is not a better explanation. That's not an explanation.
I'm willing to reject fairy dust forever.
Then do it. Then do it.
As long as you can give me an explanation.
Yeah, all you need to do is open the history book and read that motherfucker and use any explanation you need from the day of cavemen all the way until some dude did some huge meth hit and said sky magic did it.
Okay.
Do you want to change a speculation by another speculation? Is that what you are trying to have?
Want to say, hey, give me a better speculation than fairy dust. I'm like, just use
I can give you a speculation. I can give you a speculation. Like I told you, you can get that speculation from what I told you earlier. Tides happen only in the places that, in the bodies of water that are connected to rivers. Only. You can say that it is a literal add of volume of water, literal water added to that space, to that volume, and it's the water. Just you get more water, and you will have that high tide. Add to it a whirlpool that will drain the supplement, and you will just have low tide.
Okay, so you can just say water
you can speculate every. Yeah, you can. Yeah, maybe speculation. Like I told you, you want to change the speculation by another and accept it directly. Okay, tides happen only in the places that are connected to rivers.
Let's
means
test it.
that tides are related to rivers.
Yeah, let's test the claim. So the Dead Sea is ocean water, and it's an ocean, and it's not connected. Or wait, is it? No, it is connected to a river, but it doesn't have tides. Maybe I was thinking it's not connected to the wider ocean.
When I am talking about being connected to a river, it means that a river flow will flow water on it, not that lake will just overflow by rain or something like that, and will create a path for river that where it will just throw water from it to somewhere else. Now, I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about being connected to a river. It means that a river is throwing water on that volume, ocean, lake, and you will have
here, check this
high
out.
tides.
There, the Mediterranean Sea, Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and the Caribbean Ocean do not have tides. Huh. Well, if you got sky magic from a giant floating rock, why don't these
not have tides? Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, it says
I've
the
been
source
to
is.
Jamaica. I don't. You're saying the entire Caribbean doesn't have tides?
Yeah, I hear this is a sailing school. You can go here's even with citation. See, you don't know this content. That's a big problem right here. You don't have an answer and you think you have an answer, then you want to try to understand the answer and you can't even use the answer you currently got. You've walked yourself.
So far, I just want to think that. So I'm willing to abandon my fairy dust theory.
I don't care what you do. That's the best part. Right here, click this link. They break down why it can't be the moon.
Okay, cool. There we go. I'll go check this out and crack that history book open and read about cavemen.
Read that motherfucker.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Your name's Crit? Is that your post? Are you Crit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
It's really good here. Why take sailing lessons in the Mediterranean? Well, because in the Mediterranean, it's a great place to start sailing because you don't have to learn about tides. They are considered non-tidal.
Oh,
which means exactly as it sounds.
Mediterranean.
I hope I don't have to explain that to you.
So I heard Caribbean before. My mistake. I didn't know you were saying.
No, Caribbean's listed too. He listed, if you can't get to the Mediterranean, here are some other bodies of water that are also described as non-tidal. The Baltic Sea, it's right there. The link I sent you highlights the text.
So the article is saying that most of the ocean is affected by tides, which is a combination. One of the factors is the gravitational force of the moon. So you're using the article not to dispute gravity caused tides, but just to try to say that there are places that have no tides, right? That your whole point is that there's not tides like equally throughout the oceans.
That was your claim. Your claim was there's tides everywhere, and flat earthers can't explain that.
No, incorrect. I said there are tides, and what is the explanation for those tides?
So what he told you is that he's talking about the tides not being caused by any gravitation from the moon, because you can test it by using the same water that were. You can test it by using the same water that were pulled by that magnetism from the moon. You take a sample of that water, like you can find in the pools that are next to the beach, that they fill from the water by using water from the beach. So you don't have tides in those pools, and you don't have tides in a sample of water that you can take a bucket of water. You take it from the beach.
Yeah.
Where you have high tides and low tides, and never ever see water overflowing from that bucket because the moon just pulled the water. No.
Yeah. No, thank
so
you.
We will just suppress that fake idea that the moon is just pulling waters. No, it doesn't.
So let me the article that you just posted, second paragraph states, quote, most of the oceans of the world are subject to tides, which are caused by the combination effects of gravitational forces exerted by the sun and the moon and rotation by the earth. Now, I know you don't believe in that part, so it seems like it's not a good article to support your claim.
No, it's a perfect article. Because why are these spots on the earth suddenly don't have these ingredients? So it's a whole... Do these places not rotate?
Hey, I didn't post the article, man.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, hey, all these 5 places I looked at have tides. That's because the earth is rotating and there's moon. Oh, but these 12 other places without tides, that's because there the earth isn't rotating and there's no moon. Like, what the fuck? How do you do that? How do you say you've got a universal variable that applies everywhere and it doesn't?
And they never factored that in any laboratory that the samples of water that they will have to use will be differently affected by the moon. So the volume that will be filled by that water will just change drastically by high tide and low tide. They never factor that, but because they know that doesn't exist.
But no, so first of all, my claim isn't that tides are equal throughout every body of water.
Why not? Why not? World. Why wouldn't they be?
Never been my claim, and it's not a
Why
fair
wouldn't they be?
Tides.
Why wouldn't the tide be everywhere? Why is it? Why is it so magical? Why is there only certain areas that have tides? Why not everywhere?
This is what's unfortunate. I really like to talk with you guys, but this crit, you overtalk constantly. And
you're the one with questions, dumb fuck. You're the guy with the question. I'm the guy with the answer. You want answers from me, but you won't stop talking. You just keep talking over and over again. Take a breath, ask a question, then sit on mute and listen to the motherfucking answer. Then, once you understand the answer, be like, okay, cool, I got an answer, and then you understand it, which is supposedly your goal at the beginning, unless you fucking lied about it. And then number two was, if you don't understand it, start thinking about why. How are you brain farting full content that was mastered by cavemen 10,000 years ago? Why did that Cro-Magnon brain was able to wrap their head around this, but you are too bricked. You're too stupid. And I gave you that answer already. You've added content that wasn't there to walk yourself into a contradiction, and now you're confused. Or maybe it's B. Maybe B, your brain just doesn't work. You're a high caloric, low nutrient diet, and your brain doesn't have the stuff to allow you to think things through. To even hear. If I just gave you, if you asked me a question and I just made random animal sounds, you could be like, okay, well, I got an answer, but I don't understand. I don't speak sheep or wolf or whatever, or, elephant. You're making a bunch of elephant sounds. I don't understand. I don't speak elephant. But you're not even able to do that. You're not even able to hear what was said to you and then be like, okay, I understand what you said, and here's my take on it, or here's my current working knowledge. You just keep asking over and over and over again while non-stop talking through any time someone tries to give you the answer again. At this point, dude, you are just bricked. It'd be better off talking to a brick wall. Just hang up the phone and just talk yourself into a brick wall and then think you won the internet for the day. And just tell, hey, the brick never answered your questions, so now you won. Checkmate, brick wall. You won again. And take your booby prize and just go about your life as if nothing changed. And you just did exactly what you did day in, day out, and now you know why. You know exactly why you're never going to get it. You can't. It's impossible for you to understand anything other than that you've got some belief system and you're afraid to even have it challenged. You're scared shitless. You're running scared, which explains why you got this motor mouth and you won't shut the fuck up. So now ask again. I don't know. He is amazing. He let me talk through all that. Did someone put him on mute?
Oh no, I'm listening. I'm here.
Okay. Normally, when you get someone that trigger, it's like they gotta mute you. So if you were able to listen and keep your mouth shut, well, it shows that you're learning. At least that's something.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm interested to hear the opinion.
But chill, Plumas, like it.
So I got some research to go do. I got to go look at what the early theories of tides were before that spherical rock with the magic moon dust. That's what I got. And
or use the theory for the Mediterranean Sea Caspian Sea, Dead Sea, Caribbean Sea. Use those theories too. Be like, oh, okay, look, here's an ocean with all the tide, and it has the moon, and it has rotation. Fuck.
So, Plumas, I just wanted to add in one more thing before you left. I mean, would you say, I don't expect you to do it, but would you say you could actually steelman the globe's explanation of how tides work, including the explanation of tidal nodes?
No, I'm no expert at all. So,
right. No. So, I mean, like most globe earthers, they get blanket statements to say that explain things, and then they kind of get perhaps under a false impression that they know how tides work on the globe model. But then when we ask to explain tidal nodes and things like that, that's they're not able to explain it at all because it probably gets super, super, super complex. But within your own model, and within your own model, I mean, there's a bunch of presuppositions that still have to be verified for the model to even, able to be used in the first place, like gravity, Earth curvature, all that sort of stuff. So
absolutely, there's a number of presuppositions for the modern explanation of tides. I think maybe we got off to the rough start. I didn't come in here to have an argument and try to shoot down anyone's opinion. I genuinely wanted to hear if there was, in the flat Earth community, an explanation for tides. And I didn't think anybody would say there are no tides, right? I think everyone agrees there are tides in places in the world. I just wanted to hear the explanation as to how and why. That's
my personal explanation would be that we just don't know. On either side, we don't know for sure. We can't validate it 100%. There's a bunch of things that you would need to know to be able to formulate like a accurate model and to make that claim. Like, what is the sun? What is the moon? I mean, in your guys' case, you would have to validate gravity and Earth curvature and all that sort of stuff. There's so much we don't know. And falsification is independent of replacement at the end of the day. And we definitely don't claim to know everything or have a replacement for everything that the globe model claims.
Yeah, fair enough. And I don't know is totally acceptable. There's tons of things you could ask me, and I'm just going to say I don't know. I cannot steal man tides. There's
some cool theories. I mean, Necros has a cool theory. I mean, not that it's just his theory. I mean, it goes back a long way. His theory, but I mean, there's a lot of theories that make a lot of sense. But at the end of the day, we can't make claims about them to be
It's the way it was designed. You could see this in there's certain animals that use the tide for their life cycle. It is repeating over and over again. It doesn't correlate with the moon.
Yeah, so and I wasn't being facetious. It is a good idea. I like to say, like 500-600 years ago, what was the theory? 1,000 years ago, whatever it was. What's the history of tidal theory, right? Yeah, I don't know. I want to go look.
Yeah, I need to look into that myself.
That tides, if you look up in China, I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name. It's hard to pronounce anyway. Like Zen Zhu or whatever, said that tides cause earthquake. The waters are constantly battered around by the wind, and then the wind causes the water to move back and forth in a sloshing manner that then batters the earth, that causes earthquakes.
Yeah, good deal. Yeah, but there's some interesting theories. But I'm on my commute to work. I'm about to get to work. So thanks for the chat, everybody. Have a good day.
Take care. Come by anytime.
Thanks for stopping in, bro. Have a good day at work.
Thank you.
Ran. No, I'm just joking. Some globalists, though, if you tell them that, Oh, you ran away. Suddenly they're
They
not
can't
going to
leave.
work anymore, right? They're
Yeah. They'll sit in their car just like with all the windows fogged up.
I've got a few of them on that. I just would say it randomly at the end, ran. Like, I'm not running away. I gotta go to work. And like 2 hours later, I thought you were at work, dude. Like, or the one guy,
exactly.
Zappy Teppy, like, he had to walk his dog. He had to walk and feed his dog. And so like me, Jerry, and Chad were like, okay, run away. Like 3 hours later, he's still arguing with us. We're like, your dog must have like pissed in the corner. It's starving. It needs his food, right? He's like, I can't take care of my dog because every time I try, you tell me I ran away.
Probably guilty of doing that thing.
And you're like, do you even have a dog?
Hunting continues.
I don't understand how tides work, so therefore the earth must be curved and rotating. The debate, Trump and Harris tonight. Has that Angels guy come around? He likes to talk about sky garbage. I live in Canada. In Canada's space program tracks all the sky garbage. Okay, you got a bunch of forest fires going on right now. How about you worry about that shit? Put out those forest fires.
So, Vom, I just wanted to cover a couple of the questions. I don't know if you can VC. Can you VC?
I can VC, but I'm kind of sensitive, and I don't want to be yelled at.
Have you ever heard me yell, my friend?
Not you. I know.
No, I mean,
I know I'm gonna rile up Crit, and I just don't want.
I don't get riled up. I just every so often it's just kind of fun to like really let loose.
Yeah,
it's more
the passion of the Crit.
If you've got to repeat yourself over and over again.
Yeah.
Like
sure.
if somebody answers me, like they ask a question and you answer and they tell you, I don't understand the answer, so if I don't understand it, then you didn't answer. I go, well, shit. Okay, let me try to troubleshoot the problem here. I go into troubleshoot mode. What's going on with this person, and how can you fix them? Because they're broken.
Well, I feel like he was just not understanding your argument is the thing. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know.
No, yeah, he was expecting me to say clouds or volcanoes or something, like some other sort of force that would simulate tidal force. And then I tell him, no, dude, it's simpler than that.
Right, because he got taught a blanket statement. He got taught a blanket statement to say when asked about tides, to say, oh, it's the moon and gravity. That's his blanket statement. He doesn't know anything further than that. He wanted Crit to have something similar.
Like multiple choice. A, Earth is globe. B, Earth is flat.
But when I asked him if he could explain tidal nodes and how it works on a technical level, he just admitted straight away. He seemed like a super nice guy. I like the way he handled it. But I just wanted to quickly address your question about other planets. So, like, when you're still probably, like, it is very hard for people to remove the idea of outer space, because when you're talking about the flat Earth system, like, you need to completely remove all the elements of the globe Earth heliocentric model, because it's not compatible at all. So other planets, you're kind of insinuating that Earth is one of those planets, but that's not the way it is according to us. So you would have to remove the globe model from your head, okay? And just because you see that in the sky, like you might see something spherical in the sky, that doesn't mean that we're also on something like that as well. You know, that's like a, you know, for example, you know, I could give you an example, like the lights on your ceiling are round, and then, you know, therefore your floor is round in your room or whatever. But that's just not logical. So, what's the next thing that you said? You spoke to your wife,
geocentric,
and you wouldn't feel the
think
Earth
of it like
moving.
No,
geocentric
you
cosmology.
wouldn't.
So just about like you wouldn't feel the Earth moving and wobbling. Yeah, sure. I mean, most people from the globe side, they don't even really know the actual speeds and vectors that the globe Earth is said to be traveling. Like the wobble and the motion, that's just like the slowest first vector. Then it's going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour and chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour and flying sideways with the sun around the great attractor at millions of miles per hour. Like it gets crazy. And these are numbers that we can't even comprehend how fast they are. Even just the spin of the Earth is faster than the speed of sound or a 9mm bullet. But regardless, whether you could feel it or not, it doesn't really matter because what we do experience is a non-moving Earth. So unless someone can validate that it is actually moving in the first place, then you can make all the speculations you want about speeds and vectors and that. I mean, the globe model is just like a theoretical mathematical model. It makes sense mathematically, but then when we actually apply it to reality, it's the opposite of everything we experience in. For sure, the globe model can make perfect sense to someone, but it doesn't apply to common sense. It doesn't apply to what we experience as our basic reality. Our basic reality is exactly what we're claiming. Everything moves, the celestial bodies all move east to west across the sky. Within our personal range of perspective, the Earth doesn't move, and large bodies of water at rest are pretty much perfectly flat, seemingly, and not measurably, but observably flat, not curved. So, yeah. When we actually go out and test for the curvature, we can't find any. We have huge discrepancies.
What does the speed matter? Like, whether it's 100 miles an hour or a million miles an hour, if the atmosphere is moving with it, like it's gonna feel stationary.
Yeah, so you can go with that theory if you like. I mean, but you would have to validate that the Earth is actually moving in the first place. Just like people say, the Earth would look flat if you're an ant on a basketball or whatever, microscopic organism on a basketball. It's like, yeah, okay, fair enough. So that microscopic organism would be on what they think is a flat Earth, and it would be up to them to try to prove otherwise, because their base axiom or base reality is a flat, stationary, Earth. So yeah, that's where we're at. And when we look at the globe side for validation of a radius value or curvature, it comes up that there's nothing. Nothing to prove that the Earth is rotating around the sun or that outer space can exist in the first place, because it breaks so many laws of nature and isn't demonstratable to be possible on a smaller scale.
So do you not think Mars is there? Is that what you're saying?
No. We all see the same thing in the sky. We all see the same thing. And even if you look through the most powerful telescope, before you edit it, you're just going to see a little blurry light in the sky, basically. When you see those images that people take through a telescope, they're taking like thousands of images and they're running it through all this photo editing software until they get what they're happy with in regards to what, as close as possible as what they think Mars should look like or what NASA shows that Mars should look like. But the raw image itself is just a little blurry, round-looking dot. But just like I said before, just because if there was something spherical in the sky, just say Mars was a sphere that's turning or something like that, it really doesn't mean that the Earth is also the same thing. Mm-hmm. It could be small and it could be local. It could be all sorts of different things, and it's very difficult to. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was thinking in terms of gravity. Like, why do you think Mars isn't falling to Earth? Is that
because gravity is something that is required as a band-aid for all the holes in the globe model. So it's like a blanket statement. All the things that don't apply don't work with common sense, like obviously water sticking to the outside of a ball. The globe Earth has to have gravity. So if you don't have gravity, you have no ball. So even like Neil deGrasse Tyson and scientists, they say, we don't know what gravity is. We don't know where it comes from. It has to be there, the globe model to exist. It's not something that can be proven to be the cause of an effect. Like, they'll see something dropping and they'll say, oh, that's gravity. But they're not able to actually prove scientifically that the cause was gravity in the first place. It's just something that has to be there for the globe model to exist.
Everybody got their 9/11 memes ready?
So the main problem with the globe model is the radius value. So you have to have a specific rate of curvature over distance. And when we go out and test it, over thousands and thousands of different types of tests and observations, we can consistently validate that there is no curvature. And the globe model has to have a geometric horizon. And from a certain observer height, it has to be at a specific distance. And then when we go test it, it's not there. And we can see like thousands of percent further than we should consistently. So when we go looking, we go, okay, well, someone must have validated this geometric horizon that has to exist. Nobody has. It's just been, you go back and you'll find it's just calculations. Someone measured some shadows, made some presuppositions.
I know Quetzalcoatl. I wish there was an easier. What could I call you? That's easy. Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzal.
Quetzal. Well, I was talking to him about like formulas and stuff, and I don't remember the formula that he was telling me that showed that the Earth was no curve. Could you tell me what that formula was?
Yeah, sure. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So say you have a 1 foot observer height, then do the math. The geometric horizon has to be at 1 point. Or you could use the formula 8 inches per mile squared, which works fine up to 1,000 miles or something like that. Much, So yeah, or you can just go to an Earth curve calculator.
1.225.
Yep, times the square root of the observer's height.
Square root of the
observer's height in feet. But it's much easier if you just go to a Earth curve calculator. And you can just put in like the observer height. You can put in the distance to the object and that stuff, and it'll tell you how far it should be to the geometric horizon. Yeah, he just posted like the Washington University Earth curve calculator. So I can show you an observation quickly if you want that is impossible on a globe Earth.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to see it, it's up to you. I don't want to. Yeah,
sure.
I got to remember, I'm not trying to convince you of any of this stuff. A lot of people have never heard of.
I'm not afraid if you did.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show you some stuff you might not have seen before.
Want it to be true, but it's like
look, man, we were all in the same boat when we first started looking into this. It's like, come off it. This is ridiculous. I can go do a quick Google search in a few days research and completely debunk this flat Earth nonsense. And then if you can put your ego aside and start actually looking into the claims and then looking into the claims of the heliocentric model, and it starts making more and more sense as time goes on. It takes quite a while. There's so much to look into. Like every single one of these topics, we could spend 2 days talking about before we got to like a conclusion. So it does take time.
Yeah, correct. When I heard it first time, I was really like a bitch. I acted like a bitch. I was really insulting the person who just said it. And I didn't take anything from what he said. But when I started researching to debunk that, just researching the proofs of the globe, then I started really critical thinking about the shit, realizing that we don't have any real concrete proof about the Earth being a sphere. moving in the middle of nothing, space, outer space. So that made me think. And when I continued continue my research, I realized that no, it's not. It's the thing that we see. Whatever you see there, you see a flat horizon, and if you never see a globe, a sphere, a curving water, nothing like that. You never see yourself or feel yourself moving or accelerating in the space. They claim that there is no acceleration. Bullshit. Don't you know that the orbit around the sun is shorter distance than the other part? So it means that the Earth, to make the same the duration for the longer path, it had to accelerate and have more angular momentum or angular velocity, if you want to call it like that. So yeah, there is so many things that will make you question the globe and start thinking about the reality of the world that we are living in.
Man,
I just posted.
I wish my wife would talk to you guys.
Look, this is being recorded. This is being recorded on YouTube. So, I mean, if you click the link, you can just go back, replay
Our
the
conversation is?
Yeah, man. If you click on that, there's like a YouTube bot at the top of the chat there. And if you click on it, there's like a link to the YouTube channel. Don't worry, it's not like it's shadow banned, like all flat Earth information. So there's probably 2 people watching it or something like that. Don't worry, it's not being broadcast.
Okay, cool.
There is a quote from a writer that I consider a real fact. He said that the illiterate in this time is not the one who can't read and write. The illiterate would be the one who can't unlearn and relearn again.
So you don't. So all right, keep going. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
What were you going to say, Von?
No, I was just gonna make some probably basic, useless point. I just think I just don't know anything about anything. Apparently, I don't understand satellites, how they're supposedly orbiting the Earth at like crazy speeds.
I mean,
that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, look, interestingly, if you try to like, say you went to Google right now and you type in photo of a satellite in space, you're just gonna get a bunch of cartoons, like obvious cartoons.
Yeah, but I saw the Dude Perfect video.
Just one thing.
Yeah, sure.
But
hold on, let me cover the Dude Perfect video real quick, Necros. Just 1 second. So when these people are going up, they're really not going up that high, and they're using wide-angle lenses so they can get like a good view. And you'll see on any wide-angle lens, as the camera pans around, the Earth is going to distort. Like the horizon is going to distort from looking like a globe. It'll pan down, and then all of a sudden it looks like a donut, like it's convex. And
I was talking to Quetzal about this as well, and he said because I made they make a point. So even if you say that it's a wide-angle lens, it doesn't seem like a wide-angle lens. But assuming let's say it is, it doesn't seem like one to me. But maybe it
you
is.
can, if you scrub through the video, unless they've really cut out all the sections where it warps the opposite direction.
Which video are you talking about?
Just talking about the Dude Perfect one.
Dude Perfect.
In the beginning of the video, when they were already on the land, they didn't leave the land. They didn't take off. You can see the horizon being curved, the same curvature that you see with the same camera when they are in high altitude.
Okay, so do you think it's the camera that's giving away the illusion that the Earth is?
Yeah. See, that's what happened in the Red Bull jump. Hold on, just let me explain this one thing quickly.
Go ahead.
So I forget what year it was, but Felix Baumgartner and Red Bull, they did the space jump, where he jumped out of a capsule at 129,000 miles, and it looked like you could see the curvature of the Earth. And it was as high as you can actually send up a weather balloon, so it was very, very high up. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, he came out on TV later, and he did a whole segment explaining how that's just a fisheye lens. He didn't go to space, and that's purely, you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from that height. He said it's just a fisheye lens effect. He explained it in detail. He had like a little beach ball globe Earth thing, and he said, look, this is on this scale, you would only be like this particular height, like half an inch off the surface or whatever, and that it's just wide angle lens. It's not showing you the curvature of the Earth. He said that stuff is flat from that height.
The funny thing on that is that you have two claims now, and one of them is just lying. Felix Baumgart, during his interview, he said that he saw, even he didn't have to say it. He did. It was really a misuse of that sentence, but he said that he saw the curvature of the Earth. It was irrelevant, but he said it during his interview. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that you can see that curvature even from the double of the distance. When that billionaire went to like they call it, the edge of space, it was 60 miles compared to Felix Baumgart. It was just 32 miles. So he said that even on that altitude, because it was debunked when that billionaire went up in this into the edge of space, it was debunked, and he said, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you can't see the curvature from that altitude also. So there is contradictions between people saying, not even the cameras. It's about saying the thing that you saw, and NASA coming and telling you, no, you're wrong, you never saw it, because it was just debunked. So which one is lying, Felix Baumgart or NASA? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson is the preach from NASA.
And there's also another theory there as well. Like, he may not have been lying, because when you're at altitude, or just say you're on a big flat plane where you can see the same distance in all directions, like due to your perspective limits of your vision, you'll see in a circle. So the furthest you can see in every direction is the same distance. So that kind of forms a circle. So if you had a presupposition that the Earth's a globe, and you can kind of see this like circular, path due to perspective, you could mistake that easily as being, a globe or the curvature. And he was probably wearing thick glasses, and
But it doesn't even
so
seem
that's another
like it's
possibility.
It doesn't even seem like it's just curved. It looks like a circle.
In which video? Felix Baumgart.
Video. And the guy in the video from Dude Perfect makes a claim that he could see the curvature of the Earth. So
Right, but I just explained how you could mistake due to perspective that you're seeing the curvature.
Right. But it also
like
looks
that's
like
undeniable that you can see the same distance in all directions.
But it looks like a circle, so it does look like there's an edge to the Earth.
Right, but you'll see the horizon or the globe Earth or whatever seemingly changing sizes constantly as the camera pans up or down. I mean, you can even see in this video that I just posted some screenshots for, they said they sent a Kit Kat to space. And you'll see on the right-hand side, there's a picture when it's at the ground, and you can see the curve. And then if you look at the picture on the left, it's at maximum height, and it's curving the wrong way.
Like, for example, seeing that video, it seems like that video is like, I don't know if Flat Earth has videos that would make me believe the Earth is flat the same way. Looking at that video would make me think the Earth is a globe, especially as somebody who doesn't know.
But you don't even know what lens they were using. I mean, obviously this is a lens effect that can happen. So, I mean, just taking their taking their word for it that that's the curve of the Earth when there's contradicting footage. I mean, you have a much higher height, like the Blue Origin, and you have a trained astronaut that went up on the Blue Origin flight. And she said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curve of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out after that and said, yes, I've done the math. You wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from 350,000 feet, which was the height approximately of the Blue Origin flight. So I can post you that article with the astronaut. I mean, if you want to take it to extremes, have a look at the footage from the main cameras on the so-called Chinese space station. It shows a perfectly flat horizon. Every single video and still shot from the main cameras. So I think it looks pretty.
Chinese space station.
Oh, yeah, Chinese space station. They have one like fisheye lens on there where the Earth is like ridiculously curved, but every single shot from the main camera, every video from the main camera, shows a perfectly flat horizon. I'll just post that quickly as well.
Do you have that video, the picture that compare the curvature in Dude Perfect video in land and the one in the sky? Because if you want to go and verify that in the video, go just to the minute 6 and 19 seconds. You will see the horizon curving same way as it will curve when they will use the same camera, the same guy, he will use the same phone or camera to make a video for him.
What?
6 and 19 seconds. Stop it there, because it will just be a brief sequence.
Nice.
That's a nice little shot.
See the curvature on. They didn't lift. They didn't go to the sky at all. They didn't start the rocket. They still on the land, and you will you see
really
the
good
same.
point.
You see the same curvature.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
If you
It
go
just
to
looks round.
5,000.
It just looks round. I wouldn't say I see curvature, but it does look round.
Yeah. Yeah, just looks round, it's not the curvature, because if you go 5,000 miles up to the sky, even after passing the clouds, you won't see any kind of curvature.
And it goes also. It appears also in 6 and 30 seconds.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's not the real curvature, it's due to the camera used. So you can see that because you see that that landscape using the cameras out of the rocket, but it is literally a flat horizon, which means that the camera is in fact curving the straight line. So that straight line that curved line that you see in that shot is in reality
Yeah.
straight. If you look at it
Exactly.
in those shots or those scenes that were filmed using the cameras outside of the rocket.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we're not
that's
even using
true.
this. We're not even using this to say this is proof of a flat Earth. Like it
No,
just goes
yeah,
completely against the globe model, claiming that is proof of an Earth curve, proof of a globe. That's what.
Okay.
Yeah, when you tell me this, look, here is the curvature. I have to speculate about it. I'm sorry, not speculate, but to think about it and to see if it is in fact real curvature or something else, like we saw in those videos. Felix Vanguard, that perfect, that billionaire. I forgot the name. So they wanted to push that idea that we see the curvature. Here is the curvature. Look the videos, and people use it as proof for a curving horizon, a globe. That's the point. We don't say that, no, it is a proof for flat Earth. No, we don't say that.
Okay, so I talked to Quetzal about this part as well, and maybe even anti-globalist the first time I was here, in the Dude Perfect video, because I mentioned this to my wife as well. I keep saying my wife because she is in a career and she's pretty much a scientist. So she doesn't want me to tell anybody that though.
Totally understandable.
So I talked to her about when Dude Perfect does go to space, they take off their seatbelts or whatever, and they start floating and spinning, and they let go of the ping pong ball, which starts to float, so simulating zero gravity. And I think Quetzal said that's falling.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a vomit comet.
That's a rocket that went to the sky using acceleration, so thrust, and at the moment they stopped the engines. What will happen to that rocket? It will just free fall toward the ground. And what will happen to those people inside or any object inside that rocket? The same thing that happened in a zero-G plane. They will just float everywhere because they are free falling inside the closed volume.
So all right, so I have 2 points for this. So when they're going up in the rocket, you could see themselves like bracing up when they're going up, and they're like bracing, and it feels like they're being pushed down very uncomfortably.
Yeah,
it's very uncomfortable. But falling, they're not comfortable, and it's not like chaotic. It's not like they're not like bouncing off the walls or anything. It's just calmly floating. Everything's just peaceful.
Yeah, correct. And that's repeatable in a plane. I can make you feel this, and I can make you pass out even. Not just having that feeling of linear velocity toward the sky. Now, if I take a plane, I will make a curve. So the G's will just go up high, and you will even pass out because of that pressure that will be exerted on your body, your blood flow, and those things. So you will feel that rising that we will have toward the sky. And then if I stop the engines, I'm not a pilot, but I know how it happened. And I stop the engine and make that plane just free fall. You will have that same feeling, like when pilots joke with the passengers. They just stop the engines and make that plane fall from a curving line from the sky. So it will be the same thing. You will have that nice feeling that you have nothing, because there is no you are not going under against the wind, like in a free fall by parachute, and you exit the plane. But there is the cockpit that is acting as a container around you and stop that friction with the wind. So you will have that nice feeling that you are just floating inside the plane.
Exactly.
Like water in a bottle. The water in the bottle it won't be disturbed when you throw the bottle from high. The water will just float in nicely, have a curving structure inside. Even the surface tension won't even break with that free falling. But if you take the bottle and you push it, you attach the bottle on a rocket, or you push it with your hand to up, you will see that pressure on the surface of water, and water being disturbed by that velocity, that acceleration that you've done.
Well, there's also comes the things that the water flows on the lowest point of the gravitational force. So there are four edges of the earth. If it is a globe, then how on the highest point it is also flowing? Why is it not falling from there? If anyone gonna tell me about the gravity bullshit, that's also bullshit.
That's just the density of the water particles, because the water, when it evaporated, the particles of that vapor, when the particles get together, attached together, it won't make that large drop that will have more density than the air around it. It will just make few particles, vapor, but denser, little bit denser, but still less dense than the air that we are breathing. So it will just sit there like clouds. And when when it will get colder enough, so those molecules will just change their phases and will just have that attribute of attraction on them. They will attract each other and form bigger droplets, and those droplets will get enough density than the air around them, so they will fall from the sky to the ground. Nothing to do with gravity. Gravity went in vacation at that moment, I think. When it's less dense at certain weather conditions, like when it's cold here on the surface, and sometimes just the sun started to rise, so you will have a foggy day. Fogs are just clouds, but the density of those clouds matches the density of the air around us because of the temperature. So those clouds, you will see them here. You will see a foggy day. You call it fog, but it's just the same shit that you see in the sky, white things that are, or gray things in the sky due to the weather. Same thing, particles of water.
Well, got one question again here. Well, if the Earth is round, then in the sky we sees all the seven stars, all the nine player stationary planets, all other mutations at the same spot, at the same place, every single freaking year, at the changing of the seasons. If the Earth is round, then how only the people on the light side and people on the dark side both can see it? How?
Yep, you see the same stars.
Like
In fact,
just take it, just take it. The Earth has been tell it from the north side it is 30-degree moved toward the sun. Okay.
yep.
Then why on the
23.
northern side of the North Pole doesn't have any kind of light, but the southern side, which is more toward the darker place, have the light all over it? How? Does that even make sense?
And funny thing, in the globe, you will have to see just half of the stars if each half of the year, because
Exactly.
you see in the winter, for example, in the winter, you are in the darkest side, in the dark side, so the dark side of the tilt. So it means that at night you will see that half part of the stars that are in the right of the sun.
Okay.
But even if you are in the summer, those stars that you saw there will be hidden by the daylight, because they will always be in the daylight side of the sun. So they will always, you will never see.
Exactly.
It means that you will have to see another different, totally different set of stars. It's the other half of stars. But in reality, we see the same stars during the whole year.
Exactly. Exactly. And
Some,
if the
some.
Earth center, exactly.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. So some stars, in reality, some constellations, they appear sometimes during a specific moment in the year, and
Yeah.
they have but like, in
Not only
reality,
that.
See, in
Not only
reality,
that,
yeah.
every time we are just fooled by the camera loops. We all know that the camera lens is something like a convex lens. So every time you will shoot anything from the convex lens, even on the on the place of the Earth, you will also see it a curvature, right? So just use a straight up lens of the camera and don't need to fool us again. They will be busted. They will be busted by the flat earthers. They freakingly are scared of the flat earthers. They are freaking scared.
Like Peter said, they now Peter is a glober, and he said a funny sentence. He said that they are trying to defend the globe for at least one more month, to survive one more month, because they know they know they already know that it is completely destroyed. It's a glober, and he's still a glober. And he said that sentence. I muted myself and I cried by laughing.
Bruh.
They want to
Okay.
defend the globe for
Okay.
one more month.
Okay.
They,
Tell me. One thing is that if the center of the Earth, if the Earth is globe and the center of the Earth is filled with magma, then why has been said that the center of the Earth, which holds more magnetism, like any any mechanism or any kind of metal which holds more magnetic energy, is always empty from the inner side? How? Because there should be a vacuum to make that magnetic field around itself or have the central gravitational force. If the center of the Earth is filled with magma, how is it happening?
that's why I don't know. I never researched on that. The center
Yeah,
of the
I
I
say
never looked on that thing. I looked on space and things about space, but about center of the Earth,
yeah,
what's
the
below
all the astronauts are making
the
us
ground?
fools. All the
Yeah,
astronauts are making us just fools. They are nothing but just idiots. You see that picture of America putting the flag on the moon isn't even real. That was shooted in the Hollywood.
yeah.
What
Not
about
only that,
India
but
going to the moon?
There was toys, old toys that at the time when they made that landing on the moon, they had toys with astronauts, so symbolizing those people, Neil Armstrong and those guys, and a cameraman and the camera and the tripod next to it in the same box. I have memes about that.
wow.
I swear I have memes about that toy. An astronaut and a cameraman and tripod. The cameraman with the hat with the casket.
Yeah, and when it comes to my country, India, which has provided the pictures of the picture of the moon, India has never provided an authentic photo of the moon. Okay, ISRO never provided it.
Yeah, they showed us that Lego toy.
Yeah, because you
Space
cannot
Invaders.
show the
Space
yeah
Invaders. That game, you
exact
remember that game from Atari, Space Invaders? It
yeah
looks like that video, the same that as that video. You just have to
yeah.
add those aliens.
This is the freaking reason why I don't believe to any kind of space center. Like neither I believes in the ISRO nor I believes in the NASA, because NASA has done so much bullshit. Just imagine how the other countries which are should not even developed or are in the developing stage will lie to us. That's why.
Yep, and I didn't even believe my people, Arabs, when they sent that prince. I don't even remember his name. Till you, you can see the point that they are not affecting me, so I don't believe them and I don't care about them at all. So they sent a guy, and he said that he was there. He made the trip in the space. We went to the space station. And he saw the globe. Yeah, just trash.
Yeah.
Was reading a script.
Okay.
I got
If the
something, by the
sun
way.
is,
Go ahead.
yeah, if,
You can let Vignesh speak. I cut him off, but I have something.
You're right, Von.
okay,
Go
tell,
ahead.
elaborate.
Okay, cool. So, you said that the vomit comet is what's happening when Dude Perfect is floating, right? It's like the same effect.
Yeah.
So the vomit comet apparently achieves that zero gravity by flying downwards at 45-degree angle, and can only be simulated flying at a 40 with the plane flying down at a 45-degree angle. So in that rocket on their path, they would have to be doing the same maneuver at that 45-degree angle in order to achieve it.
Nothing specific. The same thing can be achieved by just going with the plane vertically and stopping the engines at a certain distance and high altitude. You will have the same thing. You will fall at the same speed as the plane because you don't have to go through anything. The wind or the gases are just surrounded by that cockpit, so they won't move, so you won't have to go through anything. You will fall at the same speed as the plane. So imagine falling at the same speed as something, and you have no resistance. That's the word that I was searching for. No resistance. For you, there is no resistance. The resistance is all caused on the plane, because it's the plane that is going through the wind. So you, the person, will fall with the same speed as the plane. So you can do whatever you want because you are going with the same speed as the plane. So you will never go. You will never stick to the roof. You stick to the roof if the plane is faster than you. It's not the thing. You will stick to the floor of the plane if the plane is going slower than you. But it's not the reality. You are going at the same speed as the plane. Like that bowling ball and that feather that you drop, they can, if there is no resistance, they can fall the same speed. The same thing.
Not
the medium
only
is
that,
so low.
Not only that, when people says that, oh, everything in the space is the antimatter and every single matter moves over the antimatter, then it will clearly debunk the globe Earth theory. Because if you say all the stars, all the planets, all the solars and all the lunar stars are all are the matters and they are free beings, then how they are running over the antimatter? Does that even make sense? Running over the vacuum? Bruh.
But what about like satellites? Like, how are they staying afloat? You think they're constantly being propelled up by jets?
Let me give you
Most
a
of the
better
satellites you
example.
see,
I had
most
an
of the
idea.
satellites which you see, let me tell you, most of the satellites which you see, they have a fish-eyed camera, not a straight-eye lens.
No, I'm not talking about
And
like the pictures of the Earth from satellites. I mean, like, how are satellites actually staying afloat?
well, they, if you have seen in the satellite engine.
Necros answer. Vignesh, let Necros go.
So in a flat Earth, we don't consider those orbiting satellites that are just floating there with nothing and in a specific orbit. We don't consider them being a fact, as we don't consider the space station that works the same way being a fact also. Yeah, I agree that there is some sorts of materials that you can call satellites, but in reality their name is Saturn. So they are like satellites but attached on helium balloons. And those types of technology they send more than between 2 till 5,000 every day. That's why they are the most consumers of helium, because they have to have weather readings, some relay to make a connection between an antenna, for example, and distant antenna. You need a relay between them, and you have, for example, it's the ocean. You can't put buoys there because the ocean floor is far away. You will use a suspended antenna, so that's what they call Saturn. So they are used for the most use of everyday things that they call used for satellites, but they use in reality satellites.
So
Exactly.
you think satellites
Not
are up
only
there with
that.
helium balloons?
Not only that.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't hear you.
they are filled with heliums. He's saying the satellites are filled with the heliums. You see, every satellite have the helium gas containers in it.
No, not those. Don't imagine the satellite that you see in the pictures. Those cans or metallic object with the solar panels, and they are not attached to anything. No, when I talk about satellite being suspended with helium, it's not the satellite being filled with the helium. It's the satellite, that object that you see there, something like that, but might be smaller, might be in the same size, but they are attached to a helium balloon. Remember, I will give you an example. Remember the Chinese spy ship that it was just one that lost the volume or the amount of helium and lost its altitude. So when they saw it, will they say to you that, oh, look, that's our satellite that we told you that it's a satellite in outer space, it's just descended to the ground. It's just one of them. And they said that it's a spy balloon, something like that. A Chinese spy balloon. No, it's just like that. The tool attached to a helium balloon. You fill the helium balloon, you send it to the sky. There is many images of those things. I can send you that. It's from NASA. They are not ashamed. I'm not ashamed about that. And if you watch the video called Level, the third edition, the third one, there is an interview with the guy working in the NASA facility that is specialized in those satellones, and he admitted that he didn't lie to the guys who interviewed him. I can send you the entire video if you want.
Yeah, probably.
A lot of people say, "Oh, that's absolutely ridiculous. How could satellites be on a balloon?" I mean, if you have a look in the side chat, you'll see NASA's first satellite was literally on a big giant balloon, and they have a massive satelloon program. Like Necros said, they're the world's largest consumer by far in helium. They own most of the large helium companies. And whenever we do actually see a satellite crash to Earth, it has a balloon attached. There's tons of footage of that, tons of footage of them launching them, and the claim is... Sorry, no, big giant balloon.
The first satellite that they made, the first satellite that were made in reality, if you follow what happened, it was in a science fiction book written by an author called Arthur C. Clarke, talking about an orbiting object, an orbiting technology that orbits the Earth, and it's a technology used by ascent to there. It was the one who invented that technology, and it was years before making the first physical satellite. It was the first imaginary one, invented by an author.
Hey, do you know? Do you remember when Aristotle showed people that the Earth is globe? He was literally hung in front of the market, naked, literally butt naked, and was thrown upon with the trashes. That was one of the
Aristotle,
most
the
hilarious.
Greek guy.
Exactly.
I want to prove that he existed in reality, but till this moment, for me, it's just
Wait,
fiction. It's just fiction. Everything those
wait.
those the,
Aristotle never existed.
even that superfine measurement of shadows that they are proud about, the one made by
Wait a
Eratosthenes,
minute.
I
You're
don't have
saying me
anything
that
concrete.
you're telling me that Aristotle never existed. Wait, this
I
is
think Necros
For
confusing.
was
me, I don't
referring to
consider him.
Aristophanes, not
Yeah,
Aristotle.
Aristophanes, who made the shadows and sticks. There is nothing concrete written from him. There is everything that you will have about what he made, what he did, what he wrote. It's just translations made by us in recent days. So stories told about that guy is just something that we wrote recent days. We don't have anything, even things that carving in walls. Nothing. He didn't. He never wrote anything. So from where you got those translation? You translated from what? From your brain. So
Exactly.
it's just an imaginary story, like those Greeks those Greeks, the one who discovered how the fetus was made in the womb, and those things, and how I think it's Aristotle himself. So those things, we have the story. We only have the story told by someone of the recent day living person, but nothing concrete from those guys. Nothing written from him, any scriptures, any parchment, nothing.
Oh damn, man.
So that's why, for me, they will still in that box of fakery till the moment where we can prove what they said, what they wrote. I want to see what they wrote by themselves, not the story that you are telling me. Well, were you there when he was living to tell me that he made sticks and shadows? Why?
Well, the thing is, there were people
Damn.
that were where he lived in that period who are well-known authors and writers and mathematicians and things like that. And
Well, none of them
we do
wrote about
actually
Aristotle.
Aristophanes, yeah, none of them wrote about him or mentioned him. He didn't actually show up until like the 1800s or something like that in the Rockefeller textbooks.
Yeah, until the moment
Yeah.
where they had to defend the globe. Until the moment where they created the story of the globe. The globe never existed in the mind of any person before the 18th century, I think, or 17th century.
Exactly.
When Copernicus and those guys came to existence, it was
Yeah, a bunch of
created in real.
Jesuits and Freemasons.
Yeah,
Exactly. I believe
but
so.
I want to say it's recent. It's not that old. They want to push the idea that there is all people in 2,000 years ago. They thought about the same thing, and they were
Well,
the
I'm making a
introducers
drawing
of
of it.
that
Look at this.
idea.
Look at this. I was making a drawing from the morning. Like, here it is.
Every word related to the globe were created just recently when those guys came with that idea. For example, atmosphere. Nothing
Yeah.
as such existed before. There was air and there will be air. We breathe air. We have
Yeah.
air in the room. You open the window, you will have air current in the room or in your apartment, but there is no atmospheric current when you open the window. You don't breathe atmosphere. An empty bottle, a closed empty bottle is filled with air, not atmosphere. Atmosphere is a
Hey,
recent
Necro.
word created just recently to defend or to hold that lie of the globe, like gravity and that everything related to that globe.
Hey, Necros. Look at my screen.
Yeah.
That's
Look
cool,
at
man.
this.
It's like
This
one of
is
the
the
ancient depictions. Hey, I wanted to bring it
exactly.
back
This is
down to Earth just quickly as well. If you're still there.
yeah. This is Ananta Shesha. They're the seven realms under the earth. This is the Mount Meru. This is sun and the moon. These are the seven realms up. Here will be Brahma, and there will be the other seven realms here around the
Let me ask
deities.
you a quick question. Are you? Is this an Indian cosmology or something, or
This is
Asian?
Vedic cosmology. This is
Okay,
Vedic cosmology.
we have this, or let's don't say we, because I'm not considering myself among them. But Muslims believe the same thing: 7 layers of the earth, 7 layers of the skies above, and the sun and the moon. They have the same thing. If you read the Quran as a scripture, the cosmology of the Quran is the same that you draw there. If I show you the picture of the Quranic cosmology, it's the same picture, identical, no difference. The difference
Yeah, I
between
never.
between this one
When
and
people.
the Christian cosmology is that there is just one layer of the earth
Yeah.
and one layer of the sky. That's
Let me
the
tell you
only
one thing,
difference.
Shiv Shiv. Let me tell you
And
one thing.
yeah,
I
go ahead.
was such a fool. I was such a fooled science student. Like I'm a science student. I'm in the 12th standard right now, Shiv Shiv. I'm a PCMB student, physics, chemistry, math, biology. And in just 2 months ago, I was such a radical science student. I used to insult the Muslims, the Christians, the Jewish people who use but when I look at my Vedic cosmology, since as a Gurukul student, I wasn't because in the Gurukul I only looked for the philosophical things about the spiritual life and the materialistic life, but I never looked at the cosmological life. So when I looked and then I remembered that what kind of fool I am was believing in these kind of nonsense of NASA. My dick.
Even if they want to lie about the Greeks and say that the Greeks believed in a globe, they are liars because we know the mythology that were behind the Greeks' beliefs, because we know we have facts, concrete
Well,
facts about what they tell
well,
about
I
their
well,
beliefs.
let me tell you one thing.
Just let me
I
finish this idea. You know that the Greek mythology is based on a flat Earth with a dome above, because in reality,
know my stuff.
Atlas was standing on the Earth. It was a flat plane. Sometimes they changed the mythology. They said
They
that it was a
say
woman called Gaia, but in reality, it was a plane, and Atlas was holding the sky, not the Earth, because
exactly.
they draw Atlas
And let me
today
tell
as
you,
being a
when
giant
uh, let
holding a globe.
let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. I met a Greece person from Facebook, and he was actually a polytheist person. Like he believed in the ancient Greek religion Hellenism. And I asked him, "What is that Atlas holding the Earth?" And he said me that Atlas, when people says that Atlas holding a round globe Earth, it is not. Atlas is holding the Earth. On the earth, there is a kingdom of the Gaia, while Atlas is standing upon the hell, the nether realm, the realm of Hades. He's
Yeah, that's
standing
another
over the infinite
story.
realm. He's not even standing over the sky.
Yeah, that's not the story, but the story, the mythology that they believed that they had in their belief, because they considered the sky as an entity and the ground as another entity, and from where Zeus could make the humans. So Atlas was his punishment was to hold the sky from falling toward the ground. It's the same thing that that is depicted also in the Quran, because in the Quran, the God say himself that he is holding from the sky from falling toward the ground. Also in the Nordic beliefs, they have that flat plane, which is called
Well, even Satanist people believes that the earth is flat.
I don't know about those. They are just recent. I didn't have time to research about what they believe, but about mythologies. So the Nordic mythology was about a flat realm, which is my God, I forgot the name. So, but it was a flat plane, and another flat plane below it. It was called Helheim. It was the hell, and there is a mountain and in the middle with and a tree and top of that mountain called the tree of life, Exadrill, in the Nordic names. And they had Asgard, which is the heaven, or not the heaven, no, Asgard, what was the realm where the kings of gods and the gods lived. So where Odin was, and it was in the same place where you draw that. It told me what deity was in your drawing above those 7 layers of the sky. It was depicted like that. So they all had that belief that it is a flat realm, a flat plane.
Non-stationary Earth.
Yeah, a
Exactly. And when
flat
people
plane.
says that, when people says what is the end, if the Earth is like a flat disk, what is the end of the Earth? Bruh, have you ever think about if the type of map we have been seeing in the globes, how is it just that we have just discovered 20% of the land place? If you're saying we have just completed the 20% of land place, how we are seeing all the 7 continent? Does that
Yeah.
even make sense?
Have you ever researched about Hindu beliefs or Hindu cosmologies or depiction
Uh,
about the
I
Earth? Because they
I
have different.
myself, let me tell you, I myself as a Brahmin, I have readden in the Vedic school. I have went to there, but in the Vedic school, there
Nice.
are 5 types of yeah, exactly. There are 5 types of teachings. First is theological teaching. Second is spiritual teaching. Third is astrological teaching. Fourth is talisman teaching, and you can say an ethistical or theistical teaching. I chooses the theological and the spiritual teaching places. So where I read was mostly I read about the spiritual life and the materialistic life. I never read about that astrological classes much. So when I went to the astrological classes just 2 months ago on the Discord, I now knew that yeah, this is like that.
Remember that deity in some Hindu beliefs. I think it's not something that is general in Hindu beliefs, but some people believe on that deity that have the body of a man, the head of a pork, or what we call that animal. Yeah, I think a pork or something
Uh,
like that. And he's
Head
holding
of
the
what?
earth.
Head of what?
A pork, like a pork.
What? Oh, Varaha, Lord
A pig.
Varaha, the wild boar. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
about that. Well,
the whiteboard, and he's holding the earth above
let me tell you what is the
his
whole
nose.
story behind the. Let me tell you what is the whole story behind all of the Varaha, Lord Varaha's story. Like what happened? This land where we are on it, Lord Mother Earth has been called as the wife of Lord Vishnu. When the demon known as Hiranyaksha literally tried to harass her, she thought of herself to save herself from this literally freaking demon. She ran here and there, by which but Hiranyaksha literally captured her by the arms and threw her into the cosmic ocean of the whole world. By this, Lord Vishnu got so angry that this little Pity Penny idiot had the audacity to even touch his wife. He took the form of a wild boar which had 2 long, identical, dense teeth, and he
Yeah,
killed that demon and rescued his wife. Literally, he is a gentleman.
yeah, and they have so much statues about that guy, that white boar head guy, holding the earth
No, no, no,
on.
no, no, no. when you sees when you sees all the circulatory earth on the sculptures, those sculptures of the circulatory earths are more likely the flat disk. This has
Yeah.
been told as the stationary thing.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I wanted to say that in the majority they depicted it as being a flat disk, not a sphere. In its their
All the
statues and carvings, they draw him.
all the ancient sculptures of the wild boar head has always shown the earth as something like circulatory. Well, in the ancient time when people used to have the artistic features of their mind, they used to make the flat disk earth as the circulatory motions. But there are many statues in India where shows the Varaha holding the flat disk earth.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what made me say that those are lies. What people just saying about what the Greek said in their time, that the Earth is a globe. The guy who measured the shadows, even if it's not a measurement of the Earth, yeah, it's
Well,
just a stupid
well,
idea of
people says
measuring the
that.
shadows. But they use it
Well,
as to prove it. But
yeah.
for me, it's not even real. Show me that it
Yeah.
is real, then we can discuss it and can show you that it's not a measurement of curvature of the Earth. It's just measurement of shadows and the the circumference of that circle of light caused by the sun. That's all. You're not measuring any surface at all. Then at that moment I can talk to them about that. But for the instance, and they have to show me that it's real. Someone really existed at that time called Eratosthenes and did a measurement, and here is what he wrote. You can read it. I want to see it
Hmm.
in the original language. Let me translate it my way, but I want to see the original thing that you translated from, and you say that it was written by a guy called Eratosthenes.
Exactly. And the one of the biggest lies that of the science people says that, oh, all the human beings just evolved something like 10,000 years ago. The Mesopotamia and Egyptian mythology and the Egyptian people are the oldest civilization. Bullshit. Bullshit. Literally bullshit. If human being just evolved from the Homo sapiens just 10,000 years ago, how there are perfect genetic mutations of 50,000 years old in the ancient Greeks, in the ancient Egypt, in the ancient India, in the Sindhu civilization, in the Indus civilization? How the fuck? If if we evolved from the monkeys, if we evolved from the monkeys, we would have already been passed through their genetic transformations. There is a DNA material in the monkeys which is called as HPR chloronite. Why isn't in the humans? How?
Because we never
Does
was
that even make
monkeys.
sense?
Because we are
Exactly.
humans, we never was
Does that
something
even
else
make
other
sense?
than humans.
Okay, you say is that we evolved from the monkeys. In the
No,
world, there
no, I
are
said
70% monkeys. No, I'm not telling to you. I'm telling to the scientist. He says
oh,
that
okay.
we evolved from the monkeys, right? So, in the world, there are 70% monkeys and 30% human beings. Then how the fuck didn't those 70% didn't even evolve? How? How the fuck? Bruh.
Evolution stopped working on them.
That's why I says evolution is bullshit. Because when they
Yeah.
says, oh, the magnesium was in the starting, okay, Shiv, if the magnesium was if you says every life being was started from every life was started by a life being, then why is the magnesium, which is the sourcer of everything, the countation of it is the 3:3:3, and how is it still non-living? How? Does that even make sense? Since the abiotic generation has been proven wrong by Einstein.
I have a
Did you just
phone
say
call.
Literally.
abiogenesis has been disproved by Einstein?
Exactly.
He's a sheer fucking nut job.
But then again, I'm in the flat earther channel, so no surprise there. Here's a question for the group of you. How many of you are Trump voters, out of curiosity?
Thank you for your visit. See you next
Shut
time.
the fuck up, idiot.
People still vote. Wow.
Imagine voting.
So he
Wait a
couldn't
second.
address the argument. He started attacking people. That's very, very mature.
Wow. This is an old
It's
trick.
been really nice listening to you guys talk, and I'm really enjoying it. Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome. Well, the abiotic generation or the mutation has been proven wrong. Since when people says that, like back in the time when the scientists said there the life being is proven from the non-living non-life being, then tell me, and for this in the later day it has been proven wrong. But even by it has been proven wrong, it still happens in the world. Like just keep an open bottle of milk, let it get result, and when it will get result, all the creatures, all the bacterias will be over it. If the milk is non-living materialism, then how the living materials are coming over it? How? Science needs to recheck its theories, I would say. And people says that science is something.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Yeah, we were just talking about the abiotic generations that has been proven wrong. If the abiotic generation has been proven wrong, how the globe Earth has been still proven right?
Yeah. Yeah, because
Literally,
of the
science
push.
need to recheck.
Because of the
Yeah,
push.
science need to recheck all its things.
But because it's not because of science, it's because of the push. They are pushing the
Exactly.
globe. The globe have some people who are doing the impossible to make that idea, just to spread that idea among people, among the population. They are the ones who made the schools and the programs in the schools to teach the globe to the kids. So because they know
Yeah.
to have an idea, to hold a belief deep in your mind, they have to introduce that idea from being a kid, since being a kid. So that's
Not only
why.
that,
Yeah, go ahead.
the crazy fact is that the actor of Superman, Hollywood star Henry Cavill, also believes in a flat Earth. Literally, he believes himself.
Jim Carrey. You can see it in the movie called The Truman Show. Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson was a flat earther and tried to spread the idea by symbolizing that idea in his songs, but he was killed after that. And the song that you can verify, it's called Black and White.
Yeah.
And in Black and
Yeah,
White,
well, many people's having the grudge.
in the
Many people
middle of
having the grudge against Michael Jackson. They even said that, oh, he was just a pedophile having sex with a
let
16
me
years
tell
old
you
boy.
let me tell you why he was accused by pedophilia and why he was accused by changing his skin, because he wasn't proud by being black. And so all those accusations. Watch the clip of Black and White song. You can watch it whenever you want. black and white song, there is there is two parts in it. Though the first part, black and white song, it's called black and white, so it's the song. And in the middle, you will see a dance. Michael Jackson and some Russians dancing with him in the snow, like in a city, like it is in Russia. So they will see the buildings that you can see in Russia. So, and at a certain moment, you will see that like it will. An earthquake happened, and everything was shaken. So the camera zoomed out, and while it was zooming, you will see that Michael Jackson dancing with those guys were just inside that decoration that is just a black platform with the Santa inside, and some white particles inside the water. When you shake it, it will simulate like snow falling. That when the camera zoomed out, it showed that decoration, which symbolized a flat plane with the dome above where Michael Jackson were, and a hand took that decoration and gave it to two babies on the top of a giant ball where they draw oceans and the map of the ball in space, in the middle of space. So he was showing that they changed the air to just a stupid idea like that decoration, that toy, and they they insert in the heads of kids that they put it, the babies, they put it on that giant ball that depicted like the globe Earth in the middle of space. So he showed that. And the second part is called Black Panther Dance. It's Michael Jackson dancing and insulting those secret groups. KKK, the Ku Klux Klan, and you will see the graffiti in the wall where he dropped a bottle of wine against that wall. You will see KKK, and you will see different symbolism or symbols about different secret groups. And he was by his dance insulting them and making that satanic symbol with his with his hand, and catching his I'm sorry for the word, catching his dick. So that dance is just a symbol of revolt against those secret groups. And also the Black Panther, the transformation to a Black Panther was also a revolt of a black person against those secret group that he showed in his clip. And then after that, they killed him.
Yeah. Literally, they made the false accusation of pedophilia over Michael Jackson. Like, literally, even his girlfriend told them that, like, literally, if you see the early clips of Michael Jackson where he was used to go anywhere with his girlfriend, literally, his girlfriend said that I'm just looks so young, like a schoolgirl, doesn't mean I'm young. I'm something like 22, while Michael Jackson was in his late 20s at that time.
And that woman, oh my God, that celebrity who do the interviews with the other celebrities. It's a black woman. I forgot her name. Oprah. Yeah, Oprah. She was putting her finger on about those accusations. She wanted him to answer about those accusations. And another interviewer was also a woman, a white woman. She did the same thing. She wanted to push that on media.
For me, think of.
Yeah. Literally, they used to accuse Michael Jackson. No. Why they accused Michael Jackson? Because his girlfriend used to look like a schoolgirl. Because if you look at his early photos, Michael Jackson was at the height of 5 feet 11, while his girlfriend was something like at the 5 feet of 5 feet 1 inch short. And here,
Nice, yeah.
exactly, yeah, she was very short, while Michael Jackson was something like a foot taller than. Yeah,
It was 2 inches
she was.
taller than Prince. 2 inches taller than the singer Prince.
Yeah.
Oh, an excursion. No.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was
No,
5 feet 11 while his girlfriend. Yeah, Michael Jackson was 5 feet 11 while his girlfriend was 5 feet 1. And here his girlfriend was literally super thick. She was super thick. But the amount of like she looked like a schoolgirl because of her, I don't know what you can say. Late aging. Yeah, late age. Late aging. So because of this, Michael Jackson used to go with her around everywhere, and he used to give her the princess treatment. Like you know what is princess treatment. Anyone who is romantic here will know about it. So because of this, many people accused that many people accused he's having sex with a child, while his girlfriend herself said no, he's my boyfriend and I'm not even a child. She literally showed her birth certificate and everything.
Blood, you hot micing.
I think he's with his
Right.
life.
Can you just move on from the topic of pedophilia and such? We live streaming. We're not gonna be talking about this kind of stuff. To be honest, it's
sorry.
Just close that topic. Thank you.
Okay. Now back to the globe Earth. There have been many actors, many people. Someone like Jim Carrey, someone like Michael Jackson, someone like Henry Cavill, someone like Rooster Rafrani, someone like Saddam. Even Saddam Hussein used to think himself the Earth is flat. Everyone. They even wrote books, but all those books either were banned from the government or didn't even used to be published, even after writing for days.
You said Michael Jackson was a flat earther?
Exactly. Michael Jackson, Henry Cavill, Jim Carrey, Saddam Hussein, the frickin' Saddam Hussein. All these were the flat earthers. All of these. Even Shiv Henry Cavill in his previous interview while he was shooting for Superman Man of Steel, he literally told to the reporter that if I was the real Superman, I would have went to the space with the camera and showed have everyone that how much of a liar is the NASA. He literally told them about this. Literally, NASA lies to you every single time and you believes in it. Literally all the scientists who they all just you also
What part of India are you from, Ignesh?
I'm from Odisha, from the Puri
Is that
Jagannath
north?
temple.
Is that
Odisha,
north or
Odisha.
south?
It is
State
the
is
Eastern
that?
India.
Eastern India.
Eastern India. Yeah. Just from the eastern side, ocean.
Is that above or below Chennai?
Yeah. What?
Is that above or below Chennai?
It is above the Chennai. Chennai is in southern side of the India, while I'm from the Odisha. It is from the. It is just you can just say just
Okay.
above Telangana and just down of Bengal.
Cool.
Here it is my state in the side chat.
Huh. Is it nice there?
Yeah, this is my state. This is a nice place. You would see people of Odisha are actually very calm person until or unless you just want to get your butt fucked. If you even lied or even said a word against their family. Like in general, in the Western side, in America, or in the West people, if someone jokes about someone's mom or even gives a slang to someone's mom, what they can say, they can do more likely. They would get angry, would say something else, and they would just leave to themselves. Sure, sure. But in India, if you even said a word about the opposite person's mother, he will literally fuck you right on the spot. We are very sensitive about the relationships.
Yeah, I've only been to southern India, Kerala.
Where the Well, anyone watches anime here?
Maybe.
You're probably not going to find. Oh yeah, maybe TH just opened his.
No, there is a big thing. If anyone have ever heard Naruto's anime, you would see in the Naruto anime, it has been shown a flat Earth.
Really?
Yeah, just look at that five great nations map. You would literally get a flat Earth map there. They won't even believe. They don't even believe in a globe Earth.
Japanese?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Even in Japanese people don't believe in the globe Earth. There are many Japanese people who have this like I'm not gonna lie, this is a very big truth. Most Japanese people won't say. 70% of the Japanese people believes in a cosmic non-rotationary Earth.
Interesting. And Vignesh, what does your family think about the flat Earth? Or do you not talk about that with them?
Well, I don't talk about with my family about the flat Earth, but I remember when I was in the seventh standard, my sister used to tell me a conspiratorial theory, and you always used to tell me that, yeah, the Earth is flat, not round. Since my sister is something like 3 years older than me, not don't know about my father or my mother, but my sister, I can say she's probably a flat earther.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with me. Some family members know, and then other family members I would never talk about it with because they're just not ready.
Exactly. They won't.
It would just,
Oh, I
yeah,
got
it
a
would just
call.
be okay.
It's a very hard subject to talk to with family.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, you have to take little baby steps. Maybe throw in a little comment about NASA here and there. And then,
100%. I
Yeah.
was talking to my dad about it earlier. He's having a hard time.
yeah, it's a lot to take in, especially with parents. You know, they have a lot of years of that belief system being ingrained into their brain, into their mind.
100%. Then it's having patience with it as well, because for yourself and myself, when we were like indoctrinated in it, it was hard for us to get out of it as well. And I tried to like look at other people who are not quite there yet and try and give them that grace as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, everyone's different as well. Like some people, you need to approach it from a completely different way. Other people.
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Oh no, nothing else to say.
I'm looking forward to when I don't know what's gonna, like, the day that the lives get shown, and to see the collapse of everything. I don't know if we'll see it in our lifetime, but that's going to be a sight. I think NASA will be the first one to go down, won't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, it's interesting to think about, but it would probably be a very gradual thing, I think, where it becomes more and more normal to talk about, and then more and more people, you know, are on the flat Earth side, and then I think it would just be a very gradual thing. I don't think it would be like an overnight thing. Where all of a sudden, it's on the news or something like that.
I'm not sure what will happen. I tried to think about it, but like you see the collapse of NASA, and then the people who've funded and supported NASA. So you're looking at the governments. I think that'll go down. I don't know. It's just speculation. I don't really want to talk too much because I don't really know what I'm on about.
Yeah, would they even let that happen, or would they just come up with some kind of distraction, some massive catastrophe? Maybe their Operation Bluebeam or something would come into effect.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, they made Space Force for a reason as well. I guess they must have something planned for that. Trump's issued him like $1 trillion from taxpayer money to Space Force. So even if NASA does go down, they've got Space Force to back it up. It's another massive money pit. But I think there's way more flat earthers than what you might think out there. There's a lot of people just keeping it secret.
They've controlled the
man,
narrative. Oops, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, you're right, man. Go ahead. You see it in the comment sections on social media, even in sites that aren't flat Earth related. in the past, even 2 or 3 or 5 years ago, if you had someone talk about flat Earth or against the globe, you would see everyone hammering them in the comments section. But now the comment sections have completely changed, where there's heaps more proponents of flat Earth or against NASA, especially against NASA. And we saw the same thing with the COVID situation, where you would see someone against the jabs or something like that in a comments section on YouTube or something, and there would be like hundreds and hundreds of people just jumping down their throat, calling them idiots, science deniers, and blah blah blah. And then you look at those same comment sections, over time they slowly changed, and now they're the complete opposite. Now to be one person saying,
It's been a long time that I noticed that in comment sections in YouTube video, Arab YouTube videos in specific, because I was contributing also in the comment section, and what I found is there every time you watch a video, there is hundreds and hundreds, we don't say thousands of comments, and the majority are just flat earthers eating the globers for breakfast.
Yep. Yeah, the tables are turning. It's very noticeable in the comments section.
Yeah, and people don't want to bring it up in public, in like the work and things like that. They don't want that label. Like, I saw a great example of it. It was a few months ago now, maybe even a year ago. I was in a casino, and there's a guy playing roulette, and he was winning. He was making a joke every time he won. He was making a joke. He was like, he went, "Oh, I've won. I'm gonna go on holiday to Spain." And he won some more, and he was like, "I'm going to Hawaii." And then he won even more, and he was kind of ecstatic. And he said, "Oh, I'm gonna go to the moon." And then he went, "Only kidding. I don't believe in space travel. I'm a flat earther, right?" Right. And then the guy next to him, complete stranger, went, "I'm a flat earther too. I just don't tell anyone." And they shook hands. And I was like, "No way." Yeah.
Becoming super common. I mean, even now, it's just taking in a huge boost because you've got people talking about it, like Candace Owens, and there's quite a other big people that didn't talk about it before because it would be the end of their careers in the past. But now, it's becoming one of the more popular topics. It's actually going to bring in more of an audience. It's controversial, and it's more acceptable to come out about. Even that Sneeko guy, I don't like him very much, but he's come out talking about it. Candace Owens, and there's heaps and heaps of other people like Sam Tripoli and.
Yep, talking about Candace Owens, I just recently knew that she was a flat earther.
And there's sports stars as well. Djokovic is a flat earther.
Yep, the best tennis player of all time. What's his name?
Novak Djokovic, flat earther.
Oh, who you just said. Yeah, exactly. That guy's awesome.
All right. Yeah, I gotta go. Bye.
And
you got
Carrie. You don't notice that if you are not flat earther. It will just go above your head. When Jim Carrey just joked about landing on the moon, and when he said, and they buy that. Yeah. Have you ever saw that scene when he was in a talking show? So the guy talked about the landing on the moon, and Jim Carrey just joked about it, that it was just fake, and people believe it. And his movie called The Truman Show, where literally he showed that he were living in a flat Earth, and the stars were just projectors in the sky. The sky was just drawing a dome above him, and there is doors that can get you out of that flat realm.
Did you know? Did you know that movie? That movie was co-produced by the Rockefellers.
Rothschild.
Oh, Rothschild. Sorry, yeah.
Rothschild.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yep. They do that very often because it's a symbolism. They show you.
Yeah. The revelation of the method.
Yeah, they will have to show you sometimes the parts of the truth. Like even they can introduce it in some discussion. It will be vague for some people, like what Elon Musk said. You can tell it's true because it looks so fake. What the heck? If it looks so fake, so it means it doesn't look true. So his sentence was complete nonsense, but he had to say it. He had to introduce those type of symbolism. Like in Game of Thrones, the wall, the ice wall, those creatures like Gog and Magog beyond the ice wall, that they can die, and like one single man, a single death, if you kill their leader. And the same thing happened in the Great Wall, where they showed that that space, that city, which is surrounded by a wall, and there is those creatures that they will die like a single man if you kill their leader. They have to show those things. But like what happened in the Lord of the Ring, the Lord of the Ring wasn't a globe Earth. It was a flat plane with zombies and creatures against humanity, and they will die like a single man when you kill their leader. Like Gog and Magog. Beyond the wall. In some beliefs, you have that belief, that understanding in many beliefs, like Islamic traditions, they have those type of creatures, demonic creatures, that are hidden behind something like a wall.
Good points, Necros. Amazing.
I have a speculation about what happened during the World War II. Because, like I said one day, no, I'm not falling to that Holocaust thing. I don't think that it happened. I think the only Holocaust that happened during that period is when United States killed millions of people by dropping 2 bombs, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I think that was the major genocide that happened at that moment. And I think all that shit was made just to hide the real purpose of the Second World War, because there is some narratives where you will find that Hitler had some knowledge about a secret city called oh my god, Agartha. It's beyond the South Pole shoreline, and it's a city that they say due to narrative, which is in the hollow earth, because there is a big hole in the South Pole, so that city should be there. I think it's not. I think the guy knew about what Admiral Richard Ebert said and wanted to go there, to that place that Admiral Richard Ebert talked about. That was his Agartha. That was his real Agartha, and they didn't want that. They want to stop that, and he had some allies, like they will wait here till the moment that he will just make sure that everything is good there, that they can travel, and his allies try to defend him, to stop the others from stopping him and let him go there, aka Chinese, no, Japanese. And that's why majority of the battle happened there between the German and the American, the others. And that's why they found that they could have and assemble the scientists very easily, because they already were gathered there. So we would kill the head of the snake if they killed him, if they managed to kill him. So they will kill the head of the snake and use the scientists, because he took scientists to study that new land. Don't want just people, farmers or something like that, or soldiers that doesn't know anything about discoveries, new discoveries. What will they do there? Just soldiers. So it will take scientists to study and to make sure that that place is just good for habitat, or for just living there. Then the allies will just follow. Just a speculation, like I said.
Yeah, interesting, Necros. Yeah, I was listening, man. Just couldn't open my mic straight away. But yeah, crazy. What could be?
Yeah, and the point of the genocide, burning Jewish gas chambers, was just to stop people from digging about World War II. Why the fuck were you killing each other in the South Pole? What's there? What's there? Why did you follow him there?
It's interesting because it was interesting what Admiral Byrd said about how there's land, like I think he said 180 miles past the South Pole, that doesn't have any ice.
That would be in the Indian Ocean, something that we never discovered, and that happened to be in the Indian Ocean if the Earth is a globe. There is nothing beyond South Pole in the Indian Ocean.
No, but he didn't say it's beyond the Antarctica. He said it's beyond the South Pole, so it would be in Antarctica. Within Antarctica. On
Maybe?
Antarctica.
Okay.
So I did re-listen to the interview, and I always did say, he said there's more land beyond Antarctica, but he actually said beyond the South Pole. I think he said 180 miles past the South Pole or something like that. He said he discovered ice, land that doesn't have ice, with all those resources, bigger than the United States.
And that
huge amount of land.
Never seen by a human eye.
Yeah, and filled with all sorts of resources, enough coal to supply the world for many years.
They shut everything down. After this, he said that because it was just a complete crash.
And then you've got all of those people going there, at odd times, residents and royal family, and very strange.
Even Captain
Interesting.
Even Captain Cook, the distance parkour by Captain Cook around in southern hemisphere sphere, the bottom part of the Earth, it was really many times bigger than the circumference of the equator itself. Because the guy performed more than 90,000 miles or kilometers. I don't remember the unit of measure, but 90,000 miles or kilometers wouldn't make big difference. It was already more than double the circumference of the equator itself. Did the guy make 2 rounds around the equator, the larger part, or he did just a small circumnavigation around the southern hemisphere, so around the South Pole? It's illogic, completely illogic. What would be the gap that they will use to fill that distance? Even breaking the path and going toward the north in to stop in some regions in the equator, near the equator. That's what he did. But that distance wouldn't add that much. It was more than 90,000 kilometers. I would say kilometers. Bit easy. So Captain Cook debunks that globe already. And if you consider an AE map on an AE projection, and that would make sense. Yeah, the South Pole is that circle around us. So yeah, normally it would make the double distance.
What was the first like the first map? Like they say the AE map's a globe projection. So when was the first globe? And then what was the map?
By
just before that.
By coincidence, all the maps before 1900 were AE projections. What? I want to understand, because all the maps of the Earth before 1900s were depicting that flat map of an AE projection. Did they all use an AE projection, or was it the real map? Just research all the maps before 1500. It were just AE projections, aka flat Earth map. Disk with the pole, North Pole in the center, and with the North Pole also having a map. The North Pole having its specific land and 4 rivers, 4 lands around a mountain called Mount Meru, aka Black Rock, and that's why that's an interesting subject. Have you ever researched about the industries? So Black Rock or Vanguard Group. I will tell you something very intriguing about Black Rock. Black Rock, the only thing in this world, in the history of humanity, that were called Black Rock is Mount Meru, that is in the center of the North Pole, which is a magnetic black mountain. And it's the place that attracts every compass. Black Rock is the call it industry. I don't have any other name. So that holds shares in every industry in this world directly or indirectly, like the black rock, like that mountain that every compass point to it. Every industry in the world point to black rock. Every small or middle or big industry have when you research the holders, you will find BlackRock or BlackRock and Vanguard Group, or BlackRock and Vanguard Group and Street Finance, or I forgot the name. So those three, but let's keep just with BlackRock and Vanguard, because BlackRock, if you research the holders in BlackRock, you will find Vanguard. And between all the industries in the world, Vanguard is the only one with no information. You can't have informations about Vanguard. It's a Rothschild property. Vanguard and BlackRock own everything. So Vanguard own BlackRock, and BlackRock own everything, every industry. The small industries, if you don't find the name of BlackRock, you will find a name like, for example, I give you an example. Unilever. Unilever is the holders in Unilever. Part of Unilever is held by BlackRock. But when you research the other industries, you won't find BlackRock, but you will find the holders as being Unilever. So that's the thing that confuses people. That when they don't see BlackRock, you think that BlackRock don't own everything, like you say. No, but look at the holders and look at who hold those holders. You will see that BlackRock is indirectly holding those holders and having share of their parts. So they own everything. Rothschild have the industries of the world. Rockefeller have the medicine of the world and the oil of the world. Rothschild have the media. So they just distributed everything between them. 3 or 5, maximum 5 families. Because I will add Soros among them. The one who found Antifa and Black Lives Matter, I think. So he financed that, Soros. Now they know about those old maps. I brought that subject because of that map of the North. In all the maps of today, in the maps that they say that they are pictures from satellites, like for example Google Earth, Google Map. In Apple, they have their map where you can see the streets, the pictures, the photos of the street. You can zoom on the street, you can see the cars and those things. So the problem with all those maps, go just to the north of Greenland. You will never find any shit there. You zoom on Greenland, there is just pixels, big pixels, not just managed to create or make a photo or made up image of the north of Greenland. No, you will never be able to zoom on Greenland. It will be just pixelized landscape that you can't see what's there. Are those mountains? Are those just shorelines? What's that? You can't see anything in any map, in any one of those maps. But you can see everywhere. You can see even the Sahara. You can see it. You can see how the ocean is not real. It's just a blue painting sit there. The real oceans is never farther than 15 miles of the shoreline. So every real picture of the ocean, it will be the maximum 15 miles away of the shorelines. Then you will see just blue painting, blue image, blue drawing there, that they put it there as being the ocean. But the question is, what's happened to the north of Greenland? Are you trying to show that, to hide that the northern part of Greenland is just attached to the North Pole, and the North Pole is not just ocean being freezed and formed some giant iceberg that you call North Pole? No. North Pole would be that land or that map that you see in every ancient map, those maps that are older than the 1500. Because in the 1500 they had that idea of pushing a fake idea of a globe. It started at that moment.
Damn, that makes sense.
Take a look at it now. Just try to open Google Map or Google Earth and zoom in north of Greenland, the extreme north of Greenland. You can't see it. You will see big giant pixels. Big giant pixels, you can't see anything. Tell me now if I'm wrong. If your PC or your tool helps you, or there is an update for that, because I checked just recently. There's nothing in any map. You see photos of everywhere, even the pole. North of Greenland, nothing. North Pole, just blue ocean. The North Pole, the only maps where you have the North Pole depicted as blue ocean, just water, is on those Google Map, and where they say that those are photos from space or something like that, from satellites, and push it. It's just those planes that, or drones that Google own. You'll never find north of Greenland. Nothing, because it is attached to a real North Pole. A North Pole is not an ocean, is not water. The North Pole, not a speculation related to religion, it's land. It is the land there, where there is Exodrail, the tree of life. It's what they call, so many civilizations called it Garden of Eden, the first land. Why the heck the compasses just point to that place? Why the heck it's the only place that has its own star that never moves from above it? Is that Big Bang was that accurate to put a star 90 degrees above the North Pole, the center of the Earth? Coincidence, like all those coincidences that makes the globe.
Yeah, man. When you look at it like that, the globe model's ridiculous. I mean, they say it's moving, but
it's a pagan religion around a fake god called Helios. It's centered, it's just its name that will show you what it's centered around. It's centered around a fake god called Helios. All their missions are called by the name of fake gods. The other name of Helios is Apollo. In the Roman mythology, you sent Apollos to the moon. Why? Coincidence again? All the major wandering stars. You call them by the names of gods, fake gods. It's a pagan religion. It's a pagan religion, like who is that guy, that puppet on a wheelchair that they call scientist? My God. The guy that they call scientist, the Stephen Hawking. Yeah. That puppet on the chair was paralyzed and had one muscle in his face that can move. Bizarre. We don't have that technology that Microsoft used for him, because he could, by one single move, do anything he wants. Talk using a PC, make a research using a PC, and write by a single move. And now you fucking idiots have a keyboard with 82 keys or more or less, I don't know, and a mouse that you have to move all your hand to make a research. The guy had the single button, a single move to talk and to make research. Tell me that technology exists today. Just explain how it works to me. How that technology making a puppet talk to people and make them believe that we are just bacteria will suddenly happen by just chemical reactions and gravity. Because we have gravity, we don't need a god. That's what he said. The puppet, no, the computer. That's what the computer said. Prove to me that the puppet is the one who said that. It's not written and said by someone else behind the scene, because some people believe that that puppet can talk. It's impossible. Why Microsoft didn't make that technology for us today? Yeah, the recent technology they made, you have to move your head. Give me just one move to do. You have to move your head, your hands, and to do many things. To just work with the VR. Okay. But Stephen Hawking had more than that. He could do many things just by using one single move.
Have you seen the interview where he had a translator? I think it was in the 90s or the 80s, and the translator was translating everything that he was apparently saying. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
Funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Like Jim Carrey said, and they are buying it. Really? Try to fool me again. That's a challenge. They can't try to fool me. I'm not speculation buyer anymore. Now I'm a flat earther, just working with reality. I have something real to show me. Let's do it. Be happy. Speculations and stories. Yeah, enough of that. Thank you. I have my own speculations. Not saying that speculations are haram, like the Arabs say. No, they are not haram. You can speculate however you want, but you keep it to yourself. If you share it with people, you don't push it as being something real, because you can't speculate. You have an imagination and you can't imagine shit. Don't push it into people's understanding as being fact. I share my ideas with people, but I don't tell them. I always start with, this is a speculation. Just don't try to debate me on it. And when I talk about reality, yeah, I can debate anyone. Like that girl said, that woman, I don't remember her name, you just brought her in the topic earlier. She said, today, if you are not a conspiracy theorist, you'd have to know that there is something that doesn't work well with you. Knowing that there is all those lies around you, and you still can't believe the liar, doesn't matter what's the topic that you are believing, but you have to turn into a critical thinker at a certain moment and just say, wait, he did lie. Why do I have to just believe what he's telling me again? Is it a prophet? They consider them as being prophets. Like my wife's friend, she came 2 days ago. She were talking to me about some things about biology and some discovery that showed that said that immune system have like a study or like a moment of training during the 5 first years of the newborn. Then when those 5 first years are achieved, the immune system understand very well the body and won't just attack our organs. Where the fuck they saw that? Was it a microscope that they put it, or some camera that they put it inside someone and they studied those white cells where they go to get their teaching on what they study? She couldn't answer me. She told me the famous answer, they know better than me. They? Who's they? Who's they? And what do they know? And how they did manage to know what they know? So we want to see if we are capable to repeat that by ourselves. If it is impossible to repeat it at that point, it means that they never did it. Something unrepeatable is something that is not a proof for being real at the first point. I can't repeat it. I can't go like you did to Narnia. You managed to go to Narnia, okay. Can someone else from the normal people like us go? No. So it's not real till the moment where we will be able to do it. I'm really, really sorry, guys. I was working and having my earphones, so I didn't. I just monologued a lot.
Thank you for sharing everything. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
be my two favorite ones. I'm actually so glad that I have both of those out there. What the rainbow carpet and the grappling hook would be like. That is a big robots, guys. I made it for you. I'm gonna buy it for you just so you guys can see what it is like. So where is this rainbow carpet now? I got it. Oh, right there. If I press one, work. Right. Agree. Okay.
Divisible. Tienes válido.
I remember the topic. It was about the race to space that they were talking about. I don't think that there was just one racer. The other didn't manage to arrive to the finish line, which was that because they said that it was that moon landing was just about a race to the space. So the other didn't manage to arrive to that finish line, or what, or was there just one racer? The American. Because if it was a race, I would see the other players arrive to the finish line. The second one, the third one, the ninth one, the 20th one. But there was just one. And they, bizarre, they didn't play a game. They made 3 medallions and they gave all the 3 to the one player, or what? Because there is no second winner or third one. Means that there was no race, just the movie.
Look, those different worlds with the rainbow carpet. I'm basically skipping to the next world. So over there is Earth, and then with one win you can go to the moon, which is here, and then with 15 wins you can go to the next one. Okay, what's the beginning? I wonder if I get something, if I go to a win, if I lose my rainbow carpet, or do I get to keep my rainbow carpet? I'm not sure how it'll work. But yeah, it flies back over here to her using our rainbow carpet.
What was win? Okay. So.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, goodbye.
Crete, you're the only one that's not on mute. Have you something to say then?
No, I'm here. Yeah. What's up?
I'm just wondering, what's up with you?
Not too much.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the week, right? How's your weather? Are you in the winter zone, or are you? Where are you in the time zone?
U.S.
What? I didn't hear you. What did you say? Crete. Where is your time zone? +1, +2, 0. Oh, I know it's not 0. 0 is England, Iceland. Oh. Amsterdam, no, Amsterdam, no, Amsterdam is -1 or 2. Yeah. Anyways, England is 0. Did you know that? Read. What's your time zone? Look it up. You know, there is a lot of hours between in America. There's many time zones. I think it's a 6 or 5. 5. No, it's 6. I think. So it can be a big difference between San Francisco and New York. Are we talking about 6 hours, maybe? Hello, is somebody there? I'm trying to make a conversation here. Kali, have you something? Kali, say something, Kali. You're in there. What's wrong with you guys? Okay, Lino Tomo, what do you say? You're coming in? Wow. Wow. The earth is flat. Nobody can say the earth is above. No way, no way. Let me tell you, Let me tell you through. The earth is flat. Let you fly like a bird. Let you, and you will see your world is flat. You never can go away. Go away from me and the truth. From me and the truth. Just let it be me. To tell you the earth is flat. Because it is. And nobody can say I am wrong. Oh, maybe I have to. Oh, how can I play I was wrong?
Oh my. Still flat.
Yeah, it's working. Oh, maybe I have to fix this. Ah, there. Oh, accurate. Wow. I'm telling you that there is nothing behind. The earth is flat, just like it is. You can measure it, dig in it, take it, get it. Let it be, let it, let it. The truth in your heart, so long it can go.
What is this guy doing?
I will never go.
Playing a guitar that's out of tune.
It's locked so far I can. You just
I
you
start
see
getting hammered early over there.
to every star, punch it down to the horizon, and you take it there. I let it flow, I let it go. The almanac, and the time and everything will take you home. There you have it. Maybe I have to tell you this in a song.
So G, E, and D then?
What? Yeah, it was a, but I played in G, but it's in reality in G. Yeah.
It's hard to tell because the way you tune your guitar. I've never heard such a tuning before.
But I tune it in live, so you know. You know, you can tune your guitar, so it's with your voice. So. But yeah. And if you know how to do it, you can play with it and tune your guitar in that way that you, you don't have to have it in the same room. You can just tune the guitar for one song, so you don't have to take all the different grip with the hand, because yeah, it's so many things. If you know your instrument, you can just play with it and you can use it and tune it for your behavior. You don't have to be like everybody else. Ding ding. But you can think of it like I was playing the G, and but it was in G. But the song is played like an easy D, but it's a real D. So it's a double. But I know nobody understands that. But if someone understands it, then I'm very wow, you got it. I spend my time, nothing else to do. Yeah, I spend my time, nothing else to do. Because I'm in the crowd, I'm waiting for you. I spend my time, nothing else to do. Yes, I spend my time, nothing else to do. Because I'm waiting for you. Yeah, there you have it. I'm not afraid to do what the fuck I want. If I want to do it, I do it. But now I just have to take a.
We try and experiment and get you guys from the UK to go on and say how you don't like how you're being treated over there by the government and don't want your tax money going to people that don't deserve it, or illegals. See what happens.
To be or not to be is always the question. What do I mean? Oh, maybe I'm not. It doesn't mean it like Shakespeare. Who was Shakespeare? Was Shakespeare real? Of course, Shakespeare was not real. But there was somebody like Shakespeare. But like I think that Shakespeare is not real. But away from that, to be or not to be, it's a great question, right? And if you ask the right questions, you will be taken out, censored. You have to be taken out of the extension of the system, development, because you're asking two great questions. Then you are a conspiratist, just like CIA said. Yeah, they come up with it. Conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fucking conspiracy theorist. They are making up fucking things. It's just a conspiracy. Really? Why is that? All of these fucking conspiracy theories is right about everything through last years. Everything. Almost everything. I cannot find one thing that I was not right about. Yeah, maybe we're talking about something craziness. Talking about Bigfoot. Talking about something like that. I'm talking about something in real life. I'm talking about something that is. Bigfoot is not is, and that's not in our real life. Has nothing to do with our. Has nothing to do with it. That's not conspiracy. That's craziness. Conspiracy. The definition of conspiracy: if two or three or more conspire to do something like a crime with one or other more is conspiracy. And that's happening all the time. That's known. What's so crazy about that? Man, come on. Wake up. Grow up. Be a man. Oh, man. Every man wants to be a woman now because they are so fucking off. Yeah, because Alice Jones was right about they are getting gay. The frog is getting gay because of the water. And what are you drinking? The water and all of this. Oh, he was right. And we have to. And now Donald Trump, if he will be a president, he will close all of this fucking shit down. Therefore, just because of that, you have to put Donald Trump in the office, and JFK Jr. He will be in force of it. Rein your water, make America healthy again. Stop drinking Kool-Aid. Stop being stupid. Stop poisoning your babies. Stop killing your babies!
What's up? What's up, Batman? Long time. And Johnny, haven't seen you here for a while.
So, if anyone's here, no worries. They'll come. Build and they will come. Do-do-do-do. I'll play chess while we wait for people to come in, I guess. Yeah, proof. Up.
What up?
Chilling. Just enjoying the day.
Do you guys think the Earth is flat?
What do you think?
I don't.
I'm not sure.
What?
You're not sure?
No, I don't think it's flat.
Why? Why not? What do you think?
Well, I don't think there's any reason to lie about the Earth being flat. And also, I feel like you can prove it.
Oh, really?
I think so.
How?
I don't know. They've had some different experiments. I mean, also, couldn't you just like get a really strong telescope or some shit, and shouldn't you be able to see every, like, if you get high up enough, wouldn't you be able to see like most places on Earth from one position if it was flat? You get what I mean? Know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. Maybe.
This doesn't make sense to me.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Sure.
Is that what you think?
That's what I think. I also don't think there's, like, I believe in a lot of conspiracies, but I don't think there's a reason to lie about the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's bigger than what you think, though?
Like, how big? Like, what do you mean big in what sense?
Like, there's a reason why we can't just freely explore and be all willy-nilly about it, and you know,
Like what? Like living in a simulation? Is that what you're trying to get at, or like what?
not necessarily a simulation, but it does seem like there's there's a reason why they're not letting us do just whatever we want to do. No?
Yeah, but
You think so?
in what sense?
Huh?
Like, yeah, there's a lot of restriction in general, but I don't know if that has to be specifically related to the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think like JFK assassination, definitely an inside job. I think there's a lot of evidence towards 9/11 being an inside job. I think that the media is owned by a small group of people. I think that, I mean, most conspiracies I can agree with or see the side of, but except for this one, doesn't really make much sense to me.
Doesn't?
Yeah.
Well, do you think there's any proof for the globe?
Proof? I mean, I think they did an experiment. I'm not sure exactly what the experiment. I think they did like a laser or some shit kind of test where they set up a laser and a cardboard box with a hole in it or something, and then they shine the laser from a very far distance. And if the Earth is
Uh-huh.
flat, yeah, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see that laser hit the board at the same spot. But or a sensor, maybe not a board, maybe it was like a sensor or something. Anyway, they had to raise the board a certain distance, which would also, that distance they raised it, apparently, I think it accounted for the curvature of the Earth. Some shit like that, some kind of experiment like that. That's like besides all the math and all the other ways. Like, that's one of the more simple experiments that I think that they did. I think
So
you're
you
probably, yeah. What?
so you watched the Netflix Behind the Curve, or was it National Geographic Behind the Curve?
It was just on YouTube. I'm not sure if how accurate the source was. I think it was just like a YouTube documentary or video or something. It was like a long time ago. I don't really remember it too much.
It was a documentary. And you're talking about the one with Jaren, right? And
Yeah.
Mark Barja?
I'm not sure that. Wait, one sec. I'm getting a phone call. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. I'm here yawning and falling asleep while this guy's talking, but and I'll play chess. Really crazy how so many people use that excuse still. I guess they didn't see the video of exposing that it was a hit piece. Great. There.
Yeah, I'm back.
So I don't know if you know or not, but Jeranism was the one that was part of that video. There was a contract signed, and what ended up happening was the production, the editor, I guess by instruction of the production manager,
Yeah.
they edited the video to make it seem like the way they perceived it in the film. And it was just real bad editing. You could actually
really?
catch it. Yeah, you could actually catch it if you replay it. Or if you rewatch it, but with the new knowledge of knowing that it's edited poorly and they just took it out of context. And Jaron himself did a video on this. If you want to go check out his website on Jeranism, on his YouTube on Jeranism in regards to this, and he exposed the contact that he was involved with this. I think it was National Geographic or Netflix. I forgot what company, because there's twice they've done that to him. I mean, to Flat Earth, should I say? And apparently and I actually interviewed Mark Sargent too, so I know the story from him as well. But they said that, in the back and forth, because they wanted to sue them because they misled the audience, because that's not the way it went down, and they were going to sue them. But in the fine print, which they didn't read when they signed it, they realized that they can't sue them.
Like an NDA, they had like an NDA or some shit.
Well, yeah, because in the fine print it said that they have the final editing rights, and so no matter however they edit it to persuade the story, however whatever way needed or fit, then they were allowed to legally, and with their signature they allow them to do that. But a lot of people don't know that story, the real story, the true story, and they were going to sue them, but they found out they couldn't. They got lawyers and everything. They're like, "Oh, it's in the clause, it's in the fine print." So, but he has the back and forths, the emails with the producers and the contacts, and they, I guess they confessed that at first they were cool about everything, but then I guess they did this interview at a school, and they realized that a lot of kids were really interested in it. And they said once they saw that the kids were quote unquote falling for it, then they said that they changed direction of how they were going to do this, and it ended up being a hit piece to make it look bad, to make it look like it's not. But Jaron says that in their observations, there were times where they did see it go through those holes, and there's times when they didn't see it go through. And when they didn't see it go through, he goes, that's interesting, because they already got it through. So if you just look at the fullness of it, then, but I understand this is knowledge that you didn't have. So you're coming to the table. Yeah, exactly. Which is understandable. So I don't even hold it to you. No harm, no foul. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't know that. So they come to the table using that. And it goes to show you, though, that propaganda works, because they have thousands of people believing that was true. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird thing for them to lie about too. Like, why would they lie about something like that? Doesn't make sense. That's weird.
Well, yeah. Well, they remember
Like, it doesn't make
they
sense if the Earth is a globe for them to lie about something like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
exactly. That's the point, though. See, that's where we come at that angle. Like, why are you guys lying if it is a globe? Why are you covering it, right?
Yeah, that's weird.
So, like, for instance, in the side chat, I'm going to put this photo right here for you to see it. This is the other documentary that they did where they got caught lying. On this is the National Geographic one with Mark Sargent and Dan the Waterman as well.
Is it the one in the water?
Yes, where they take the stripes and
Yeah.
and tell me, okay, tell me what's wrong with this. You tell me. Take a look. Let's see if you can tell me using your brain. If I tell you that flag is behind the horizon of the curvature of the Earth, and the water is blocking the stripes, would you believe me?
No, I can see it.
You can see the horizon blocking the
Yeah.
stripes. Okay,
No,
okay.
no, I can't. I can't. I can see the flag, so
Yeah,
it
yeah.
can't be. It can't be
No, no, no,
blocked.
no. But they're saying that the horizon's blocking that lower stripe. If you zoom in on it, you see how that red stripe's blocked?
Oh, so they're supposed to be red on top, black in the middle, red on the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I see that.
But see how it's blocked out, right?
Yeah, it is.
So with that being blocked out, would that tell you that the horizon's blocking the flag?
I mean, I don't think so because of the position. It looks like it's closer than the horizon.
Okay, so if you notice carefully, you can literally see the horizon behind the flag, right?
Exactly.
See the blue water behind it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So unfortunately, once again, propaganda, they showed this video and they said, look it, the flag is being blocked out. When you can clearly in a still image, maybe in real time when it's just going quick, you don't really like capture, you can't catch it.
Yeah.
But as a frozen frame, you can see like, hold up, like the horizon's like way behind the flag. You can see it. But
Yeah.
they lied. And in the same documentary, they also have it's been proven that they edited the helicopter. They said, "Oh, the helicopter is going behind the curvature of the Earth." There's just a
Yeah.
lot of deceiving, just dishonesty. And you're right. Why would they lie if it's a curve? Why would they be lying? They should just
Yeah, it's weird.
they should just film the truth, right? So
Yeah.
that's why we exist here. That's why we're here
Yeah.
talking to
That
people
makes
thinking that it's
sense.
a globe.
That makes sense. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why they're lying about this type of shit. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. But what do you believe that there's like space? Like, do you believe in other planets or what? Like, what do you? I don't understand how like the flat Earth would fit into everything else. That's is everything else a lie too, or like what? Like, what do
Well,
you?
okay, so when you think of planets, do you think of like the heliocentric model planet, like Jupiter's, like 100 Earths can fit in Jupiter because it's so large, or whatever the number is. I don't even care no more.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
but
that's what I would think. Like
okay,
whatever the general consensus
so like
is.
so like you think like the Earth is flat, but the sun is still 93 million miles away.
I think the Earth is like a globe, and then the sun is as far as whatever you just said. Yeah.
No. I meant like, are you saying like, well, if you guys believe the Earth
Oh,
is
yeah,
flat,
yeah,
but the
yeah.
sun's 93 million miles away, right?
Or
Everybody
like,
would see it, right?
yeah, or like, what's the sun, or like, what are the other
Right,
planets? Because are they
right.
are they spheres? Are they also flat? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Well. I think what you have is an image, and I'm pretty sure that it's the propagandized image that's been pumped out as disinformation, as they show you a flat disk in the middle of the universe with still the round planets in line going around the sun. So you think like the flat Earth is going around the sun, or whatever. I don't know what you think based upon that imagery that most globers have, right? Is that what you picture?
Yeah. When it comes to space, for the most part, except for aliens, I think aliens are real, but except for that, I generally believe like
Okay.
whatever NASA or whatever the common consensus is. That's what I hold to be true. So yeah, whatever they say, like as in the planets orbiting the sun and everything is a globe, and the planets are far away. That's my general idea.
Yeah. So because I wanted to point something out, because you have that idea and you have that vision, like that, when you close your eyes and you picture it, you're combining the two. So you're trying to make that world fit with the flat Earth world, and of course, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But that's why we try to share with people. Like, well, first of all, we don't know how far things are. I know there's a story about it. We don't know the sizes. I know there's a story about it. But if the sun and moon are local here in our sky or in the firmament in the heavens above us, and the sun's local, then so let me show you this photo real quick, or just real quick on the side chat. Are you able to see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the bottom thing, right? That I press.
Yeah,
Whatever the picture was. Yeah, I don't use
yeah.
this app very often.
Yeah, so
Okay, I
do you
see that.
see that sun right there?
Yeah.
Do you think that a sun that's 93 million miles away can produce those rays going sideways like that?
I think it's possible because they probably reflect off of like moisture in the air, so it would reflect it in that sense. But
So you think that the rays are shooting from the sun 93 million miles away in a parallel, uniform, like straight lines, and then all of a sudden, as soon as it gets to Earth, they just disperse, like bing, they just like, or think logically, or is the sun just right there above us in the sky, and all the sun radiates around us, and that's why you see this. This is why you see this. It's just right there. It's close.
I think it's just maybe these specific examples. I think they might just be the camera angle. But I've seen this in real life. Like I've seen the sun do this type of thing,
right?
In real life, like in the Middle East or even sometimes in the
Yeah.
U.S.
The press
Like
coupler rays. Yeah.
yeah. So I don't know. I think if it I think it makes sense to a degree where those lines, if it like think it fits with. Wait, someone said, why are they uniform and not all over the place, crisscross?
Right.
Yeah, but how would they crisscross if it's from a globe? You get what I'm saying? Because every side is not going to be intersecting with the other side. You get what I'm saying?
No, but
Like
you
if you
said
draw,
no,
yeah,
but you said, but it's scattering though. So like when you take a laser and you shoot it into like water, it goes in all direct. It scatters, like it just goes, and like he's saying, they crisscross, and like because it's just bouncing off everywhere now. Especially if you have like water in a glass per se. I actually have a video of that. Let me try to find it.
Oh, yeah, I know
You
what
get
you're saying. Where it
right.
refracts.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to refract, so it won't be so uniform like that. It would be like crisscross and all crazy. Logically,
But
though, we're just thinking logically.
But I think a better comparison would be to try to do the same thing with a very strong flashlight, because a flashlight probably would mimic the sun better. If you did it with a flashlight, it would still
It'd be
refract.
it'd be the
But
same concept though, because would you say that water could refract it like glass? You think glass kind of has the same
maybe
effect?
similar depending on the shape of the glass. But the thing is, it's not hitting water; it's hitting the atmosphere first. And you get
Well,
what, like if you were
but what's in
yeah.
the atmosphere?
Well, yeah, you have water in the atmosphere, but not in the same sense. Like it's like less dense, much less dense than
Okay.
physical water.
Well, then wouldn't that make it even refract more? Because it's a lot of tiny little particles of water, and when the light hits it, shouldn't it just go everywhere and disperse everywhere? No, you don't
And
think so?
maybe depending on the level of humidity, maybe.
Like, what if you like if you shot like a flashlight to like broken pieces of glass that kind of represent how refracted, like it could just bounce everywhere and crisscross and go like it scatters. It would kind of have the same principles, no? Like with water. I don't know. Maybe
Maybe
I don't know.
similar, but maybe it wouldn't be pieces of glass. A better comparison would be like powdered glass, because that would be like very tiny pieces of glass, and then it would reflect. It would
Yeah.
refract much.
Right. You see the photo that he just posted right now?
Yeah.
You see the difference? So if you had
Oh, I see what you're saying.
right, if you had
Oh,
holes in the clouds, right? If you have holes in the clouds and the lights coming from a far distance, so they're parallel, they're just gonna look like rain showers, like a shower head just pouring down the water. The light gonna come straight down like a waterfall, but
yeah,
light.
but
But
that's
if
just,
it's
yeah.
closer, it will disperse outward, so it will be angled, just like the way he shows it here. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but that assumes that the holes are straight. So if the holes aren't straight, like in the cloud, it's not a perfect circle, right? So I'm sure one side, like if you were to make a cylinder or whatever, if you wanted to imagine it, one side would be more curved than the other, and and so on
Well,
and
you
so forth.
well,
But I
well, the
understand
first
the
photo I
picture.
posted kind of is like that. Look, like I hear what you're saying, and the first photo I posted it's more like that. Like it's not a perfect round shape; it's just an opening in the cloud, but it's the same concept. Because
Yeah.
if the light was coming in from far away, this wouldn't be angled like that. They would be straight down, just like it will just look like a bunch of beaming lights coming through that hole because the light's coming in at that angle from that far away. But if it's closer to the clouds and there's all these holes in the clouds, and you turn a light on, and because it's closer, then it's shooting out parallel from that, or I mean, not even parallel really. It's
Yeah,
just
I
you get
get
what I'm
what you.
saying, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I
Well,
think.
it's a good
Yeah.
thing for you to think about at least, because obviously you're new to the conversation,
Yeah.
and you have a lot to think about because you're talking about things from way back, like
Yeah.
years ago. That these were the arguments, but it's okay though. Everyone starts somewhere, I guess. What was your other one you said?
I was just asking about the planets and whatnot, but
Oh
also,
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right.
yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, but also from different parts of the world, like if you're on like there's different skies that you see, like if you're in the south, like if you imagine the Earth as a globe, say you're in like very low South America, the sky that you see is a different sky than you see in very North America. Like you see
Absolutely.
different stars and stuff. So
Absolutely.
how would you account for that?
No,
And then
that
the
that
stars
is
move too.
yeah. That's 100%. And I love that you said the stars move because you're absolutely right. They move. We don't. We're stationary. So if you could imagine you have this giant ceiling fan or something that's going around and around and around like a big warehouse, right?
Yeah.
And imagine you drew numbers on the blades, okay, like 1 through 209, whatever. But it's a really long blade, okay, and
Uh-huh.
it's not way, way, way up high. It's it's just like a simple ceiling, like in your house, okay,
Yeah.
but a large warehouse though, okay. So when you're standing at the base or the center of, you could see all five of the arms of the fan, right? Or
Uh-huh.
whatever blades, the five blades. So then, so then, you could look as far as you can down the ceiling, but you're not going to see like the number 100 or the number 200 or whatever, because only the people that are standing under that number are going to see that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's too far for you to see it. It's just way too far for you to see it. So if you
Yeah.
could imagine South America seeing the set of stars that are furthest away from Polaris, which is the center. So that's why when you look up, like for instance, if you're at Home Depot, right? You've been at Home Depot, right?
Yeah.
You look up and you see aisle 1 has plants and shovels and dirt, and then you go and aisle 22 has, like I don't know, lamps and electric cables or whatever, plugs, whatever. I'm just making the stuff up as we go.
Yeah.
But when you look up at the sign, right, and you're like, wait, why can't I see the electric plugs from the first aisle? Well, that's because it's way over there. You get what I'm saying? Hopefully, this is just logical. Hopefully, you
Nah,
get
that
it.
makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So when they're like, oh, we see different stars. Well, of course, like you're so
Yeah.
far away. Of course, because everybody has what you see in your view above you, right?
So do you think aliens are real?
No, I don't. I don't. Not that they're traveling. We have a species coming from trillions of miles away, jumping galaxies and time warps and wormholes. And no, I think that's all fantasy, fake. I mean, the people that created NASA, one of them was a part of that sci-fi,
I think one
alien
of them was a
type rating.
Freemason. I think the one of them was a Freemason too.
Yeah, Freemasons and satanic cultists. That's what they were created out of. And
Yeah,
you
but
had one of the greatest storytellers of sci-fi there. Walt Disney. I mean, he literally built Tomorrowland and Disneyland.
yeah,
But so they knew what they were doing. But the point, I guess, being is no, I don't believe in aliens stuff like
but
that. Now, now,
there've been many witnesses, like many people. Like I've seen some crazy shit in the
yeah,
sky too. Like I'll tell
unidentified.
you. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no, I get
unidentified.
that.
Like I was driving in the middle of fucking, I don't know, like the middle of the country roads in Texas,
Uh-huh.
and I was with my mom at the time. We both saw this. Like we were looking up in the sky, right? I just happened to look up in the sky, and there was this
Yeah.
white, like a very not huge, but like a decently sized white ball right above me, and it was going
Yeah.
the same direction as the car, and it was going very slowly, but it was definitely moving. And so I looked at it and I pointed at it and I told my mom, I was like, "Oh, what's that?" She's like, "Oh, I don't know." And then like a second later, it went from right above me to like the fastest thing I've ever seen. Like any faster, you wouldn't see it. Went from right
Mm.
above me to the end of the night sky, and there was no noise. There
I
was no
know, I
light.
know exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. Not to cut you off, but I want to just share that same experience with you, as I have seen the same thing in
Yeah.
Arkansas. So I know what you're talking about.
Oh
Now,
shit.
now,
Yeah.
now, I'm not saying that I don't believe that there's these unidentified flying objects, because
Yeah.
there can be. But I don't believe that they're, like I said, that they're coming from galaxies far, far away, like some Star Wars story. I do, but me personally, though, it's my personal belief. I'm not going to push this on
I think they're
anybody.
coming from the ocean.
I believe they're coming from a possibility of places that we can't go explore ourselves. Maybe that's why they cut off the 60th parallel of just privately exploring, however, willy nilly, wherever we want to go to Antarctica. Maybe there's
Oh
something
yeah.
beyond there. I don't know. But we can't verify this. But I'm just saying, I do know exactly what you mean. I was in Arkansas, and me and my girl were standing in the driveway. It was pitch black that night. Beautiful night. We're looking up at the stars, and then she points. She goes, "Wow, look at that star! It's moving pretty fast." She goes, "Is that a plane or a drone or
Yeah.
something?" And right when I looked at it, and I'm following it, and it just stopped. And she goes,
Oh
"Oh my
shit.
God." She's like, "Did you see that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm literally looking at it right now." And then it just stopped, and then it just went like darted,
Yeah, bro.
super, super fast, bro. Like boom,
Yeah.
it just shot up straight up. And I was like, "What?" And we just looked at
Yeah.
each other like, "What the fuck?" Like, "Oh my God, we literally just saw something." But again, I'm not saying that it went out into the vacuum of space that violates the second law of thermodynamics. So that I don't believe, but I do believe that there is high altitude images and footage that can be taken with like high altitude weather balloons, or even like vessels of some sort, some mode of transportation. I do believe that, because it does exist, I think. But I'm not saying that it's going so far beyond into this realm of like vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr environment, because that's where it falls apart. That's where the story collapses, because you can't have that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from. And there's some new people in here as well. I've been kind of talking a while. I know we got T Dub and Crit might want to jump in, or Batman. He barely talks. Is it that time yet to talk, Batman? You guys want to take over and maybe hear them talk, or anybody else? Anybody else want to look at you too? But we got Nicola and Jutunananas in here. But yeah, I don't want to hog up the mic, guys. So if you want to take over, take over. Or if you just want to have us keep going, we can do that too. It's up to you guys.
I don't mind, but why don't you think? Why do you think we? Oh wait, one sec. Oh yeah. So why do you think we can't see like everywhere on Earth if you get high up enough?
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what. Tomorrow morning, do you drive at all?
Yeah.
Okay, tomorrow morning, or even right now, go to like weather.com and then just look at visibility. And they will tell you in that this is how far we can see today. And it will change. Tomorrow morning, it'll be different. Tomorrow afternoon, it'll be different. And then at night, it'll be different. But the forecast of visibility is because the dense air that you're having to look through. Sometimes it could be fog. It could just be overcast. It could be winds. Whatever. There's variables that can change it, but it's like stacking glass. Like you can see through a window, right?
Yeah.
But I bet you can't see through 1,000 windows. You can't see. It's just too much. It's compacted material. So imagine the air the same way. Like you can't just see forever. You're only able to see to the horizon, and that's where not only can it be too thick, but it also can be where your eyes can't even resolve it because the angle to it is so small. Because the way perspective works, the way optics works, is the farther something gets away from you, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller in size. So, like as they say, the double the distance, the double it will be like it'll decrease in size, and so forth and so forth. So, like if you're looking at something at like 3 miles away, like then it's got to be the size big enough for it to be able to do that. But you can get away from that thing 10 more miles and it's going to look smaller. Not because it shrunk physically, or not because it shrunk because it's behind the curve of the earth, because we've debunked that by measuring it and treating it and observing it as a planar earth, but because optically that's the way it works. It's just an optic thing. But the lie, the falsehood, they've hijacked reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's a good argument, but I feel like if the weather one day like in North America like as high as you could go, I mean not as high, but if you go high enough North
Yeah.
America and then you have like a strong enough telescope. I don't know the
Uh-huh.
distance exactly, but I'm sure there should be a way to calculate it. And there's
Yeah.
like say one day there's also clear weather in but I guess you said the air would be itself, so it's kind of hard to argue against that.
Yeah, because we talked about it way earlier. What's in air? Moisture, right?
Yeah.
So imagine you having to look through like a foot of moisture. Yeah, you can see through that all day. But can you see through 1,000 feet of moisture? I don't think so. It's just too. It's going to distort the image behind it unless it's big enough for it to still be able to be resolvable. But then go 1,000 miles. No, of course you can't see that far. You can barely see 20 miles or 10 miles
Yeah.
without using like equipment. I mean, you need to use like a camera or some type of telescope. But here's the thing, though. There's footage of a gentleman who takes a camera with a infrared filter, and he's able to hundreds of miles, even above 1,000 miles. He can see from an airplane just looking way out, because when you use an infrared, it reduces that problem, if you will, because it cuts out a lot of that. There's a specific word for it. I just can't think of it right now.
Yeah.
But regardless, though, it's still, even with that, there's still a limit, because again, you're just looking through a lot and a lot and a lot of wind carries dust, and there's water, and there's just an obstruction. At the end of the day, it just becomes obstruction. So our view is obstructed. Now, you know how they say, oh, but I go real high and I see a circle around me when I go on a mountain, right?
Yeah, like a slight curve.
Yeah, but even still, though, that curve, quote unquote, is only created because of your eyes. and the
Yeah,
lenses that you use.
like a fish lens kind of effect.
Yeah,
Fish
because
bowl lens.
if you look at the way the eyes work, they literally create like a circle around you, or how, I guess a sphere around you. For a good example, I'll kind of post this right here for you to take a look at if you like. Again in the side chat, if you take a look there, that's pretty much the way you see things, right? The horizon ends up curving because your eyes are a lens, right? They are convex, right? So it literally creates that. So that's why, like, if you look straight, have you ever been deep sea fishing?
Yeah.
Okay, and you see nothing but ocean all around you, right?
Yeah.
Well, when you look straight, like let's say you go to the front of the boat, you look out, you can see in the peripherals, you can see that curve like a hula hoop. But then all you have to do is just look a little right or a little left, and what that part that was curved is no longer curved. It's now the straight part. And that's because you're looking at it directly. So you take away that optical phenomenon of it curving at the edges because you're looking at it directly, and that's where you see the flat horizontal line that kind of looks like, I mean, that's what we have in many photos, that beautiful horizon that we could always look at and see. But so what you're doing when you spin in a circle, like for instance, I'm going to post this video for you, and look at how it looks from his vantage point, if you will. Where is it at? I have it somewhere here. Oh, here it is. Okay, so check out that video real quick, and look at the way he looks around, and his camera and his eyes as well. They are creating that circle around you. So what that is just an equidistance to as far as you can see in all directions, but it's still a horizon. It's still flat. And what we know is that there is no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. No matter how you want to cut that, that just doesn't exist. It's a curve in all directions. So you can't get that on a curved surface. But where you can get that is if you cut the ball in half or you shave a quarter of it off, and then you make a flat plane, and in the cross section from the middle of it, then you would get that crisp, flat, planar circle all around you. But you have to cut it in half. We don't live in the middle of the ball or a quarter down into the ball. We're on the surface of the ball that you think we're on. So, but then that's where you come to realize, oh shit, then it's not a ball because it can't be a ball. Because we know that on a ball, on the surface of it, it has no horizontal lines. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about satellites? Where do you think the satellites? How are they orbiting, or how are they like in the sky?
Well, being that I actually used to build some really big ones for commercial and broadcast television, like some huge, like I mean, I want to say they were about 3, 4, 5, 6 meter dishes, huge ones, anywhere from like.
I mean the ones in space, like the ones flying.
No, I know. But I'm saying though, we build those and then we point them to the meridian belt where all those satellites. You have G5 and T4, and you have all the different birds in the sky. We call them birds. You have all the birds in the sky, and we would program them. Okay, here's the azimuth, here's the elevation. We would get our little declimeter, and then we would have to angle it perfectly. We program it, and then we fixate the satellite dish on an arc, so that way it could pick up all the birds in the sky, any one of them, any one of the any one of the birds on this on this arc, and it matched up perfectly, right? So when it comes to that stuff, I'm like, dude, I trip out because when I first fell into flat Earth trying to debunk it, because I was like, the hell, what are you talking about, flat Earth? It's a globe, bro. We set up satellite dishes. Oh my god, we have all these pictures. I used to invoke NASA all the time. Then you learn dude, there's not even one real picture, and you're like, wait, what? Yeah, they're all CGI, they're all Photoshop, they're all fake, and then that's just all downhill from there. But back to the satellite, I don't know what the system is. I don't know how it works, but I will share this bit of information for you, and then you can make your logical guess yourself. Okay? When you set up a satellite dish, it's a ecliptical dish, right? And
Yeah.
and so what it does is it collects the signal, and then it shoots it pins it to the center of the feed horn. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then that way it can transmit the signal and it converts it to coax, and you send it down to LMB, and then it goes to your receiver, right? So here's the point though. You can be 1/64th of an inch off. And
Better not be any Glovers in here.
sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a phone call. What's the last thing you heard me say?
That it could be like a half an inch or whatever.
No. Okay. Not half an inch. 1/64th of an inch. You understand
Yeah.
how small that is?
Yeah.
So you have a 1/8, and then you have a 1/16, and then you have a 1/32nd, and then you have a 1/64th, and then you have a 1/28th. You can be 1/64th off, and you can lose dB. You know what dBs are?
Like what, the connection?
It's just decibels.
Like the quality of it. Oh.
Decibels, yeah.
Yeah. So what you do is when you attach an oscilloscope to a satellite dish, you can see the decibels. Like let's say you're fine tuning. You're doing the azimuth elevation. You're going up, down, left, right, up, down, and you just split the difference to get the highest signal. Like you check your azimuth, left and right. And then you go through the bird all the way to the end, and you go through the bird to the left, and then you split the difference, and that's the strongest part. Then you go up and down your elevation, and then you're gonna go through it, and then you go up, and then you through it down, and you're just fine tuning, right? And you do that a couple more times. You go left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down, and then you finally come to a point where like this is the strongest dB, okay, the strongest possible signal. Let's say I got like an 8 dB, okay, that's good. That's really good because usually they're like 3, 4, 5. Anyways, strong signal, okay. You can turn that nut that let's say either control the azimuth or the elevation because there's two different ones, right?
Yeah.
And you can literally see the dBs drop from like 8 or 9 down to 6 or 5, right?
Yeah,
if
but
you go if you go a quarter inch or 1/8, you can lose the signal. It could go from like 9 dBs to like static, like you get nothing. Like, oh shit, we lost the signal. So the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because I can't believe that we had to be so precise on the ground looking up at this thing in the sky, and they want us to believe that these things in the sky, they have little jets on them, right? And they maneuver and they compensate or not they it's called they correct their trajectory in their steady orbit, whatever the paradigm is, the falsehood is. But think about this. This is what I want you to leave with. If we have to be so precise here down on the floor, and let's say even once out of the 30 something years that those things have been up there, even once, if they had to move it a quarter of an inch, then every single satellite dish that's fixated on it, in the commercial broadcast media, realm, not the home, because you don't use these for the home use. It's not like Dish Network or DirecTV, but it's still the same concept. That means every single dish would have to be realigned because you literally pinpointed that fucking signal. Like if you're gonna ricochet the bullet off your wall to hit you back in your forehead, you got to be precise, right? Like you cannot move that wall because the second you move the wall, the signal's not gonna bounce back the same way. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
so in regards to that, I don't know how they do it or what the story is behind that. I have a theory, like quantum locking and shit. Maybe they discovered that. Maybe they figured it out. They kind of show us how it is here on Earth in these little science fairs where they have quantum locking and stuff, and they tilt the puck and then it stays like that angled. I think maybe it's something like that, but I don't know. We can't verify it, so I don't even want to introduce it because we can't talk about things we can't verify, right? Even though that's like all of cosmology. So that's why we got to be careful how we talk about it.
Yeah, but I mean, you could see. I mean, I don't know if like what your explanation would be, but you could see like satellites. There's like ways to track celestial objects. Like you can see satellites passing over the Earth at certain periods of time.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why I'm saying. I would say that no doubt there's something up there, but they're not what they're telling us as far as satellite dishes being farther than the ISS is, right? By 26,000 miles, away from the Earth. Like, dude, that is not. No, that's bullshit, dude. That's all. That's where I say no. That's not what it is.
So you
It
think they're
can't be that.
local? You think they're
I
local?
don't know. I honestly I can't even comment on that because I don't know. I know I've set it up before, but they definitely can't be in the realm of what they've created because then you're back into space, and we already talked about space. We already learned that there's a violation there. You can't have a vacuum next to a system that's open where you're flying. SpaceX going in and out with their rockets, like they're like exiting and entering back again, and just breaking this barrier somehow because it just doesn't make sense. When you really think about it, it does make sense. But
I mean, but do you think? So you don't think that the ISS is in space? Even though it's barely in space, even like considering everything, it's still technically barely in space. But you don't think it's in space?
I don't know where exactly it is. I don't know what exactly it is, but I'll riddle me this though. If they are truly at that altitude, going around the Earth on this parabolic path, like just going around, then why have they been caught faking it in the live streams? Where it's taking us back to when Jaren got tricked by the movie, the company, the film company that lied. Why do they have to lie if it's a ball? Why would they have to lie if they're truly up there? Now, here's a good example. Let me give you an analogy, okay? Let's say I say I have a mansion, all right? And I'm like, everybody, what's up? I'm talking to you guys right now from the mansion. And you're like, turn on your video and let me see it. And I'm like, okay, cool. So then I turn on my video and I have a mansion behind me. And you're like, walk inside of it. Okay, cool. I walk inside of it. But then all of a sudden, you see a guy just materialize in the living room. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Like, that's supposed to be live. Like, how did that happen? Because nowhere does that ever reality.
Yeah.
Or you never
No,
seen.
I know what you're saying. I know about the videos that you're talking about. I think I get what you're saying. But like you can track them. Like you can track the ISS with the application or whatever various applications.
I get
like
it.
you can
I
see
get
the
it.
light flying.
I get that. That's why I'm saying I don't know what they're tracking. I don't know what software is creating. Like I could make an app that I could program it, and I'll tell you, hey, I threw a rocket up in the sky, and I just defied the government, and I'm just like, fuck you guys. I'm gonna send my own rocket up, and then I could
know, but you can see with your eyes. Is my point. Like you can, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but we don't know. I can't verify that what they're telling us or what they've told us is what it is. But my point about that is if they are up there doing what they're saying they're doing, then why would they lie about it? That's what if they do have this program that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and even a leap day, even February 29th every 4 years, it just going every single day. What if they have a system to where they just have this thing flying around above us?
You mean like a system that's tracking a different kind of light that they said is the ISS?
No. They could literally just have. Do you believe that they could refuel jets in the sky?
Depending on how high, depending on certain circumstances, yeah,
Do
they
do you?
do that.
Yeah. So do you know that our government itself can keep Air Force One up as long
Yeah,
as they need to? They
pretty
could
much.
just forever. They could just stay in the sky, right? It
Yeah,
costs a
pretty much.
lot of money, but they could do it. Now, when you look at the ISS and you see it transverse across the moon, that's saying you think you're seeing something. How far is it? 400 kilometers, so 250 miles away, and it's the size of a football field. That's like saying you can see an ant from like a mile or two away. Can you see an ant from that far? You shouldn't
I
be
mean,
able to, at least.
probably not, but maybe like an ant-sized light you would be able to see, like because of the
No,
light.
no, 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 no. No, people zoom in on it and they can see an actual thing. Like, don't get me wrong, it looks like something. I've seen the videos. It literally looks like something, but it wouldn't be that big in their camera if it was that far away. That again, it just goes against all logic and reason. You can't see something that's 100 yards big from 250 miles away. Just the laws of perspective are being violated in that. And I don't know why we never really questioned it, to be honest, but that's part of being a glober when you're on that side is you don't question it. You just believe it. And that's kind of like why we're here right now. Just questioning stuff.
So what about like the Boeing Starliner? What about like the they've located space debris from previous space programs in the ocean. Like what about all of that? Like have you heard about the Boeing Starliner recently? How they're stranded up in
Yeah.
space?
Yeah, yeah, that's the story. And did you hear how they're saying that she's like she can't tell? It's like she's getting confused and she's get, going blind, and her bone density
I
is
didn't go
very
too
like.
deep into it, but I was just
There's
using it as an
all this
example.
stuff, right? She's only been there up there for what 10 weeks now, or 2-3 months. Yet they had astronauts up there apparently for almost a year, maybe even more than a year. So you
Yeah, but I
want
think
to
because the Starliner, I think it's like it's not made for that. Like I think the Starliner is like it's like a transport to reach the ISS, I believe, if I remember correctly, or something like that. So it wasn't designed to be able to hold you for that long. So that could probably be one of the reasons. Well, what are your thoughts? Like, what are your thoughts on Elon Musk and like how he sent his Tesla into space? There's like a live stream. Do you think that's all CGI or what?
I don't know because I could go up over here to Vandenberg base over here in the West Coast, and I remember I used to do I told you I used to build those big huge
Yeah.
dishes. Well, what we also used to do was we used to go. It was me and my uncle. We used to go to the Talco station. They call them not Talco station. I'm sorry. They call them Earth stations. There's an Earth station right outside.
Hello.
Hello, hello, Layal. What's up, my fellow flat earthers? Yes, sir. Gravity don't exist. We out here.
Bella maniac, bro.
MashaAllah. I'm not Muslim, by the way. Let everyone know. Christian man.
I don't think anyone cares.
There's the microphone, but we lost you. Can't hear you.
You might have gotten a phone call or something.
I'll be snuck into Antarctica, huh? They found his ass. So what's up?
What up?
Sky.
Sky? No, it's not real, bruh. Any real flat earther knows the sky is an illusion.
No, I don't hear flat earthers say that.
They don't. You obviously haven't read the book of Michael
Is
C.
it
Hall II.
is it a straw man? Is it a straw man, or can you prove what you just said? That any flat earther will just tell you that the sky is just an illusion.
I think he's fucking with you, bro.
No, I'm not. Definitely not, dude. Have
And
you
he's
not read the
trolling.
book of Michael C. Hall II?
It's not with me. He's trolling with himself, just making fun of himself.
You know what? You know what's crazy? You sound just like your
Showing
profile
how-
picture, bro.
Showing how the cognitive dissonance is hard on him. Because
Oh.
he heard something that challenging his belief, so he wanna showcase his cognitive dissonance live.
My bad.
Coming
My
from
call dropped. Sorry about that.
a Glober, it's not something surprising.
Apocryphon. He's saying that you have cognitive dissonance and shit. That guy called Necros.
No, I'm talking to you, DNDT.
No. Come on. That's not. Don't lie to him. You're talking to him.
you. It was you, the guy
It's
who said that
okay. We get
the
it.
flat
We get it.
earthers says
You're
that
angry.
the sky is just an illusion. No, I'm not angry. I'm not angry.
Come on, Necros.
Why
Yeah, I'm
would
sorry,
I
my
be
call dropped,
angry
by the way.
against
Yeah,
someone who
Apocryphon.
is suffering?
He's saying you have cognitive dissonance, and he's saying it like you can't prove what you're saying.
No, I'm telling you, you don't even understand
come on,
language.
Don't lie to me.
He's flipping it up.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking to
Hey,
you.
you should really argue with that Necros guy because he's really making some hard points against you, Apocryphon.
No, I'm talking to the guy who said that the flat earthers says
Look, he's
that
getting
the
angry.
sky
He's
is an
yelling because he's
illusion.
trying to lie. You can't lie.
No, I didn't lie.
Hold on, hold on.
I told you.
I do have a question.
I repeat it. I repeat it again. I'm talking to the guy. I'm talking to the guy who is not courageous enough. Who said that the flat earthers say that the sky is an illusion. So that guy have no courage because he said that, and he is not now throwing it to someone else because he's not courageous enough to say, "Yeah,
that?
it was me. It was DNDT,
Oh, he did?
the muted guy."
Oh, okay.
I think he was just messing with you, bro.
Hey, so my call dropped. What was the last thing you heard me say? Because my call dropped.
I don't know, something about Tesla. We were talking about Tesla, about them sending a ship with the live stream, and then you said you were going with your uncle someplace in the West Coast, and then that's it.
Okay, so we used to do the launches out of Vandenberg base.
Yeah. Oh, like what? The satellite launches or what?
Well, what we did was we would uplink it to like Japan, to Australia, and I think Germany. I always forget the third one, but there was 3 major ones, and we used to uplink it because we'd have to convert it because over there they have PAL, and over here we have NTSC, so we'd have to just convert the signal, and then uplink it. And when we send it, all we got paid just to be there, just to turn on the switch, turn on the amplifiers, turn on the signal, go to the right bird, go to the right transponder. We got paid for the night. Now, every time they scrub the mission, we'd have to come back the next day, so we get paid another day. So we always wanted the mission to be scrubbed, but we did see the rockets go up. So what I was getting at, like, because you asked if it's fake, like, no, I've seen the rockets go up, but I don't know. I can't verify what they're doing once they're up there. Like, do they go up and they come back down? Like think of this photo right here. Like look at this photo I'm gonna post. So rockets do that. Oops.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And I don't even know if it posted. My signal's all jacked up.
No, I see the one with the curve. It posted, I think.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. So rockets do that, but jets go straight across. So that just doesn't make sense to me. Why aren't jets having a curved trail or contrail or a chemtrail? Why are they always just straight? They never curve like the way we see rockets curve. Anyways, that's a whole other thing, but along the same lines. But there's just a lot of things that should make you question the narrative overall. Just doesn't add
I
up.
get what you mean. I would just question the legitimacy of the pictures. I mean, because like using the same argument as NASA faking pictures could be used. You know what I mean? It could be.
Yeah,
used
no doubt. No, to get you, and probably would be better. Like, I don't. Where do you live? Do you live on the East Coast, West Coast?
Right now I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. You guys don't really have any launches close to you. It's only
I don't think
Florida and
anymore, but they used to
hey,
do it out
you're
of
going to be
Africa.
though. You're going to be because Elon's going out to Texas. He's leaving
Yeah.
California. He's done with California, so he's not gonna. He's gonna leave, and we won't be able to see the Vandenberg face no more. So you
Yeah.
guys will be sure enough. But anyways, when you do have that, record a launch. You're gonna see it arc just like the way that photo is, and that is the way you see it. By the way, they go up, and then it looks like they're falling back down. To be honest. I
Yeah.
just used to believe way back then I was a glober, so I used to be like, "Oh, dude, look at it's going over the curve of the Earth." But then look at contrails or chemtrails or whatever you can see for that day. If you have someone spraying, dude, for miles and miles and miles, a plane will leave a trail, and it's just completely straight. It's not even arcing; it's just straight.
Yeah.
So you should think, wait, well, if they're having to account for the curvature of the Earth to keep that level elevation, right? Then why isn't the smoke that they're leaving behind them curving? Because they should be showing a curve, but they never do it. You're never going to see that. So all you Globers should think about that. Think about it, swirl it around your head. Maybe that might
Yeah.
help you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's been a good conversation with you. I really appreciate you've been respectful and you let me
Yeah,
answer
bro.
your questions, and I hope it helped. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it did. It was a productive conversation, man. I appreciate it.
For sure. If you want, you could go maybe just follow the link to 24/7 Discord if you want to learn more about it. And there's like a lot of resources. And you can, if you're really like looking into it, you can go to the main Discord server,
How do I do
24/7
that?
Discord. I'll send you an invite right now. Hold on. But over there, there's a lot of
Information.
there's a lot of information over there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna find you. There you are. I'm gonna DM you this link real quick. That's the link to the server. And yeah, check it out, bro.
All right, great. Yeah, let me see if I got. I'm like new to this app. I don't really use it. Oh yeah, I got it. All right, cool, bro. Sounds good. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
You too, man. Good talking to you.
All right,
Sorry, these
gentlemen.
Glovers
Bye.
will try to derail you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hey, Apocryphon, I heard you're in a mansion, huh?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah,
But
let me see it, man.
don't question when people start materializing and disappearing.
Okay, man. I'm right outside though, so I might knock and you can let me in.
Don't question when you see me get caught up on a string when I do a flip for you in my space
see, man.
mansion.
Let me see.
So,
Uh,
can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Para?
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about plumbers and the profession of them. Should they continue to have jobs?
Yo, why not? I'm a plumber, dude.
Oh wait, then we're not talking about it. I'm just kidding. See, if you look at the room, the name is 24/7 Flat Earth, so we're talking about it. Matt, Trump's defense, he's one of our strongest flat earthers. Want to talk to him about it?
Yeah, what's up, man? Why do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Do people really
Oh.
believe the Earth? Do people really believe the Earth is flat?
You said what?
Do people really believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, why do you think otherwise?
Because it's round.
According to who?
According to your mom.
Do you actually do you actually have a point to make though? Or-
That was my point. That's how round it. That's how round your mom is. Unless your mom is flat.
Yeah, you really got me. You really got me, man. That's some solid globe Earth evidence right there.
Right. I think it's probably the best Earth evidence, globe Earth evidence we've gotten all day.
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence, Para? No.
Just
Yeah, I made it the fuck up. That's what it was.
Yo, don't swear, man.
Okay, cool.
There's a limit. We don't swear, dude.
Okay. I made it the fudge up. Okay, how about that?
Thanks, man.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
I mean, there's surely something out there. There's some sort of evidence, right?
There's a lot of evidence. I just don't know. I
Well, where
just
is it?
can't. Well, I can't really say it all aloud because I'm not an astrophysicist or.
But this is the problem.
No,
You
just
can't
a few,
believe
one or
you
two.
can't believe in big propositions like the Earth is a globe. but it's
Okay. What's a proposition then?
a proposition is a statement that is an ought, right?
Can you tell me
So
what a
if you claim, if you
tell me-
claim, yeah, hold on, dude, chill out. If you claim that the Earth is a globe and you say, you know, all the astrophysicists know, I want to know how you know. Like, what's the evidence behind it? You can't believe something if there's no evidence for it, right?
Okay, but what is a statement? Because you said a bunch of things, but you didn't really specify what
I mean,
a
if you
statement.
don't know what a statement is, man, I hope you go back to school or something. I don't know.
Okay, but I mean you're here, so you can elaborate what a statement is.
I'd much rather you look it up if you don't know.
I mean you're spouting not
I
nonsense.
can't be your teacher.
I mean
You never research in your entire life. That's the first day.
you're
That's
here.
the first day that you will make a
You're-
proper research. You have just a word that you don't understand. Take
What's
a
a
look.
statement? I mean, come on, dude. I mean, if the evidence, listen, if the evidence for the Earth being the globe is that low, then just let's.
But no, you're sidetracking though. You never explained
No,
to me what a
this is you sidetracking. You don't. If you don't
No.
know what a statement is, that's not my lack of knowledge. That's
He won't
yours.
teach you language because you don't understand language. If you don't understand the next word, you won't understand the next word, and you will tell him to give you the definition of the next word
this is one
and
good
the
thing.
next word, and the discussion will get just like that. Every time he will say a word, you will ask him to give a definition.
How can I even have a conversation with someone that doesn't know what a statement is?
Can you please answer the question? Can you answer what is a
He don't-
statement?
He's not intellectually
You're gonna
dishonest.
have to look at. I'm sorry, but I can't be your teacher here. If you, I mean, I want to know what the evidence for the Earth being a globe is, and you don't know what a statement is. How old are you?
15.
Okay, so we should sue your teachers then. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on,
English
bro.
teacher.
Just tell
I'm
me what a
sorry.
statement. Just tell me what a
Yeah,
statement
I have
is.
a problem with English. That's not even a technical word.
By the way, I'm using the same
The
technical. By the way,
normal language.
by the way, I'm using
technical.
this. By the way, just to clarify, I know what a statement is. I just want you to keep breaking it down so I can just like. It's basically what you guys do to like.
We know that you know what statement is, but you don't
Well,
have
where's
any
the
proof of the
evidence?
globe
Well, how
globe,
about
so you
this?
want to just la instead of talking
Well, I
about
mean,
the
you
topic.
like you said, you went to school. You should know that the Earth is round.
Okay, well, what's the evidence? And since you went to school, what's the evidence for the Earth being round then?
There's a lot of things. What do you want? Because
So if there's a lot of them, what's the biggest one?
I'm only specified to say about climate because that's all.
Okay,
That's
what's the
only thing
biggest one? What's the biggest one? What's
for
the
me,
biggest
it's
evidence?
climate. For other people, for other people, it's different because I don't know
Okay,
too much
what about
all-
climate? Okay, what about climate?
It's subject to the sun when you.
What are you talking about?
Have you heard about the doldrums?
So we have a climate. Okay, how does that prove the Earth is a globe?
Not exclusive to a globe.
Yeah, go on. What do you say?
I'll explain it by showing pictures because it's probably better.
Pictures of what? The climate.
Pictures.
Oh, your mom, dude.
Oh.
Pictures. I can show you a picture of Bigfoot. So that mean that Bigfoot is real? Oh,
Yeah,
oh
dude.
you are the
What are you
guy.
talking about?
One of the types of guys who just watch a video or a picture and say that it's so real. Superman
Well,
also
I think if you
exists
get a
in
picture of Bigfoot, dude, if you get a picture of Bigfoot, then he's real. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Superman also. You have even a video of Superman.
Yeah, if you did, what you talking about,
And
dude? You made a
Venom,
video of that,
Marvel,
yeah.
the unicorn.
Dude, if you got a picture of a unicorn, then that means unicorn real. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'll show you a video. So now you will be one of those who believe that unicorns are real. Welcome.
If you had a video of a unicorn, dude, they're real.
Yeah, I'll show.
What you talking about?
I'll show you it. I'll show you a video of the unicorn, and I will show you a picture of Santa Claus also.
Santa Claus?
So that means Santa Claus is real.
Okay, here's a perfect example.
Dude, that's an animation.
No. I will show you a video.
Okay,
Look at my
that's
stream.
with real
evident.
kids sitting on the top of his legs and asking him to give them the gifts that they want. So he will tell their parents what the gifts that they want. You know the story. So I can show you
Dude,
a
Santa Claus
video
is real. What you talking about?
Okay,
Yeah, I
look at the
know.
map. Look at the map I have. This is a perfect example.
Yo, do you believe in Santa Claus?
You said that Santa Claus is real because
Yeah,
Santa
I
Claus
do, dude.
exists in videos, and you can follow
Yeah,
Santa Claus in
dude,
internet, and you see.
I've seen him. I've visited Santa Claus. What you talking about?
So nice. Santa Claus is real.
Literally sat on his lap, dude.
Dependent to you.
Okay, are you guys watching my stream?
No.
Superman
Sure.
also is
Yo,
real for
para,
you.
yo, para, yo, para. You have something on Bang. That fucking freak black person. Do you have something on him?
On Bank?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah.
I've only no. Some girl told me that he sent it to some girl, and that's why I know about it.
Can you give it to me in DMs?
I don't have a picture.
What? Why were they crying about it? They were like, don't dogs, don't dogs.
Yeah, dude, that video is real. That proves Santa Claus
I
is
literally
real.
told him I literally told him I heard that Bang is ugly, and that's it. And he got all mad.
Yeah,
Why?
bro, he's such a freak, bro. I thought you had his log, so I was gonna like make fun of his
Was he
black ass.
scared?
He's a weirdo, bro. Like he's so weird.
Was he scared that I
Yeah,
said that?
yeah, he was.
Oh, well, it's because he sent photos to some girl named Luna, and then apparently she shared it with all the other girls, I guess, and then they found out he was super ugly.
Okay, is there a way to get my hands on them?
I don't know. I don't think you can.
Who's
Why?
Luna? Is Luna that still like the annoying Jewish bitch?
I think,
Yo, don't swear,
or
man.
she might be
Dude,
Muslim. I don't remember if she was.
dude, don't swear. There's
No,
no
am I supposed?
swearing in his voice chat, dude. Thanks.
Thank you.
No, not because the chat, just because of YouTube and internet. You're live.
No, it's
Your
because of me.
your stupidity is going live.
Can
If you
I?
say something stupid, you just be careful, because people
Can
just
I?
laugh on.
Anyways, can you see my map? I have. You guys see my stream? So over here, it'll show you a good example of the climate of Earth. See what the red is? Oh, there it goes. I don't think you guys are watching my stream, but okay. See where the red is? That's the equator. As you get further out, it becomes drier. And the reason for that is the curvature of the Earth. Because there's a ceiling, there's an invisible ceiling of atmosphere. So once that hits, there's all the moist air from this area just condenses around this area, where this red and pink area are. And as you get further, if you get further north or south, you get deserts, and that's because of the doldrum effect. So the doldrums are very dry air.
Yo, Para, are you around Earther? Are you like a globetrot?
I'm not a globetrot.
You just figured that out.
Praise be to Allah.
I mean, I believe in the round Earth.
What? So you're a globalist.
Okay, shush. I appreciate you telling us stories, dude, but have you got any way of verifying this? Demonstrating your model to be true with a measurement of Earth curvature?
I said, I cannot do that because I don't know.
He wasn't finished, dude. Just relax. Let him finish.
Here.
Or, being as you were talking about weather and gas, a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Okay,
Bro,
so
this
let me ask
nice
you.
drawing, bro. Do you have evidence though?
Still waiting.
I don't know about that. Oh, look, it gives you a good example here.
Oh, bro, did you see that photo that showed the water perfectly level between two bodies right there, bro? You just like debunk your own stuff on your own screen. Love it.
That's not how it works, but like I said, how do you get deserts in the outside the tropics? Shouldn't it be all moist in around these areas?
What? Why? We're talking about how heat is given to the Earth by the sun, seasonal and pressure and weather changes throughout the season. This doesn't require space.
Look, this is what
It's
I mean. Look,
dependent on the gas, which is heat, and the surface.
well,
Why
how
are you
does
talking?
why are the deserts
Every
on?
time you
Why are
interrupt
the
me,
well, why are
time you talk, do I have to mute you like a child? Still talking. I mean, if you have to talk, I'll let you. But the next time you do it, I'll treat you like a child. Go on.
But how do you get deserts on
No, you
either
don't
side
want
of?
to talk now?
I said,
How do you get?
well, how do you get deserts on either side of tropics? Please elaborate.
No, you need to elaborate how that needs a curved ball spinning in a vacuum.
Okay,
As
so
I've already demonstrated,
explain.
as I've already tried to explain, but now
Can you
you keep
explain
talking
more?
again. Fuck me. Tried to 3 times. You keep talking. Are you like 15 or something?
No. Can you please elaborate more?
Right then, stop acting that way. Then would that be possible? You're gonna fuck off then. You're gonna start having a go at me in some language I don't understand. Try again.
Okay. Can you please elaborate how it works then on a flat Earth?
No, you're the one. Sorry, you're the one who's got the claim. I mean, do I have to be charitable and explain things to you?
Yes,
how
please,
it's
please explain.
done?
Please, I want you to explain to me how it works.
Here we go again.
Can you please explain, please? You're not explaining how I don't understand. I do not understand how it work on a flat Earth. Maybe in Minecraft it might work, but not in I don't know how it works on Earth.
You're the one who's making the claim that this works on a ball. I would be charitable to give you an explanation for a claim at the moment I'm not making. You understand this, right? You've said this is how this works on my model, so you need to demonstrate your model. You need to show me measured curvature, and being as you're talking about weather systems, which is primarily the gas, you need to show me gas pressure without a container. The atmosphere.
But can you explain? I don't understand how deserts form on a flat Earth. I don't understand. I really don't. I can understand how it forms on a round Earth, but I can't comprehend it on a flat Earth.
How do deserts form on a round Earth?
Like here, on my stream, it will show how it forms. So there are two cycles here. These are Hadley cycles. They push hot moist air from the equator, and once all that hot air and moist, once the atmosphere drains all this moist air, it leaves hot, dry air on either side of the tropics. So that's why we get deserts, and this is a cause of how high pressure is formed.
Sorry, how's high pressure formed?
It's formed by the air. It's like circulating air. It goes up and down.
No.
And
I'll break it down for you. How is pressure formed? How do you have pressure?
It's not high. It's not really high. It's just high pressure in the name.
You said pressure.
It's just hot. It's just hot, dry air just raining down on some place. That's all it is.
Hot air circulates around the Earth, dependent on the displacement of heat from the sun on the Earth's surface. In this instance, through seasonal cycles between the two tropics, 23.4 degrees north and south of the equator. Now, you want to know how this works on the flat Earth? That's because the sun moves between these tropics. You can notice this by the ground position of the sun, how it moves throughout the day and throughout the year, moves between these two tropics.
It's quite simple to understand. Now, that's me being charitable to you. Now, you seem to have some kind of bullet in the barrel at the moment, Sunshine.
I don't understand how that works
Right.
though.
What? You don't understand how the sun moves?
I didn't know the sun. I didn't know the sun really moved. I thought it just stayed stationary and revolved around the earth.
Really? What do you see when you look at the sun throughout the day? Do you see the sun moving across the sky?
I think it's just our perception of how the sun
I,
moves.
I don't need anything extra. I just need you to answer this question. When you observe the sun throughout the day, what do you observe? Is that the sun moving across the sky?
Yes, but we're moving. It's like saying, are the
Okay,
people?
good. So that's the sun moving across the sky. I haven't finished. So being as you've got the claim that that's not the sun moving across the sky, and the reason why the sun moves across the sky is because of the rotation of the Earth, I need a direct measurement of the Earth moving. Do you have a direct measurement of the Earth moving?
No, because I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm just a horticulturalist who studies biomes and climate.
That's lovely, but you obviously believe this story for some reason, and is that because of a direct measurement of the Earth moving?
It just makes common sense. The Earth round.
It makes common sense, even though we observe the sun to move across the sky. It's common sense to infer, no, that's not the sun moving across the sky. That's the Earth moving.
Here's an
That's
interesting.
not common sense, dude. That's not common sense. We see the sun move across the sky. You're saying that's not the sun moving across the sky. You said it was stationary 2 minutes ago. So you need to demonstrate with direct measurement that's the Earth moving.
I do not have the skills to tell you about direct measurements. I do not understand the math.
So you don't understand why you believe the things that you believe?
I don't have to have
Right. Yeah, you have no basis.
You said
have
it
no
was
basis
common
to
sense.
claim it's
I mean,
common
that's
sense.
bullshit.
Then, do you? You have no basis
It's
to claim it's common sense. Then,
it's like saying, are you really moving in a car, or the people, or are the people outside the car who are just standing there moving, and you're not really moving? It's like that. That's how I imagine when you were saying how
Hey.
the Earth.
Hey, Jed, I posted 3 videos and I tagged you, Pada, to them. Those 3 videos, maybe the combination of those 3 will help you out in the logic, so that way you could understand more or less more what it would be like in reality. I don't know though. Don't know your level of. Just check them out. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that. It's a very clear observation. You can see it. You witness it. It has an example of showing you when it's going from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn. Like it's just going back and forth. Like it's all right there, bro.
This video was pretty fun to watch. So here.
notice when you were giving your little detailed explanation of how it works on a globe that you didn't mention anything about a globe or the surface curving to form a spherical object.
Because I don't know that, and I don't have the math skills to actually.
So why are you talking about something that you don't know anything about? Because we keep asking.
Because I could talk about what I'm actually qualified to talk about.
Okay, but you're not qualified to talk about this. But every time we ask you a question, every single time you said, I don't know. You might as well be reading, I don't know, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe to us at the moment, mate. Sounds like a story that you can't verify or validate.
How can I verify? How can I verify and validate that you're not just a victim of my imagination?
Dude, if you can't understand that, then we can't talk to you.
It sounds like you're just a manifestation of my psyche, but you can't really prove
Then
it.
Then you need psychiatric help, and we can't have a good conversation with you because you've got mental health issues.
It seems like you're the one who has mental health issues.
No, you're the one who's starting to talk like shit now. How do I know that you're really there? You could just be a voice in my head. You sound schizophrenic.
Just watch the video. It helps you to. It helps me to prove my, not to prove my point, but more or less to like show evidence.
Explain it if you understand it.
I'm not qualified, but I could
But you
say how
understand it.
you can't just ask an astrophysicist how climate works on Earth and then ask them about.
Astrophysicists aren't interested how climate works on the Earth. That would be meteorologists.
Just please watch the
or
video.
horticulturists or biologists.
Meteorologists deal with weather, sunshine.
Yeah,
Not astrophysicists.
doesn't mean in order to have any kind of say on climate, you have to be a meteorologist.
No, but he said astrophysicist. And astrophysicists aren't interested in the atmosphere of the Earth. They're looking out into the sky at other things, not
Through
the Earth.
what? The
Through
atmosphere.
telescopes, looking at not the Earth.
Generate high pressure, which causes further combination of the sun. This causes the highest temperatures to be found. Even more tropics.
I think my thing is bleeding now again.
We can hear your video that's educating you on the things that you don't understand.
The question really isn't like, how does this work on a flat Earth? It's just, how does it work in general? And if it so happens to be that the one of the necessary antecedents for something that a phenomenon to work involves a specific geometry of the surface of the Earth, then that will just be included in it, right?
There it is.
At first glance, snow, wind, and no varies in temperature and
If you're going to listen to a video, dude, stick yourself on mute. Thank you. Because we obviously can't ask you any questions about your claim.
Hey Jedi, why is gas pressure measured the way it's measured?
What, gas pressure?
Yeah.
What, in PSI?
Yeah.
Pounds per square inch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is
So-
it measured the way it is?
Is it measured? Because that's the only way that we can measure it. By the amount of gas pressing needs to press, doesn't it?
Correct. So does that mean that gas pressure can only exist inside a container, or gas in general can only exist inside a container? Or do we just measure gas pressure that way because it's convenient to?
No, it's the way that gas pressure is measured. You notice there's pounds per square inch. That's per square inch on a physical thing.
Yes.
Because you understand, if you increase the size of the volume of the container and keep the same amount of gas the same, the gas pressure will go down.
Correct.
Awesome.
So
And if you
where in that does it say?
If you keep making the container bigger, the gas will fill the space, but the gas pressure will go down.
Okay.
If you
So
remove
where in that?
If you remove the container, the gas will fuck off.
Okay. So where in that does it say that for a system to be able to have gas pressure, for example, the Earth, it must be contained?
Because you keep saying pressure.
Okay. Well, even if
In
the
the word
Earth were
pressure,
here, wouldn't
in the word
gas have
pressure,
things to press upon, especially
in the word pressure, what's the first 5 letters of pressure? What does it spell?
when we say pressure, we're talking about it pressing against a container.
Good. So pressure then. Every single time that you say pressure, you're going to invoke a physical boundary for the gas to press against.
And the Earth would have that. The ground, the container that you would put the gas in to measure.
No, that's just
at sea
one
level.
surface. That's not containment.
Yeah, that's not total containment.
I love it when my butane
that's
turns
the
up.
thing. Where is the evidence for total containment of gas?
Pressure.
I love it when my butane turns up on the exterior of a sphere.
What's to say that there is a physical barrier around the Earth that's keeping all the gas inside?
Pressure. The demonstration and definition of pressure.
Okay, that's false. Just because
No,
there's pressure here on Earth Yeah, just because there's gas pressure here on Earth does not entail that there's a massive container. It just entails that we have gas pressure that we can measure in containers.
No, it tells you that gas has been contained. That is not the distance between the gas molecule when we have high pressure. It means that the gas molecules are closer to what they should be. So if you give them more space, they will fill it. Because they
Yeah,
need
but
more
that's on a
distance
small
between each
scale.
other. What gas pressure tells you is just gas being contained.
Okay,
So
but that's just a bad argument.
contain gas, you need a container.
False.
You can't contain
Gas
gas without
pressure
any
is conveniently
container.
measured in a container. Doesn't
Gas
mean that to
pressure.
have gas in
No,
general, you
gas
need a
pressure.
container. That's just false.
No, gas pressure. Every time you have gas pressure, you just see that you have gas pressurized inside a container. In any instance, you have gas pressure in your tests.
But you guys
need to
believe that there's a
contain the
massive physical
gas
barrier
inside the.
around the Earth. Where's the
No,
evidence?
no.
That's an
You
evidence.
you say that the gas isn't dispersing into the vacuum, violating the second law of thermodynamics because of a thing you've never proven. And that
What keeps
can't
the
be
gas here?
Sorry?
What keeps the gas here?
What keeps the gas here?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to need containment if you say there's a volume that it should fill.
So why isn't the gas going up more to the container, like all the way up? Why is a lot of it fluctuating around here, or just a little bit up top?
Because we live in a dynamic system. That dynamic system is constantly in motion. The reason why we have a gas gradient is because of radiated heat given by the sun to the surface of the earth. We have a horizontal and vertical gradient because of this temperature differential from the equator and the tropics, and where the gas is produced. Down here
great.
on Earth, I haven't quite fucking finished, you stupid child.
Well, you're the stupid one. You mad?
Because because you've been asking the same fucking question for a year.
Yeah, because you know I got your ass. Yeah, because you know I got your ass where I want you. Yeah, keep going.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
In actual fact, no way, not at all.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. The reason why we have more gas down here is because where it's produced.
Okay, so you gave the reasons for why the gas doesn't keep going up is because of the radiating heat, and that's the reason why we have a pressure gradient, right?
Yes, that can be demonstrated.
That's happening on the globe Earth. There you go. Now what?
You don't have a container. What he told you, you need a container for it to have gas pressure gradient. Says any experiment.
There was no container in that. He said the radiating heat is giving us the way you get a pressure gradient is through temperature. You have the temperature. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. To have gas pressure gradient, you need the temperature and
where
those
the
things.
fuck does the magical container come in?
Only that happens only inside the container. So you feel
because that's how it's measured, idiot. That's how you measure it.
Like the example that I will show you, the video that I will share with you, you will be able to see gas inside the container. You change the temperature on the top of the container and the different temperature in the bottom of the container, and you will have gas pressure gradient.
Well, there you go. That's on the Earth.
You didn't know that all those things happen only inside a container.
Okay. Flat earthers often argue that gas pressure can't exist without a container. You were done speaking, sir. Can't exist without a container, mainly because gas pressure is usually measured inside a container. That's a bad argument.
No, it's the definition of gas pressure. That's why.
Yeah. Why do you think the definition's that way?
It's in the word itself.
Why do you think it's that way, you idiot?
Don't ever speak to me like that again.
Well, fuck you. I can speak to your dumbass how I want
He was answering you, you stupid bitch. But you're scared and you're just yelling to just hide the answer. No, he was answering you. He know that you're stupid, so he have to teach you simple things. So shut up when you ask a question. Mute
Yeah, so
yourself.
gas pressure is
You can't
measured that
by the
way.
way, man,
Okay.
you're here
You
under
can
grace,
control
right? On a
yourself. You
second
have
chance,
already
buddy.
asked the question and you shut it
Well, I'm
up.
sorry.
So
If people
when
are
you
going to talk
ask
to
a
me in a
question,
rude way, I'm going to talk to them in a rude way.
when you ask a question, mute yourself if you can't control yourself.
Okay, gas pressure is measured in that way. Doesn't mean that it's that to have gas pressure you must have a massive barrier container. Like for example, if the Earth, if there was no grounding, like for example, if I didn't have a ground, if there was no solid
Why you
surface we
waffling
could stand on, then we would never. Hold on, let me finish my point. Right? If we had no solid surface, we would never be able to measure gas anyways. Right? But the thing is, we do have a solid surface. You guys are
No, you
saying
have
that the
barometers
radiating heat
for
is
that.
causing a temperature gradient. Where the fuck is the massive barrier container at?
Well, we can measure gas pressure without a container. That's what a barometer's for. Measuring the gas pressure within inside the same system. Again, you're a fool. Now you're talking about delta.
We know that, yeah.
You're talking about delta X, gas pressure gradient. You can't have delta X, gas pressure gradient, without first forming X, gas pressure. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, as described within Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Brownian parts of Dalton's law.
Okay.
All
Humans walking around.
demonstrated, haven't finished, all demonstrated experimentally, validated experimentally. Have you got an
Yes.
experiment to back up your fucking claim?
Yeah, so humans walk around the Earth. We have a solid surface, and you
Not
see
an
there's a temperature gradient,
experiment
which
to
is the
back
reason
up
we
your
cannot.
claim. I'm asking you if you've got an experiment to back up your claim. Not Cubans walking around on the Earth, you stupid child.
Humans are not gases.
Good child, because you can't understand stuff. I'm trying to teach you it because you can't understand it.
Don't mistake gas with solids and liquids. It's another phase. Gas, it's another phase. We humans.
What are you talking about? No one fucking made that mistake. What are you talking
We
about?
humans are not gases.
Yeah. Jedi knows he's done here.
No,
Experiment
I
for
don't.
what?
Ask you, fuck me. An experiment that validates that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressure is measured conveniently in a container. What are you talking about? That doesn't prove that there's a massive magic wall around the Earth.
Excuse me.
You're an idiot.
I've already given you the 5 scientists whose laws are described after
Who are not
those.
flat earthers. Who don't make that stupid proposition. Yeah?
Yeah, container is required. I've already given you a demonstration which you agreed to is if you increase the size of the container but keep the same amount of gas, the gas pressure will go down, but the gas will fill the limitation of its volume.
Yes.
Now, you need to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press
What is
against.
gas pressure?
That's
What is gas
the
pressure?
force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Why is it measured that way?
Because that's how it's measured, dude.
Exactly. That doesn't mean there's a massive container around the Earth, you idiot.
No, you
There's
stupid
gas pressure.
bitch.
Yeah,
There's
you're a fucking
we
idiot. None
know
of the 5 guys you mentioned would ever agree with
gas
you on your little
pressure
gas
is the
pressure container
force of
bullshit either.
gas pressure is the force exerted by gas molecules upon the walls of the container. We measure it like that
shit.
because we know that it doesn't follow any specific vector.
Holy!
Like-
It's we
like
know
putting
it doesn't follow any
gas
specific
on
vector
top
because of
of a weight.
kinetic molecular theory. We already know that already.
Like with
Yeah,
putting
so
the gas
on
molecules
that.
on the top of the scale. It doesn't have that attribute. It doesn't fall down. It doesn't follow any specific attribute. So it will hit all the walls of the container equally. So you put the gas anywhere in the container, the gas molecules will hit it because they won't follow any specific vector. That's why we are telling you that's the
Yeah, keep saying
behavior of
lies.
gas molecules. So you need to contain those molecules from escaping away because they won't stay near
Except
you.
you already explained why they won't escape away on the
You need
Earth.
to contain
Except you already
them.
explained it.
It's a fucking bitch that doesn't follow you.
You literally told me. You guys literally said the reason why it's not escaping up even more is because of the temperature gradient, because of the
calm
radiation
down.
from the
Calm
sun.
the fuck down, man.
Gas
Matt,
molecules.
calm
He
the
doesn't
fuck
stop
down,
talking.
So gas pressure is gas molecules being contained, being pressurized, squished together inside a specific volume. So if you uncontain them, they will just fly away.
I think Rich Evans put it the best. To have gas pressure, you need a container is the same thing as saying to have a temperature, you need a thermometer.
No,
Exactly.
retarded.
It's like literally the same
No,
thing.
that's retarded. That's retarded. To have temperature, you require heat differential. To have gas pressure, and I can cite this 5 times, I've already put the university lecture in the chat with regards to Brownian motion, you're going to need a container.
But
Because
to
gas
measure
pressure is defined
temperature,
as
you
the
need
force.
what?
You're a dickhead.
Yeah, exactly. I am a dickhead.
Here's a quote
Yes,
from
well,
James Clerk Maxwell, right? Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter not only by their power of indefinite expansion so as to fill any vessel, however large, and by the great effect heat has in dilating them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate these changes.
Okay. The whole gas pressure requires a containment thing is just a basic misconceptions that grown men still make because it's how gas pressure is measured. Okay? So when we get a container and we want to know, okay, how much PSI per, for, let's say, how high this is, or like at sea level, whatever, we measure it, and there you go. That's the PSI for sea level. That does not necessitate that there's a massive barrier around the Earth. And you said there's a temperature gradient because of the radiation from the sun. You fucked yourself.
Dickhead.
Yeah, you're the dickhead.
So gas pressure. Yeah, gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the walls of their container. Pressure is force exerted over an area, pounds per square inch. Gas pressure is the force exerted
those containers
on a specific area.
And those
You're an idiot.
containers are specifically built to measure gas, correct?
No, to contain gas.
Specifically built to achieve pressure. Because without the physical barrier for the walls for the gas to collide with, you won't be able to contain gas, and the consequent of gas pressure will not be achieved.
There
No
you go.
physical containment.
So that's how
no
you measure gas pressure conveniently, not the Earth being completely covered within your container. You actually already kind of negated your proposition earlier when you said that the reason why there's a temperature gradient and the reason why the gas that we have up here doesn't keep going up is because we have a temperature gradient from the radiation from the sun. I'm like, okay, there you go. We have
Inside the
heat, right? So because of temperature, we were able to establish a temperature gradient. That's why the
Right.
All those things happen inside the container.
Going to be clear. You're talking about, and this is like the second time I've said this. You're talking about delta X, gas pressure gradient. To achieve a gas pressure gradient, you're going to need the same thing as you are going to have to achieve pressure, which is a container X. Delta X is a variant and manipulation of the gas within that contained environment. One of the reasons that I gave was because of temperature. The other reason why I gave was because of where the gas and how the gas is circulated. But either way, you dumb little shit, you're going to need a container. Now you need to demonstrate through experimentation you can have gas pressure without containment and violate the second law of thermodynamics and stop that gas dispersing into a space. That's the only thing that you need to do. I'm going to unmute you. If you don't do it, you can fuck off.
You already won. So again, you're just saying that to measure gas pressure, we're going to need a container because it's convenient.
No, I said to achieve pressure, you're going to need a container. It's an antecedent consequent relationship. To have pressure, you're going to need a container, a physical boundary for the gas to press against, because if you don't have a container, there's no physical boundary for the gas to press against. The gas will keep dispersing, the distance between the gas molecules will get further and further apart, entropy increase, and you'll be dead because you'll have no gas to breathe.
The reason why the gas doesn't keep going up is because of the temperature gradient from the sun, like you explained, so you fucked yourself again.
No.
Yeah.
No, you just
There's another important factor here, right? It's called volume.
And the gradient.
Except you don't know how high the
gas
container is. I can put it
pressure.
10 trillion miles away.
Okay, the gradient requires gas pressure. The thing that you explained earlier that you have to use to measure a container. The necessary antecedent of gas pressure is a container.
Yeah, because
You're
that's how you're
saying
going to
that it's
measure.
temperature again for some reason.
And
You just rinse and
That's how you're
repeat.
going to measure. The temperature comes in with when you have gas pressure gradient.
and
Gradient.
The
you heard him
gradient
what he
comes
said.
from gas pressure.
Okay,
And,
where does the massive container on
where
the
does
Earth
the
comes in?
necessary?
The only reason
Okay,
why the gas doesn't keep going up in your model is because there's a temperature gradient because of the
No,
radiation from the sun.
incorrect.
no,
Yo,
that's
That's
not
what you
does he
fucking
think
said,
if
idiot.
you
That's what
don't
you said,
measure
idiot.
it, you don't have any
Time.
pressure?
Third time.
Like, Matt, do you
You're
think if you
Okay,
don't measure
tell me why
gas pressure that
there's a
there's
gas
no
pressure
gas
gradient.
pressure? Are you
But
fucking
shut your
stupid?
dumb ass up, Jedi. How come there's a temperature gradient or gas pressure gradient in general?
Because
Why
there's
is
a
it causing
container,
it?
you dipshit.
no. Let Jedi answer it again because he's putting words in Jedi's mouth. Let him answer it.
Just to be clear, you're talking about delta X, gas pressure gradient. To talk about delta X, you're going to need X first, which is gas pressure, which is a contained environment, a fixed volume, and the gas pressing upon the limitation of that container to achieve pressure. To have a gas pressure gradient, you're still going to need X. That's the containment for the gas. And like I said, temperature or gas cycles, where the gas is produced, down here at ground level. Chemical, biological cycles. Either way, gas pressure, X, gas pressure gradient, delta X, you're going to need a container. Now, fifth time I fucking asked you, can you demonstrate experimentally gas pressure not requiring a container, please? That's all you need to do.
That's like you asking me, can you show me a full human being with all of his organs without his
He
heart?
asked you a specific
You're an
question.
idiot.
Answer it. Because
You need to experimentally validate it.
he addressed
The
your
answer was
critique.
no, Jedi. he can't.
Because he addressed what you critiqued to him. He addressed it. He explained it multiple times. Now he asks you a question. If you want to be fair, you should basically respond with this experiment without the gas pressure, without the container.
Sure, he can't show it. He can't do an experiment to prove what he is saying. He can't do an experiment to show even a partial part of what he just said. That he can make up a story that the container is just millions of miles away or billions of miles away. No
Right,
shit. Can you
he
show?
just tried to put words in Jedi's mouth. That's what he tried to do to get away from it. But
He always
Jedi answered
does.
the correct question. So
That's what he always does. So experiment. Have you got it?
Experiment for what? Gas pressure?
No. Sorry. Gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container. I
Yeah,
can
by your
demonstrate
explanation.
no, that's begging the question. I want the experiment, please.
How am I begging the question by giving the answer that you already gave? You said there's a temperature. You said there's a gas pressure gradient because of the sun, right?
That's
Because the sun is the
X.
temperature.
That's
Yeah.
delta X. Delta X. What's
Okay, that's
delta
why
X?
the gas doesn't keep going up, right?
No,
wait, do he have to explain it to you again?
So the barrier doesn't need to exist, you idiot.
Dude,
he have
it
to
does
explain
keep
it to
going
you
up.
again?
Does
You
keep
need
going
the
up.
barrier first place
Okay,
to
why do the
have
clouds sit
gas
where they? Well, let
pressure
me ask
or
you a quick
even
question. Why do
gas
the clouds sit
pressure
where they sit?
gradient.
Okay, you
So
still
that
asking questions, but
Why do the
differential.
clouds sit where they sit?
okay, check this out. You're still asking questions, but you're not
Why do the
basically
clouds sit
answering
where
it.
they sit?
You're not
You
answering
wanna
his
ask
question.
another question, but you
Exactly,
still
because you
didn't
answer
understand.
that question and you fuck
You
yourself again,
wanna
like Jedi
ask
did 10
another
times.
No, he
question,
did not.
still you didn't
Yeah, you
understand the
did.
first answer. We repeated that
Jedi
for
doesn't know what
5
fucking
times.
gas pressure is.
So you
Sorry.
don't know what gas pressure is. Can you
Hold
demonstrate? Can
Hold
you
on.
demonstrate gas pressure
Hold
without a
on.
container?
Yeah.
Why would I need
Okay.
to demonstrate gas pressure without a container when the
Because we
definition
can
of gas
demonstrate
You
gas
explain
pressure
gas
with the
pressure.
container.
Listen, fucking idiots.
We can demonstrate gas pressure
These guys
with the
are fucking
container. We
retarded on
can
next levels,
demonstrate.
dude.
Listen, bullshitter. We can demonstrate with tests in a lab the gas pressure inside the container, and we can also achieve gas pressure gradient inside the container. You can't, and we can't do that without a container. It's just bullshit.
Answering the question, why do gases exert pressure? Gases have weak intermolecular interactions, and the particles are in constant state of random motion, colliding with the walls of the container. These encounters with the container walls put pressure on the gases. The simple kinetic theory of gases can explain pressure exerted by gases. Now, what don't I understand about this? Oh, let's unmute him.
Yeah, what you
So-
don't understand is that's how gas pressure is conveniently measured. That's not the requirement. That's not the requirement for the clouds to not keep going up in your dumbass
Okay, well,
model.
show where it's measured without container.
So, Jedi, let me ask you a question. Why don't the clouds keep
where it's
going up?
measured without
Yeah,
container.
you didn't want to
saying
answer.
that
Yeah, you're
saying
dumb,
that a
dude. Let me
container
not
is
speak
not
to your dumbass.
necessary for the measurement.
Let me speak to
Dumbass.
someone who's even dumber.
You're saying that
So
the
Jedi, let me ask you a quick
you're
question.
saying that wait a minute. Your claim is that you can have gas pressure without a container, aka you can have a space vacuum next to gas pressure. So you're saying that you're trying to prove it with gas pressure gradients, where you need the necessary antecedent.
No, you
of
don't even know how to
pressure,
stop talking.
where gas pressure need the necessary antecedent of a container. Now you're saying no, that is wrong. You're stupid for saying it. Okay, well the floor is yours. You can demonstrate to us where is gas pressure measured without a container.
So that's like one of the most dumbest questions
That's
you could
not a
possibly
dumb
ask.
question. It's your direct
Jedi
statement
just
that you're
posted.
making.
Let me
You
get the
made
quote from
that.
Jedi.
You
So he
made
says
that.
here,
You
gases
made that
have
claim,
okay.
asshole. You made that claim. How it's dumb and you made the claim.
Colliding with the container's walls.
Can
These
you
encounters with
demonstrate
the
a
container's
gas
walls put
pressure
pressure on the
measurement
gas.
without
This
container?
does not mean that the Earth. This does not mean that the Earth must have a massive geocentric divine container around it to have pressurized gas.
Yes,
whatsoever.
it does.
Yes, it
Yes,
does.
it does.
Well, we have the ground. All we need is the ground and something that's going to give us a gas pressure gradient. The sun. There you go.
The sun is
So this guy,
A ground,
so this
some
guy is
fucking
telling
makeshift
us.
containers, and we're good. And the sun.
sun
That's
is
all we need,
a
dumbass.
vacuum.
According to you, that's all we need.
The sun and the
So
space
this
vacuum
guy is telling us instead of container of propane,
go,
you
baby.
just need a bucket and you fill it with propane, and propane will not
This is
won't
easy work.
escape the bucket. You
I feel like
stupid bitch.
Floyd Mayweather.
So
Right
you're
here. This is
now
easy.
now
no
are
idea
you
what he's talking
I'll tell
transporting
you.
gases inside the bucket just with the floor, like you said, the ground? You transport the gases just with the bucket with no cover, not closed a container? Because you have that just the ground of that bucket and the walls of the bucket, but no cover. So for you, in your bitchy mind, you think that gases won't escape the bucket. You can fill a bucket with
next level
gases
mental
and transport it. So you're
Anyway, so
stupid.
I'll tell you what you need. Yeah, you're the
totally,
idiot. I'll tell you what you need.
completely
You guys want to? You guys want to hear it? You guys want to hear it?
Dismissing again. So you're not going to address that point. You're not going to answer Jedi's question,
Not
and
gonna
you're not
address
going to
any
address
point.
the point that was brought to you.
Oh yeah, if you mute me, I can't do it. So it's very simple, right?
Right,
All you need.
Matt.
Yep.
Matt,
I'm telling you.
2 seconds.
Yep.
No, I want you to listen what I'm going to read out because you keep saying that's the way we measure it. Now listen to what I'm going to read. In actual fact, you can read along 23 minutes past the hour. The first 3 words give it away. Pressure is caused by gas or liquid particles colliding with the walls of the container.
I already know that.
Think of cause. Pressure
Yes.
is caused.
Okay, now hear my point.
You understand
My
that,
point
right?
is very simple. Now, to be able to measure this gas, first of all, you're gonna have to have gas being produced on the ground. It already.
I understood your point.
Hold on.
Yeah, he got that from
How's
Google.
pressure caused? How's pressure caused?
We put all
Through gas colliding with a container that you're gonna have to measure it.
Thank you. So you
There you go.
No.
Yeah.
It caused by the gas exerting.
Now, do you want to
force
hear
on
my
the
explanation?
container.
Now, do you want to hear my
Pressure
explanation?
is caused, isn't it, Matthew? Pressure is caused.
Yeah, when you have a container to measure a little bit of gas, do you want me to explain it to you now? My point.
What happens when you don't have a container, Matt?
So the
There's
gas
still gas
pressure do
around.
need a
What are you
container
talking
again.
about? Let me
So
explain my
a-
point now.
Hold on.
So a container.
Let me
is
explain my
gas
point.
pressure.
Yeah, no, he won't let me explain my point. No, let me explain my point now.
I understand
Can I
your
go?
point that you need just a
Hold on,
plate.
Necros. Hold on, Necros. Jedi, can I go with my point?
No,
Can I
let
go
me
with my
talk
Hold
about
on,
your
dude.
point.
Let me go with my point. Let me go with my point.
Wasn't it your point?
Let me go with my point. Let me go with my point. Okay, Jedi just said something axiomatic. Now, all you need on Earth to measure gas is pretty simple. The gas, like Jedi agrees with me on, is being produced down here. Okay, that's fine. He says the reason why the clouds don't keep going up or why gas fluctuates around here is because it's being produced around here, and the reason why there's a pressure gradient is because of the radiation from the sun. So we have those things, which is the reason why the gas doesn't just keep going all sorts of crazy. Now what happens is when you have pressure, when you have a little bit of gas in a container and you open the container, of course the gas is going to go crazy because it's a small system. So you can still measure gas, and there's still not some magical wand, geocentric divine container around here. It's so simple.
Maxwell. Hello, Maxwell. However large. However large.
Oh, that is necessary for gas pressure.
I'm sorry, but you already have the what's it called, gas pressure
So
gradient.
your response is putting words in Jedi's mouth.
That's simple. No, I didn't put words in his mouth. I don't think I said anything that he'd necessarily disagree with, except for like my conclusion, probably.
You putting words in his mouth.
All that shit, you can't have those things if you don't have the container.
Jedi, please
You
don't
can't
repeat what
use-
gas
you
pressure
can't
is. I think
use
we
the
all get it. Please,
temperature-
for the love of God.
You can't use the temperature differential to create.
I'm sorry, I won.
pressure.
No,
Listen.
But Jedi, I want you to understand that I do know what you mean. Like I do know what you mean. Like 100 times. I do know what you mean.
Okay, every claim that you made or every measurement that you made, you needed the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, which needs the necessary
Nice.
antecedent of a container.
Well said.
Even in
yeah.
the measurement that you basically demonstrating, you're saying that you need small containment in it. So,
Yeah, Jedi already addressed this. Jedi already addressed it when he talked about delta X.
You can't use the temperature differential.
There's nothing funnier than idiots laughing like they think they got something.
So listen, Trumps.
Oh, just
You
like you
can't
were doing
use the
earlier when you talked-
temperature
I'm kicking everyone's
differential
ass,
to
yeah.
create. Listen, what Jedi said is it's correct, but what you didn't understand
His
is
conclusion's
that
just
you
wrong.
can't use the temperature differential to create gas pressure gradient if the gas itself is not trapped inside the container.
That's on a small scale, you idiot.
If gas itself is not contained inside the container, you won't be able to create a temperature differential and to create that gas pressure gradient. First place.
That's on a very small scale.
No matter how
That's
big
what
did I read out?
The only thing you're going to need to create a pressure gradient
Shut up.
is
One sec.
Yeah,
What
go
did
ahead,
Maxwell say about? What did Maxwell say about the indefinite expansion of gas to fill vessels? The size?
Yeah, he already said that if the container
However
size
large. And went on to talk about the uniformity of the temperature variations affecting that.
Exactly.
Okay, and how do you get your gas pressure gradient?
Gas pressure?
Already been discussed with you. Jedi went over this with you.
Yeah, because you don't know. You just need temperature. Temperature is how you're going to get your gas pressure gradient. You get temperature. We already have that on Earth. He already explained that. Gas pressure being made here. There is no magical wand container. Yes, is gas pressure defined as the pressure that's caused by gas colliding with the container? Yeah, it's defined that way, but it doesn't necessitate that there must be a massive wall around the Earth, which is the only thing I'm denying.
Great. Gas pressure is already there.
What are you talking about? Like, if you're talking about gas pressure, like for example, even within my own
gas. See, this is what goes on. They think the more they talk, the more they write. Gas pressure is already there, which means gas pressure, which needed the necessary antecedent of a container, right? Because you wouldn't have gas pressure without it bouncing off of the walls of a container.
Do you realize
it's already there? You
realize that gas pressure is like in every room that you're in, right?
The more they interrupt, the more they talk, the more they interrupt, the more they write. This is what they think. They just cannot basically let somebody finish what they're saying. You have to demonstrate the necessary antecedent not being there and gas pressure still exists. You have to demonstrate that before you even get to the gas pressure gradient, because gas pressure is already demonstrated to be there.
Wait, can we
demonstrate?
You need something.
Why do you keep repeating yourself, bro? Fuck.
You need something to do.
Okay,
you need something that. Need something that defines
You've been repeating
volume.
yourself the whole time.
Yeah, one
Oh
sec,
my
guys.
God!
You
Now
need
see, this
something
is what
that
they have to do. Now they have to
one
poison
sec,
the
one
well. They
sec,
have to appeal to emotion. Oh
one
my
sec,
God! What he's
guys.
saying is so. Stop it.
Relax, man. Relax. Need something that you need something that defines volume, Matt.
Anyway, like I said before,
volume?
like dude,
What's
in
volume,
every
Matt?
fucking like in every room that I'm, for example, I'm in a room right now. Like there's gas pressure all around because there's gas pressing against all sorts of like semi-containers, if you want to call them that, like all sorts of barriers, all sorts of walls, constantly. Doesn't necessitate that there's a random like magical wand for us here on Earth. That's the only thing
What
I'm
happens
denying.
when it gets to the space vacuum?
Yeah, space exists. Wait, can we mention one thing? Can we mention the fact that your container can literally be 10 trillion miles away?
What happened when it gets to the space vacuum?
Yeah, your container can basically be space. You know that, right?
What happens when it gets to the space?
No, it can't. It can't happen like that because you can't reproduce that in an experiment, like creating that gas pressure gradient by making the high pressure in 1% of the container. The rest of the container will be just vacuum. You can't do that at all, no matter what the scale.
But that's what you can do on a small scale. The Earth is
Never
he
repeat
didn't
that.
create the Earth, though.
Create 14 psi in 1% of the volume, in the bottom of the volume, and the rest of that volume will be just near perfect vacuum. You can't achieve that at all.
Okay, wait, hold on. What is stopping us from having from the container being like 10 million miles away? Anyone?
Like I just answered you now. 10 seconds. I think that your brain was shut off.
You said a whole bunch of nonsense. What's stopping the container from being 10 million miles away?
Because you can't repeat that in an experiment to show that it is possible.
I don't have to show that to be the case. I'm asking what's stopping it from
So
being
it
the
means
case.
that it is just pseudoscience, you motherfucker. You don't. Are you confused by pseudoscience and science?
What are you talking about?
Ridiculous.
Dude,
So
I'm not
what
saying
happened-
it is the
okay,
case.
so
I'm
what
saying
happened-
there's technically nothing stopping it from being the
Okay.
case.
Okay,
It's
so
just
what
a
happens?
story that you're just telling us without any possibility to
Okay, maybe I should
repeat it
ask
by
Jedi then.
to prove it by an
Jedi,
experiment.
what's stopping the container from being 10 million miles away, if anything?
Because the gases will rush to fill the rest of the volume.
I asked Jedi, by the way.
Is that you conceding that you need a container then?
No, I've already won. I'm asking you a new question.
No, you haven't. You haven't won shit.
Oh
You
my
haven't won
god.
anything.
What?
You haven't demonstrated that gas pressure doesn't need a.
Well,
Now
I
you're
think
conceding.
Jedi already answered this though. Is that there's really nothing stopping it from being 10 million miles
right
away?
now. You conceding right now that the necessary.
How did I concede
energy for
another
gas
ass whooping?
pressure is a container. That's what you conceding to.
You want to
Well,
create
Jedi
new
literally
story with the
defined gas pressure
container.
for us like 10 million times. I already told you
needing the
that there's
necessary
constantly
antecedent
gas
of the
pressure.
container.
Dude, there is constantly gas pressure because around your environment there is constantly physical fucking objects. Gas is going to be pressing against those physical fucking objects constantly. Doesn't necessitate that there's a magic barrier around the Earth.
It can. Gas can press on some.
Oh my
Gentlemen,
god.
please. It's getting a little bit too much even for me now. So, Matt, I'll agree with you. Yes, there's lots of gas pressure around because the gas is pressing against physical things, your face, your TV, your floor, your ceiling, right?
Yes. Yes.
So that would be causing the pressure, wouldn't it?
Currently, right now, yeah, that would be causing the pressure right now. Yeah.
Good. So we understand with the several citations that I've given you that gas pressure is caused by the physical motion of the gas pressing against physical things, right?
Yeah, with that exact definition, I'd 100% agree with you. That's axiomatic. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so gas pressure is caused by the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If I increase the size of the container and keep the same amount of gas, the gas pressure will go down. If I heat that gas inside the container, the gas pressure will go up because there's more energy and more vibration within the gases. If I remove the container, the gas is free to expand in all directions, isn't it?
According to kinetic molecular theory, but that's in a small scale, though. That's in a small scale. You have to understand that as well.
Sorry,
very small scale.
Sorry.
No, that's gas behavior.
Wait.
Matt, is the second law of thermodynamics on the small scale.
Well, the way it's defined and the way it's like
Demonstrate
proclaimed in
experimentally.
molecular theory, yes, of course. And on a small scale, it's how you measure gas pressure.
No, the second law of thermodynamics means that high pressure will go to low. Is that on the small scale?
No, that's gonna be everywhere. But I'm saying when you're
Thank
measuring
you.
gas,
That's
that's gonna
what
be on
we're
a small
talking
scale.
about. So a universal law which applies to the Earth in its entirety.
Yeah, except you deny a few things about the Earth that are just not going to
Like
operate
what?
within your own framework.
Like
Well,
what?
you deny it's a sphere. You
Anything
deny that.
else?
That's one thing you deny about it. But the thing is like this, right?
We're
So
talking
you say
about
that we agreed. No, hold on. Let me touch on some things. You got time to speak, right?
I was
You got
waiting. I
time to
didn't.
speak, right? Can I go for a second? Can I go for a
Wait,
second?
I was waiting. I
Hold
didn't
on,
want
dude.
to
Why do you guys come in
interrupt.
when it's my turn to speak? Hold
Just
on yourself
wait.
too, dude.
It's not your
Wait,
turn.
hold on, Necros. Hold on, Joe. Hold
I
on, dude, for a
was
second.
trying to talk,
Wait,
but I
Necros,
didn't
hold
want to
on, dude.
interject.
Jedi spoke. Let me speak, dude. Shut up for a second. Anyways, so yeah, we agreed on a few things. We agreed that obviously when you're measuring, or what gas pressure is, there's constant gas pressure everywhere in everyone's room because there's gas constantly pressing against certain containers, right? Certain barriers. Okay, and we also agreed the reason why there's a pressure gradient is because of temperature. You always mention PV equals nRT, so we understand that. Now, we understand how this is happening on the ground, and you explain why there's not as much pressure higher up and why we have a gas pressure gradient. But then there is no need for the massive container around the Earth.
In
Understood.
PV equals NRT, what does the V stand for?
What does the P stand for? Or the V?
V.
Which one?
V.
V stands for volume.
Awesome. So you're going to need a volume then, aren't you?
Yeah, we have a pretty massive volume.
What? The ever
It
expanding
can actually be 10. Yeah, the universe.
Okay, Matt.
Actually,
do you remember the demonstration earlier when if we increase the size of the container and keep the same amount of gas, the gas pressure
on a
will
small
go
scale.
down?
On a small scale.
We're
On
talking
a small
about your universe.
Oh yeah, on my universe. Yeah. Well, it's constantly expanding, so it's fine.
So, if the universe is increasing in size, how do
Yes.
we have the same amount of pressure?
Wait, hold on. Say it again.
If the universe is increasing in size, how do we have the same amount of pressure?
How do I have the same amount of what?
The same amount of pressure.
On Earth?
Yes. If the size
Well,
of
because the
container
universe. Okay, that's very easy to explain. For example, the universe is expanding at like the edge of the universe, right? So it's expanding at the edge of the universe. It's not gonna. Its expansion is not gonna have like a massive effect of us.
Show me this edge. I'm kidding.
It's not going to have a massive effect here. The pressure is not going to change significantly because the universe is expanding. Like it's like the total size of the universe is expanding. It's like, for example, when people tell me, it's like, for example, when people ask me, okay, why isn't everything? For example, it's when people tell me if our galaxy is moving like something million miles an hour, why isn't everything going crazy? Well, because it's only accomplishing those many miles an hour. Yeah.
Is the volume of the universe expanding?
Yes.
Good. And what happens if we expand the size of the container to gas pressure?
The gas pressure will decrease.
Awesome. So how do we have the same amount of pressure on the Earth if you're saying the container is the universe, which is expanding?
Because the universe, okay, this is a very bad argument, Jedi. The universe is at a very large scale. It's at a very large scale. It's like you telling me. It's like you telling me. It's like you telling me.
Hey, Matt, is the Earth's atmosphere is the Earth's atmosphere considered to be the entirety of the volume of the entire universe?
Absolutely not. Thank you for making my point.
Okay, right.
If something is 5 trillion miles away and it fucking explodes, you think we're gonna have a problem?
Point.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know why he's not getting this, and he literally said it earlier.
Greg, Joe, you've been talking a lot. What's your evidence for a flat Earth, dude?
He literally said it earlier.
What?
That's
What's your evidence for flat Earth?
Right now we talking about gas pressure. You said that why can't space be the container?
Oh, you want to talk shit, dude? So what's your evidence for flat Earth?
You said that the space vacuum, right? You said that we said if gas is next to a space vacuum, then gas pressure will basically expand into the space vacuum. You already said that gas will basically expand into it. So then you said, well, why can't space be a container within itself? But then in another,
Well,
then
technically
in the
is.
same sentence, then within the same sentence, you actually admitted that space actually increase. It actually expands, which means it would be expanding in volume, which means gas pressure would decrease because gas will fill space. That's very simple. I don't understand why you think that needs
It's
to be
actually
complicated.
in some theories. It's actually known in some theories that eventually, if the universe expands for like trillions of years and
So
whatnot,
it means
that eventually we're going to get to a point where galaxies and things are going to be so far away from each other where like gravity won't be
We're
affecting
dealing with
or
gas
have as
law
much
right now.
power
So
on certain
gas,
other galaxies. Like gravity is going to be fucked up because of it, and it's going to cause problems in the future. So it's interesting that Jedi actually mentioned that because it's actually going to be a problem in the future according to some astrophysicists.
so it means that he lost in every meaning of the.
Astro, I can't have a conversation since he tried to, call me out for some silly reason. So you basically already stated that gas pressure will decrease, but yet you don't understand the argument. If space is a vacuum that's constantly expanding and gas will fill space, it would be a major problem on this planet.
Except
And
we
within the same sentence.
except things are just getting away
Every
like
time I
farther
talk,
away from
every
each
time
other.
I talk, every time I talk, the more you talk, the more you write. Correct?
I'm just telling you, like things are going to get further away from each other, which means that the gravitational attraction between them is going to also decrease. So yeah.
Yeah. So gas pressure would decrease.
We understand that because of R squared. Like that's
So
like Newton's
gas pressure would
gravitation.
decrease. Why?
What do you mean, like gas pressure would decrease?
Okay, you're
talking
saying
about the
gas
Earth?
pressure would decrease.
The Earth?
But gas pressure, period, it would decrease.
Dude, like for it to get to a significant period to where it's gonna affect us, like that's gonna be in like trillions of years to the point where it's gonna like there's gonna be like an actual massive
We're not
effect
talking
because of the
about
universe
theory. We're
expansion.
talking about space being the vacuum where its gas will fill.
Yeah, but you don't believe in the other things about space. What's the point of having a discussion
Hey,
with you about it?
we're not talking about whether or not we believe it or not. I don't believe in the space at all. I don't believe that gas.
Well, then why are you gonna have a
It's not
conversation
a
about
space
it?
vacuum. That's why it's debunking it. But you believe that
Oh
it's a
my
space
God.
vacuum. This is your claim. So
Well, you do realize you have a
you're mad
problem,
'cause I'm
right? Because your
critiquing
container
your
can be as
claim.
high as possible. Your
But that's
container
your
can
problem.
be
It's not my
space.
problem. It's not my problem. I'm not making a claim that space is a
It's
vacuum
your
that's constantly
problem. No,
expanding.
it's your problem. That means that you
Hold on,
lost
Necros. Hold
about.
on, Necros. I want him to understand this. It's not my problem. I'm not the one making a claim of trillions of years of expansion that gas will fill. You're making that claim, not me. I'm saying that gas needs the necessary antecedent of a container, therefore space
Bro,
cannot
we
be
already
a
went
space
over that
vacuum.
bullshit, bro.
Thank you.
With
Okay,
all
well,
due respect,
we didn't
we already went over that
handle that
bullshit.
bullshit. You kind of proving our point there.
Well, I already
You're
disproved it,
trying
man.
to. You didn't. You basically kind of constantly
No, you
agreeing with
didn't.
that.
You
Well,
proved
what? Am I gonna like
You
disagree with like
already
the
agreed
axiomatic
that
definitions, dude? Like, move
you're basically
on. Like,
saying,
what
well,
the
I
hell is
already agreed that gas law and the gas pressure need a necessary
Yeah, bro.
antecedent of a container only on a small scale. But of course, if it
All
actually,
this
of course, if
yapping.
the volume actually increased, gas will fill the space in an expansion. But that would happen trillions of years.
What's your best evidence for flat Earth?
That the Earth
Apart
is
from
not a
getting your ass
globe.
kicked on that.
That the Earth is not curving. It's not a sphere. There is no
Okay, what's your
curve at
evidence for
all.
that?
There is no motion.
Flat Earth. That's the way
Yeah,
it's
What's your evidence for the Earth not being curved whatsoever? What's your evidence?
because there is no curvature.
There's no curvature.
There is
According to
no
what?
curvature. That's the evidence. When someone is telling you there is no unicorns, you can't tell him, prove me that there is no unicorns.
Yeah,
There is no
What's your
curvature.
evidence?
Yeah, the best evidence for flat Earth is that's the way it's measured. That's how you measure it. What you mean? Back to the
It's like
gas argument. You
someone telling you that there is no unicorns, and you are the kid who's believing on unicorns, and you ask him, prove to me that unicorns doesn't exist.
Okay, you're just saying that a
Are you
sphere
stupid
Earth
or
would be a
what?
unicorn. What's your evidence that
If
it's
you think that
curving?
there is a curvature, show us the measurement of that curvature and how
It sure
hard
does
it
act
is,
like it's curving,
the
dude.
arc of the curvature.
It sure does act like it's curving. Shit.
I don't.
Where?
Yeah, it does though.
Where
No.
you see that?
Well, I see it every time I look at boats go out. That's it.
You do?
It's not exclusive to a sphere.
Well, it's pretty exclusive.
No, it's not exclusive.
Should I explain it? Should I open up GeoGebra and explain it to you?
No, it can happen on a flat surface also. It just
Yeah, not
ignorant. You
consistently.
never,
Not on a large
you
consistent
never
scale.
verified that if it can happen on flat surfaces. So you think that it's exclusive to a globe. No, it can happen. I can show you tests done. with
Except it's
things
not consistent,
hiding
and
bottom
except you
up
don't
when
have
they
an
are getting away from the observer and just in flat surfaces.
Except any of your demonstrations are not going to be consistent and with a certain thing we can point
Measurements
to
is
as
not
the
consistent.
phenomenon that
Measurements is
causes.
measurements.
Yeah, he's trying to explain how bottom up a disappearance happens. Can you help him out on that, Reg?
No, that's not my claim. I don't care about that.
Of course you don't care about that. You don't care what doesn't fit your narrative, dude.
What narrative?
So
I don't have
we've
one. I
moved
only have
away from
measurements. It's
elementary
not a
physics.
narrative.
Moved away from elementary physics because Matt doesn't like the subject, so he's moved on to give me demonstrations of the flat
Oh, I
Earth
actually
and why
liked
the
it so
planet.
much.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought
We've
I'd
answered this.
cook on something else. I thought I'd cook another meal.
Yeah, well, at the moment you're just eating your own feet, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think
basically,
I
as
don't
he
I don't think I
explained
took
it
any
to us,
defeats. I think I took nothing but
I
W's.
mean, he
That's
already
right.
explained
That's
to us
right.
how,
You don't
how
think.
gas pressure need a container, and then he already explained to us that, of course, gas fills space and things of that nature. So, I mean, I guess give us some more flat Earth proof. That why don't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you
And
some
laugh
new shit,
about it.
dude. Check out this.
Laugh about it.
We got new. What's the new stuff, Matt?
Oh, I'm about to share my screen. Just JoJo, bro. Nothing new.
Oh, I thought it was new.
Well, I mean, the thing is with flat Earth Jedi is that there's not a lot of new shit. Not a lot of new stuff with flat Earth, unless there is something. It's
Would
surprising.
it be new if it's true?
Okay, so what's this?
Well, this is explaining.
It's polarized. Okay.
What'd you say? There's like someone
But
else
I'm
talking.
just sorry. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at your diagram. We've gone through this before. Could you prove this in reality, not just draw it on a cartoon?
Well, the only reason it's like in the way that it is, it's just a model it to explain how it would work on a curved surface, though. So like that's the thing.
Well, we don't live
So
on
like
a model, do
if
we?
we can if it's hold on, dude. If what's in question is the Earth being flat or the Earth being like a spheroid, for example, we could look.
We can
Okay,
measure it. Geometry. Right?
You talk about a sphere, you talk about a curvature, and we need to know how hard is that curvature, what is the rate of slope, the arc that makes that circle. Yeah, we always have to know those measurements. So if you don't have any measurement about that sphere,
I mean, this is just a
but
globe projection. He could
it's not.
carry on if he wants to with his globe projection.
What in the disk? Circle? Blue circle.
Is he gone?
Begging a question,
It
fallacy.
looks like yeah, looks like he's. Oh, is he still here? Of course he is at the top. Sorry, Matt. I was looking for your name down the bottom. Maybe you're at the top, dude. I thought you'd left.
He started at the bottom. Now he's there.
Yeah, no, I figured that out. Sorry, dude.
I know my mic is super low, so I don't even know how he heard me. Because I know my mic is way low.
Hello?
Hello?
My computer just fucking crashed on me. No, I don't even feel like showing that shit no more. Just another day of cooking.
Just another day of invincible ignorance.
Cooking itself. That's
My meals are the greatest. Isn't that right?
No.
I don't know how people lose arguments and then they say they cooking.
Jedi doesn't cook better meals, man.
Cook your ass every day. You're just too stupid to understand what's going on. I mean, you couldn't even steal man our. You couldn't steal man our argument if you had listened for any longer.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I can, but is it hard to steel man like a bunch of dumb, retarded positions all day? Not really.
Right,
Just
so
retarded.
our, our dumb
Man,
retarded
humming
positions
already.
are actually experimentally based. Boyle's law. I mean, he's a person who demonstrated this. Avogadro's law, which Evans posted.
Didn't we already
Avogadro's
go
law.
over that already?
Yeah. So with these laws of nature and how we demonstrate a cause and effect relationship between gas and containment,
Oh, here we go.
we've got all of this on our side.
You already got your ass cooked.
Hold on. It won't take too much longer, I promise. You've got an assertion which you can't experimentally verify. You
Actually
just
used one of your premises against you. That was
no,
it.
no, you didn't, dude.
Shit's light work out here, man.
Yeah, Delta X.
No, you didn't. You
I
can't
admire
achieve
your
that without
passion,
the
though. I admire your
container.
passion, Jedi. That's it.
You can't achieve that without the container. So it's the antecedent for
I know, the
gas
magical
pressure
container.
or even the gas pressure gradient.
I know.
He wouldn't have
I know.
waived this. He
You
wouldn't have
didn't
waived
win
that
at all.
necessary part of the art, the most important part of the
We're
argument. So we can talk
wrong.
about
You guys are
something
the
else.
cool
Yeah,
special
of
group.
course. Yes.
I know.
Of
Yeah.
course, ignore the premise that's going against you, and they basically talk about something
Yeah.
else. Yeah. We know about that.
We're all wrong.
And
Yeah.
wave and dismissal.
Yeah, that's the kid saying,
I'm gonna totally ignore the premise that goes against my argument. I'm gonna totally ignore
I
it.
don't know. Dude, I don't know what you're saying half the time, dude.
Oh, you don't know what I'm saying? Let me say it even louder. Totally
Yeah.
ignore the actual premise that goes against your argument, the one that you're supposed to be critiquing directly. Oh, ignore the actual
Critiquing
premise that
more?
you're supposed to be critiquing directly and say, oh, I don't want to hear about the necessary antecedent, which would be the container. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about other stuff like gradients and things of that nature.
Dude. You already got your ass
Yo.
TKO'd, dude.
Oh, did I get it? Did I get it?
The referee already
Did I
pulled me
get what
off.
you was
dude.
doing? Did I get why you thought you was winning?
The referee already pulled me off.
You can't win the argument that you don't address the
Hey,
actual
dude,
point.
All I do is win. All I do is win, no matter what.
yeah. Okay.
You can't win without beating the premise.
Sorry, did you
All I do
win?
is hand wave no matter what.
Yeah, that's the kid saying and saying I won because I said He's totalist. I have a kid like him. My son is just like him. He's acting like him. He's just a 4-year-old. I think he's.
Is he my age?
He's 4-year-old. I think that you're bigger than him by 1 or 2 years.
Bullshit.
Max.
Well, how old's your
brain.
son?
He's 4-year-old, and he's acting like you. I think that you're bigger than him by 1 or 2 years maximum.
Okay.
Your brain didn't develop from that age. You still act like
yeah, sure.
like that. Yeah, saying I won. Yeah, because
You're
I
the
said
big
no.
I fuck with T-Pain.
Yo, man, we don't swear.
Shut the fuck up.
My bad.
Yo, dude, I'm here to police people's language. And don't
One
swear
more
around
time.
me, dude. You never swear around me, okay?
Then leave.
Here we go.
Wait, I thought that was an actual new rule for a second because that guy kept fucking saying it.
People come in and tell me not to swear, then you're only going to get me swearing at you. If you're going to act like a little flower, then this probably isn't the real story, is it? My God.
Speaking of flowers, man.
There's the arrogant extreme other end of that, right? Of the spectrum, like Matt, so arrogant.
I'm not extreme. I'm a good guy.
You're very arrogant. All you have is
Let me guess. Isn't it
baseless
not
self-declared
nuclear?
victory. Baseless self-declared victory.
No shit.
Gaslighting.
Not
That's all
nuclear.
you have.
I'm just here for fun, dude. You know?
I'm about to listen to
just here for fun.
He got me listening to T-Pain. I'm about to listen to Pain.
I mean, you can't take this seriously, so gotta just have fun with it.
Very seriously. And if you continue to not
why would you
being here under the grace of moderators, right, on a second chance, I will boot your fucking ass out of here and make sure you can't come back ever.
Damn, dude, chill.
Yeah, damn, dude. is right.
T-Dub
He's a
not
big guy. Oh,
Not here for your entertainment.
okay.
You're here
Well,
for
none of that will change the Earth being a floating water ball.
being flat.
Yeah, that's your belief. Like Muslims, it's like talking to a religious guy. Yeah, you're a religious, heliocentric.
And Muslims think you're wrong, and you think the Muslims are wrong. So what? Because they're both wrong.
I don't believe you think it's a floating water ball.
floating. What?
I said I don't even think you believe it's a floating water ball.
It's fictitious to say that, yeah. But
Crazy
I don't know, man.
laughing in the background is shit, dude.
Huh?
The maniacal laughing in the background, man. It's not a good look for you.
Well, I mean, I'm laughing because I'm just it's funny.
You
Man.
said something silly. Because you recognize you said something silly.
It's just funny. It's fun, like saying that is funny, but it's because old Haas always says it. You know, he says that the sun's a dying star and the Earth is chasing a dying star. All this other stuff. He says it in a way that makes it sound silly. You know.
And the Earth is a floating water ball. You said that sounds silly.
Well,
You starting to recognize how ridiculous that
not
sounds.
really. It doesn't sound too silly, but it's
Starting to
reality. It
recognize how
doesn't sound
retarded
silly.
it sounds. Yeah, it is something that
No,
laughs.
I mean reality isn't silly. It's
A
just
floating water ball flying around in the space vacuum, spinning around 1,000 miles per hour. That's ridiculous. Yeah,
oh,
there's no
blame
such thing
space.
ridiculous.
I mean blame space. I don't think space gives two
It do
shits, but
sound
blame
ridiculous.
space.
No such thing as up and down. What?
I'm wondering, will you guys ever become globe earthers? Like, will we ever have a globe earth Jedi, a globe earth T-Dub, and ever?
We trying to figure out when you gonna come down and be a flat earther.
Yeah.
You almost sound like one earlier. You saying that gas pressure need a container. You were saying that earlier. You starting to get it. No space.
What are you
You
talking
halfway
about?
there. You halfway there.
I
Come on, man.
hope
We
I
need
can
we need
have.
another flat Earth soldier.
I hope I can have a dinner with when you guys finally become globe earthers. You know, after all the war, after all the fighting we went through,
We were just about to
right?
say that with you.
After all the fighting, after all the bickering, after all the back and forth, we all come together as one day. You know.
Nobody fighting over here. The only one that's calling us names is you. You're the only one's doing that.
The quickest way to get us all round to dinner is to experimentally verify the claims that you're making about gas pressure not requiring a container. You do that, and I'll tell you what, I'll buy you your first pint.
Yo, what?
You do that, experimentally verify your claim, and I'll buy you your first pint.
You can't do that. You gotta buy us dinner and become a flat earther. You almost
I'll
there.
come to the UK and have dinner with all the flat earthers one day.
Yeah, you almost there.
I'll bring some gas pressure too while I'm at it.
You'll be bringing that in a container, though, won't you, mate?
Yeah, without a
We'll be
container.
bringing a container.
Yeah, without a container, we bring gas pressure just in a bucket, in a cup, an open cup. It will get to us high pressurized gas.
The thing is, I can always keep like even when I have my hand out, for example. Like if you have your hand out right now, like there's technically gas pressure like on your hand, but it's just that you can't really keep it too well. You know, it's just
This
all
guy
over the place.
is-
Kind of
It's kind of hard to do without a container.
So this guy is the guy who
convenient
thinks
thing.
that you can squish or pressure create pressure on a shock absorber that you can find in cars just by pressing in one side, and the other side is just not pressing against anything, and you will make it squish. This is what he think, that you can make that shock absorber being squished just by pressing in one side, and there is nothing holding the other side. Yeah, that's your logic. Getting gas pressure, squishing something by using nothing. You think that you can do magic?
I don't know. I might be able to do magic. I mean,
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, I can't do magic. But
that's what you believe. Those are the beliefs that kids have. You can squish things by not pressing on them.
I can squish things if I grab onto them. Like I'm grabbing on. I'm smacking gas pressure right now. I'm just smacking it.
No, they.
That's a violation of the law of identity. Pressure and gas pressure are two different things.
Well, I'm smacking gas pressure. That's just pressure.
Now you're moving your hands on the existence gas pressure. You are breathing right now, aren't you?
So I'm smacking gas pressure.
So the gas, yeah, the existent gas pressure. You're moving it, yeah.
So
You're moving a gradient of gas pressure back and forward. That's not gas pressure without the container, is it?
Well, I mean, I have a room. Hopefully, I'm not living in the middle of where there's nothing around, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Shit, that's on the ground, by the way.
Without the container, please. Gas pressure without the container. A room, last I checked, is a container. Even if you're outside, you're still breathing pressurized gas.
Yeah, he thinks that he can contain gas without a container. Contain something without a container.
He said
Yeah,
earlier. He said
that's what
space
he
can be the
thinks.
container. He said that earlier.
Can nothing be a
It's
container?
akin.
Yeah, we halfway
It's
got him
akin
there.
to. It's akin to the vacuum chamber without a chamber.
Yeah.
And you create the
Nothing is
vacuum.
a container.
It's the same thing. Yeah, a pressurized system without a container, please.
Yeah, it's bullshit. And the definitions, you can tell that what you're asking for is literally nonsense. But, Mr. Reg Joe, where's my flat Earth T-shirt at?
Oh, you a flat earther now?
Where's
Welcome
my
to the
T-shirt?
Earth, Matt Nuclear.
Oh, okay. we got you, man.
Well, you said you had a T-shirt for me in the chat, so I was wondering. I'm gonna
What's your
flat
address?
Earth.
What's your address? We send it to you. You
1,
correct?
2, 3, 4 Globe Earth Drive.
You don't gotta do it like that. We send you one.
Yeah, you'll have your T-shirt when we will see that you understood, because we don't
A lot
take
of gas
believers.
pressure around here.
We left the word of beliefs, so we don't accept believers among us. We accept people who know, not who believe. So if you have some beliefs, you can stay in your side. But at the moment when it will come, you will understand, maybe not, that the earth is flat,
It's
and you can
gone. It's gone.
explain it to us, and you can get your teacher. I'm sorry.
It's gone. He left the chat.
I guess he's waiting for another T-shirt. That's all these Globers want, you know. I think they just want to be part of the squad.
How are you guys doing anyway?
Do it all right. That guy just, I think he just trolling.
Well, Alice is the most recent flat earther that I know.
He said earlier that the container could be 1 trillion miles away, so halfway there.
Yeah, at least he understands a container is required, regardless of its distance. If you're going to measure the distance for this container, you're going to start where?
I don't know. I think he was going to show us the cartoon of how he's going to, of his model, of how he's going to make his measurements. I think neck rolls, cut him off.
Hey, regular Joe, your mic is very low, man. Maybe far away
I
from
don't
the
know. I
mic.
think my mic. I don't know why my mic's so low. That's why I don't know how he was hearing me. He kept saying my name. Like, you hearing me? Everybody else saying my mic is real low.
I had the volume down as well on my side. I don't know why. The whole Discord was down. Yeah, but your mic was very low. I was struggling to understand what you were saying. But obviously, he could hear you.
You hear me now? Let me see.
Yeah, you're good. You're good now.
I don't know how you was hearing me because everybody was saying my mic was low. I don't know what's going on. Discord kind of threw me out for a minute. I was stuck with the I guess the on mute while I couldn't hear anything for like a day or two. I kept coming in the room but I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, I use headphones, and sometimes the mic is obstructed by clothing or something, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Earth is measured flat.
Yeah. We was
And the
getting
Greeks
into
all
that.
knew that.
We was getting to that and you know. That was his whole thing. What's your proof of the Earth? What is your proof? Flat Earth proof. That's the way it's measured.
Sea level is a measurement of how flat the Earth is. Level is a measurement. We just took it for granted. It's been in our faces all along, you know. We're not learning anything new. We just have a misinterpretation of the definition of words.
Yeah.
Words have meaning. We cannot twist the words, otherwise everything collapses.
Wait a minute, George. The level is just the surface of the Earth. What do you mean level?
Level is no part higher or lower than the other. Like my snooker table over there, a level plane. Yeah, that picture is there in my avatar for that reason, not just.
That's not
Again,
horizontal, George. What do you mean?
mass is not attracting mass on that snooker table either. You know, you have a bunch of balls together; it's not attracting the other ones. So there's many reasons as to why that picture is there. That's the definition of level, right there. Anywhere on that plane, you can place a sphere, and it won't move. It won't roll. That's a perfectly level surface.
Well, that's kind of like what Thunderfoot did a few days ago. What was last week?
Oh well, you needed a level and a piece of polyester. I mean, a flat surface.
Oh yeah, but you know, according to the guy cartoon that he was showing us earlier, they actually get their horizontal at the center of the Earth, according to to the cartoon, the globe projection. And level is sea level
Is that the same center of the Earth that we measured the radius from? Because a radius, last I checked, is measured from the center.
Oh.
No? But no one measures from the center in terms of radius. They measure the surface. Yeah. Why would we do this from the center of a sphere anyway? What sphere?
I don't know. Maybe they digging 500. Digging to its equator. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but that would be assuming that we are living on a sphere. You know, there is no measurements for sphere.
Of course it is. It's on the model.
No. The model, no, the model has a radius. But it's a radius for a circle of equal altitude, which is latitude. Yeah, its maximum should be from the equator, elevation angle to Polaris, and vice versa. Yeah, so that should be the minimum or the maximum radius of a circle of equal altitude to Polaris. From that, from the equator further south, you shouldn't be able to see Polaris anymore, and that's why the radius ends there. Should end there at the equator. It doesn't, but it should.
Oh, to Polaris, so that would be a angle of elevation then.
Exactly. It's a circle of equal altitude, latitude. That's the only radius. Unless you beg the question that your angle of elevation is not from a horizontal plane of reference anymore, why would you do that?
You definitely need a horizontal baseline to get an angle measurement to Polaris.
Yeah, imagine you have your baseline is from the equator all the way to the ground position of Polaris.
Yeah, but the horizontal baseline is a tangent. The tangent definition is a straight
No.
horizontal line on top of a curved.
Yeah, but that would be assuming that beneath this line there's a sphere or a curve somehow
It's not
underneath
an
this line.
assumption, George. It's a prediction. It's a prediction off of my globe model that I was going to show a cartoon of the globe projection of earlier.
Globe model. I would love to see that.
Yeah, well, we have a model. We get predictions. We have a model that's not a model that we get predictions off of. Where we put tangents on curve of surface lines.
Predictions? What type of prediction?
You know, the predictions that we get off the tangent, or we get ground positions off of the tangent line that's on top of a curved surface. That is
Oh, you mean measurement,
Oh, measurement. Yes, yeah. They're
not
measurements,
predictions.
George.
No, measurement. Yeah,
Yeah,
you first
measurement
use the what's it called, the Cartesian system built
measurement,
from the elevation angles to Polaris. Go ahead,
measurement
Johnny.
is not a science. It's not no science. It's just simple measurement, and it's nothing that we can argue
The only
about.
the only comparison, if you want to do with the measurement in science, is this repetition. Yeah, a measurement is repeatable. Anyone can measure a 1 meter stick. Anyone can do it. Repeatable.
Exactly, but
Science is also requires systematic experimentation, but it's not science though. It's a measurement.
yeah.
No, I'm going to disagree with you there.
How can you disagree?
Science can use experimentation, but does not require experimentation, right? All science needs is a falsifiability of a hypothesis.
Boy, here we go again. Another one of these guys.
Oh man, what's the definition of science? It's a cause and effect relationship.
Nope.
No, God.
Oh no. Oh man.
We don't want to go through this. We do not want to
No, you don't. You don't want to be embarrassed. Just redefine your science. Have a proper definition of science, and you won't have to be embarrassed.
Retarded. We don't want to listen.
Oh man.
Retarded.
Science is the study of the physical and natural world with systematic experimentation, of cause and effect relationship.
No, it is a study of physical natural world. Some sciences are, natural science in particular, but no, that's not the proper definition.
Can you do science without experimentation? Hold on a second. Can you do science
Absolutely.
Can you do science without experimentation?
Really? Absolutely, you could do it without experimentation.
Wow.
Yep.
Here we go.
You don't know what science is, man.
Yeah, he don't. Of course he don't. He don't know.
Nope.
He just
stand by.
Another Brenda.
He's just joking around.
Yeah, he's
No, guys, pay attention to what Mark's going to drop. Just pay attention to it. I'm not saying
Jedi have gone around on this. Jedi and I have gone around on this before.
Boy, here we go. Go ahead, Mark.
I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying he's wrong. But you guys need to listen to what he said.
I'm excited. Tell me how it can what the science about. I'm excited.
Johnny, let him go. He's going to tell us how it's only requires falsification.
Okay. Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
I'm going to post some definitions for you guys in the chat if that's okay. You guys can read them.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
We all know about the Google definitions. Go ahead, make your claim. I guess he's not.
Okay, there's.
I'm observing my wristwatch right now. Is that science?
You have to make a falsifiable hypothesis.
Oh, how you make the hypothesis?
Hypothesis? What's that?
It's different definitions, but it's basically an
How you
educated
make
guess
the
that can be
hypothesis?
falsified.
What is it? What is it? What is the hypothesis?
An educated guess is a hypothesis. Like, let's
That can
say,
be
what should I have?
That can be
What should I?
falsified. That can be
What should I
falsified.
have?
You
What
forgot
should
that
I have
part.
for dinner? Yeah, what should I have for dinner? Can be falsified.
You're gonna correct that? No, you
Oh.
obviously aren't listening.
Well,
So
it's an
you're not
educated
smart enough to
guess.
actually
What should
listen.
I have for dinner?
I said that can be falsified, right?
Great.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
can
usually a
falsify.
prediction.
Maybe
Hold on.
I'm not
It's
having
usually
dinner. Maybe I'm having breakfast.
It's so stupid.
This is so
Ask a
fucking
question
stupid,
and
bro.
form a hypothesis.
These idiots post
Vegetable
nonsense on YouTube
explanation.
and Wikipedia just
Yeah.
to be right.
Yeah, you
Ask
have
a
to
question. How to breathe in
Actually,
and out?
none of my definitions come from Wikipedia. I don't think. Maybe Juan does, but most of them don't. So would you like to refute it?
Definitely Google.
Yeah, everything is we are asking questions.
They're
all the time.
they're academic. They're all academic. Hold on, they're all academic sources. Would you like to refute them?
And all those academic sources is wrong if they're not using the scientific method.
Oh my God! All the academic sources, which are science departments,
Not all.
usually are all wrong about the scientific method.
They're not
No,
using the
there's a
scientific
name
But
for
a
it.
flat earther,
Hold on.
a flat
Hold on.
earther is correct.
There's a name for it.
I never
Pseudoscience.
Do you know?
on the hypothesis. Yeah.
Oh,
Can I?
How do you make
Okay. Who in this room?
Can I ask?
independent
Okay.
and dependent
Who in this room?
Yes,
Hold
hold up,
hold
Mark.
on.
Hold up, Mark. Mark, you
Who in
getting
this
getting triggered. You getting triggered now because I said it's
Who in
wrong.
this room knows
I
how
am
scientific
saying,
method in the 20th century?
okay.
No, I'm not
Mark.
getting triggered.
You getting
You
triggered,
guys are
Mark.
just
So I
shooting
can't.
off.
So I can't. So
I'm
I
not getting
can't. I
triggered.
can't make my
I'm
statement.
amused.
I can't make my statement
wow.
then, Mark. Can I?
Go ahead.
I would like to
I
ask a
say if
question when
they're not
it's my time.
I say they're not. I say I ain't say, oh, they're wrong because regular Joe, the flat earther, is right. Never said that. That's not my statement. So why did you decide to say, oh, the
Okay.
flat earther is right and the academics is wrong?
Because I haven't seen you refute their arguments with any credible source or a logical argument.
What I
Right?
need a credible source for? We only
Do you
talking
have-
about
do
the
you-
method.
It's a method that's agreed upon for very solid philosophical
So that would be a appeal
reasons. Would
to.
you
So that would be
know what those
appeal to
are?
authority and appeal to credentials. We're talking about the actual method and what
No,
you're
it's
actually studying.
not appeal. No, it's not appeal to authority. First of all,
It's
you don't know
appeal to
what
majority.
authority
If
is
you're
because
saying,
it's
oh, well, I
actually
have more people that believe
and
in me.
appeal,
If you're
and
saying
appeal.
that
No,
I have more people that
I did not say that.
Not the scientific method.
I have
hold
no
on,
idea
guys.
if more
Yeah,
people believe
hold
it.
on, hold on, Mark. Can you fix your connection? Because Joe's trying to talk to you, and your
Oh, hold
connection's
on.
spotty. Yeah, thanks.
Give me a
That's all I was
minute.
gonna say.
Give me a minute. I can't.
Okay,
I gotta.
but
I got about 5 more minutes.
First, I want Mark to understand that this is not regular Joe opinion, and this is not regular Joe versus his people that he's holding high accord or these basically his credentials. It's not regular Joe versus his credentials. We're just talking about the method of science, which will be science.
Sure. Yep.
Is okay. Well, let me explain what I'm saying. Science is. I'm saying science is a
Okay.
study of the physical natural world, which will be a study in physics, right? That validate and come up with that provide explanations and validate, right? Cause and effect relationships or those natural phenomenons do scientific experiment, which would be a hypothesis test. So you will need the requirement of a hypothesis, and a hypothesis have very distinct measures or very distinct things within that hypothesis in order it to be considered a hypothesis test. So, with the way you construct a hypothesis, is very specific in its standards. So, the scientific method and science, the method of science, have a very specific standards of what is studying in the physical natural world. That's my claim. Now, if you're going to provide a source where you say, no, science just
You're
basically
right.
just says anything and say whatever it wants, and you could believe this to be science and this to be science, then I would like to see that. And I would just call it
But
out.
the Bari, you don't forget
hold on.
the most. No.
Hold on, Johnny. Let him
Don't
address
forget
what was
the
said.
Bari.
How many people?
Johnny,
How
let
many
him
people
address.
am I going to respond to?
You need variables to test your hypothesis and the variable or prediction or whatsoever
Okay.
you call it. And how do you do
Okay.
that? You have to prove it to see what is the
All right.
cause, and you have to see the effect of it if it is
Okay.
it's right or not. Why is if I boil the water, if I use
Johnny, I think we get the
fire
point. I'm
something
not
that's
going to
hot,
respond to like just
I
10
can
minutes of lecturing here.
answer it.
Right, Mark, I got
But
it. All right, just respond to
All right.
what
Thank you. All right.
Joe said.
Sorry. Who asked me? Who's saying the previous definition? Who
I
was it?
don't really. It was me. Did you forget it or did
Oh,
Johnny?
regular Joe. Okay, regular Joe. Got you. That's fine. I got it. What
Did you
you're
forget it?
responding to, or your definition? I got it. Your definition is pretty common understanding of science, but it's for the general population, certainly in these rooms, it certainly is kind of a definition. But I posted about 4 different definitions from academic sources in the timeline. You go back and see them, right? Okay. Now, specifically about your hypothesis, that is a hypothesis in the context of an experiment. I will grant you that.
Right.
I also grant you that experiments are a great way to do science, right?
Right.
But they're not required to do science, right? Science is much broader than that, right? That's why I provided the definitions I provided from academic sources, right? The point of science is to falsify hypotheses, right, to get closer to the truth. You can do that with experiments, and it is a great way, right? But it's not the only way. The main way that people do it is they make predictions, and then they take further measurements, which can falsify those predictions, right?
Okay.
And if
Can I
it
ask a question?
falsifies your hypothesis, then you know that it's not
Hold
correct.
on, Johnny.
All right.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No,
My hand is up.
that's essentially it.
Ask a
I guess
question.
there's something else. Yeah. So I guess that's
Is
fine.
this
You wouldn't interrupt.
is this to do specifically with natural science?
Oh yeah, thank you. That was the other thing Joe said that I wanted to address. Right? He said that specifically science studies the natural world. Well, natural science does. There are other sciences which study other topics. For example, social science studies people's behavior, and mathematics. There's a mathematical science that studies
So
mathematics.
are the citations that you posted directly
Yes.
Can I ask my
specifically
question?
relating to including natural science within
Yes.
that?
Yeah, in natural science.
Does it
and all
say that?
sciences,
Does
really.
it? Does the citation say it includes natural science or encompasses all the fields of science?
Right. And the reason why I talked about, listen, Mark, I'm not trying to be fair to you. The reason why I talked about the study in physics is because the very specific topic that we are explaining to you right now is natural science. And the natural requirement of natural science is hypothesis testing. Now, no matter how you want to slice it up, if you're utilizing the proper scientific method with natural science, you need a proper hypothesis test. That's where you're getting your prediction from. And I'm not going to try to waste my time and try to lead you into traps or things of that nature. But you are getting your predictions from constructing a hypothesis, which requires those 3 variables that you're trying to run away from.
No. Again, you're wrong. So the citations I gave you,
right. You cannot say no. He's so right.
I gave you. Hold on. I gave you the references. One's from, I believe, geology. One's from biology. I have to look at the other ones. One is just a basic. Hold on.
I don't have the stuff right here for me. Do somebody else have the Do somebody have the sources to basically explain to him how do you construct a hypothesis? Because I don't.
I know what a hypothesis is. I posted. I can post the
Because
definitions.
you're saying that the
I think I already
requirements
did.
you're saying the requirements in
I
a
did.
hypothesis is not a dependable variable, independent variable, and control variable. This is how
In
you
the
make the
context.
scientific. Okay, let me say it.
In the context of an experiment, that is
Let
true.
me say it. This is how you make. This is where you get your educated guess from. This is where you get your hypothesis prediction from. hypothesis is a prediction. You are predicting either the null or the alternative in the hypothesis test. You're saying no, you're wrong. Why?
I'm saying that definition is correct in the context of an experiment, but the term hypothesis means more than just experiments, right? In the context of science, right? Hypothesis is simply a
What is
falsifiable
science?
statement
What's the
about
definition
Can I
of
ask
your
my question
science?
now? Come on,
We
I've
are
been
talking
I
about
posted multiple
natural
definitions.
science. What are you talking about?
Hold on a
What are you
second.
talking about?
Really got to
All
let him
right.
go.
So basically, yeah.
All
So
right, so
basically,
I gotta go here. I got shit I need to do. We'll pick this up
go
later.
ahead. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. Do your
come
stuff.
on,
Ray,
you're
you
getting
can read. You can
When
away.
you
read.
go to school, I don't
No,
know. I don't know. This is not like nothing new. You already said that it's commonly known, and this is
Yeah,
what
go
you
ahead,
taught
Mark.
in school.
Go do your stuff, man.
How
Go do your
many
stuff.
links would you like to have to
No,
reputable sources?
none, zero, because you're not gonna have time to respond. Just go and do your stuff and then come back.
No,
Pick this
I've
up
already
whenever you have
Alpha.
time.
No, I'm saying I've already posted
I mean,
most of
we
the, well, a
also
lot of links.
okay,
I'll
but
come back later.
listen, Mark. We
Yeah, yeah.
posting reputable sources too, and we have them on this line
Sure.
right here. So we also,
Well,
so you're not saying that I'm wrong. You're not proving me
okay.
wrong. You keep saying I'm wrong, but you're not.
All right, did
We
you?
also wait a minute, Mark. We
Okay.
also have reputable sources as well explaining this very specific method, this very specific standard for science.
Yep.
And we
Sure.
also have the same sources. So it's whether or not what sources is correct. What sources holds more merit? The source that says that science is a specific method that have validation behind the explanations. They validate and do scientific experiment, which will be the hypothesis test, the educated prediction that you calling it, the educated prediction that is being tested. That's the falsification that you actually calling it. You testing either the null or the alternative of that hypothesis prediction or that hypothesis test. That is validating that hypothesis, whether you're proving the null or the alternative, because reality operates under the law of non-contradiction. Both things in nature cannot be true in this exact same situation. So both things cannot be true in a scientific experiment. The null and the alternative cannot be true, and that is how it's being validated in a scientific experiment. And this is where you get your scientific theory from. This is where the tests will be repeated. This is where all of that would take place with the scientific method. Either that's true, wait a minute, either that's true or what you believe is true. Any belief, any educated guess that you could come up with, and you could just basically say, oh, if it does this, if it does that, it don't even have to have a hypothesis. It's just a natural observation, and you don't even have the necessary variables is not even required to have an actual scientific experiment. Anything could be true, according to you.
No, that's a
more
straw
true.
man. That's not what I said. You can rewind it.
Right.
I was being very careful with my words. It's not what I said. Number one. Number two, if you have alternative links from credible sources, post them. I don't have time to look at them now, but I'll scroll back in the chat as long as they don't reset it and take a look.
Yeah, they reset, Mark. You're gonna. They. I think there's only so much we can have in the chat before it falls off. So you have to come back,
okay.
and then he'll post them whenever you return.
Well, when I see you, Rigor Joe, I will ask you for the sources next time we're in the room together.
Okay. Well, do I need the sources when you already said everything that I said was correct?
I did not say what you said was correct. I said
it's wrong.
It's an incomplete understanding of science.
It's an incomplete understanding. So what I'm saying is not wrong then.
Yeah, we have to divulge.
Yep. All right.
Listen, it's gonna be longer than you got.
I gotta go.
So
I gotta go. All right. See you guys.
Yeah.
Bye, Mark.
All right. So I was just going to point out before he left that what he's trying to do is what they've been like Globe Earthers try to do whenever we're trying to make a point. He's trying to conflate what in academia science means as a whole. You know, so he's trying to use everything he's got so that he can make it sound like the very specific thing that you're talking about. Not the thing that he's saying. So that's why he said it's incomplete. So he's gonna bring academic sources that tell him about like STEM. So if he does that, he's gonna. This is a confusion tactic. He's gonna try to confuse the audience by making it sound like your point is invalid by saying it's not complete, because what you're saying very specifically is not talking about what he's saying overall.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what he's doing. He's trying to basically get away from the Pacific standard of science. and
Yeah.
say, well,
Well,
everything that I'm going to present to you right now, that's not. I don't need that specific standard of science to validate any of my claims. That's
yeah.
basically what he's trying to get away from.
Just like if people are doing tests by analytics, they're he's using that, and to say that how can you be talking about something with natural science, and then you don't take into consideration the other variables of like the all-encompassing field of science itself. So when you use the word science and it doesn't have natural science attached to it, it's a more broad general sense than it is just saying natural science. So you know what I mean? Like what
Yes,
in this
but
specific
even
debate,
even with that, even with you using statistics, right? That is more in a natural observation, because statistics is basically you recording what you
yeah,
observing. So that's in reality you're projecting you're projecting something onto me, because you're the one that's not using the scientific method in its completion, because the scientific method in its completion is trying to prove the cause of the natural phenomenon or the natural effect that you observing. So you need the cause and effect in order to basically operate a scientific experiment. So you only doing half of the method, not even half of the method. You only doing the first part of the method. You basically constructing a dependable variable. So you're projecting something onto me, but I know it's other fields of study that's calling themselves science, but really in reality those fields of studies is just only doing the first part of the
yeah.
hypothesis construction.
So
They're only doing the
right,
first
right.
part of it.
So I do commend you. I do commend you on how well you spoke with this argument. I think most of the 24/7 team like actually takes it into consideration, because we allow people that are like well put in their points, that how you defend points and such. So yeah, well done. I just like to congratulate you on that. I enjoyed listening to you guys. So, but yeah, you're correct. Is that what they call science would be deemed pseudoscience, because there's no way that you could actually have something like observational science be a field that could just be used as something that natural science would be considered. The study of the physical natural world. So it is. There's a lot of conflation happening when you speak to somebody that thinks that they have academic sources, because they can. He can pull things out and show you, but it's just not going to follow. It's not going to fall in line with what we're considering here in this specific forum. So you get what I'm saying? Like that, a lot of the confusion needs to be untangled in the course of your discussion, for the audience sake. Because if you're trying to make a point and he's trying to make a point, it seems like you guys are going to be talking past each other, and it's definitely difficult for the listener to try to decipher who means what. You get what I'm saying?
Right. And that's why I was trying to get him to understand that, well, what you saying that I'm saying is incorrect is not actually incorrect. It's the common understanding of what science actually is. And once I got him to say, oh, well, yeah, so the common understanding of what science actually is that very specific standard of science. Now, there's other fields of studies that claims to be science because they're doing something that is required in science, which is the natural observation. So they're saying that it is a hypothesis and they're making predictions off that hypothesis, but they don't have all of the necessary requirements of it, which will actually make it a true hypothesis construction. They only have the first part of the requirement, which will be the natural observation. So you can call it a part of science. You could call it a natural. You just say, oh, well, they observing this and they observing that. They only doing the first part of the hypothesis construction or the scientific method. They're only doing the first part. They establishing the dependable variable, but they're not establishing the independent variable, because they don't have a variable that they actually manipulating, and they don't have a control variable because they're not sustaining a variable or things of that nature. So yeah, so that's why you have to be Pacific, but you really honestly don't have to be Pacific. They is playing mind games, and they could come up with plenty sources, and I could come up with sources too, but we got to see which source is more correct and which source holds more merit in this conversation, especially with the topic that we're discussing right now, which would be things that is going on in the physical natural world. Whenever you claim science and you have science validating something with experiment, okay, well, science only validate things with experiment with a hypothesis test. And that hypothesis test and the way you construct a hypothesis and make a prediction, you need all three variables in order to make that prediction, and either you're going to prove the null or the alternative within that hypothesis test. And both things cannot be true in nature. That is like a logical term in science. So both things cannot be true in nature. So it's as simple as that.
Law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, they're confused between science and pseudoscience. That's why I wanted to ask him to define pseudoscience for us. Because once he defines pseudoscience, you know, what he's spewing, it fits like a glove in pseudoscience.
Exactly. But see, he doesn't know that, and so what he's gonna have, and now we've people in the 24/7 already been through this. Like, what he's gonna have are academic sources that point to what he's saying. Of course, it's gonna make it sound like he's correct because he has those sources. But at the same time, like Joe was saying, what are we speaking of here? What is most important is natural science. And we have to differentiate that within the context of this conversation with people like Mark. So, I commend you if you're able to parse it out within the conversation, because the audience who is coming from Mark's position will only see his position, because they'll be like, no, he's right. He has the sources, and he is talking about something that you're not completing. You know what I'm saying? So optically, it's going to look like he has the upper hand, because you're not giving the full extent of the information. But you have to then, when given the extent of the information, you have to differentiate what we're speaking of. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's well put, Joe.
And most of the times, they're not even referring to science. They're referring to engineering. You have chemical engineering, geoengineering. It's engineering, it's not science. Social engineering, those things are based on observations and studies and so on. It's engineering, it's not science.
And a lot of it is scientific philosophy.
Yes, and I think he did say that, Joe. He did mention that. He talked about philosophy at the beginning, or when I came in. So you're right. A lot of it is philosophy. So he, at some point, he's going to have to admit that, because this, to the audience is going to have to matter, right? Whether or not it can be testable, or if it's just something that they, but a lot of the science was born from that. It was invented from that, like atomism, by the way. You could take it all the way back to Democritus, and them, the father of the atom. So
atomism.
Oh yeah. So like when we're talking about like if something is known to be discovered or invented, you have to parse those out too, because a lot of what science is based on right now is philosophy. I'd say the majority of it. So you have to go ahead.
Sorry, that's where the models come in. This is them out of one side of their mouth demonstrating that they can't do an experiment. They can't follow the scientific method, so they have to try and do something else. This is where models come in.
Yeah, and not to mention math. Mathematical constructs within like a specific philosophical understanding is how they prove that the model that what they're talking about is true. Because that's how you do it, right? With math. So I consider it mathemagics. It's making it sound like their point is valid, because you could talk about mathematical models and say like this works. Yeah, but only in that context. Now, when you try to comport it over into the physical and natural world, it does not. So let's take, for example, the size of the Earth as what I'm saying. You could say that the Earth is a certain size with values and such. That's fine. But how can you comport that over to our physical and natural world? When are you going to take those values and actually demonstrate that somebody can actually achieve knowledge that includes how big the Earth is from a measurement? You can't. It's not possible. It doesn't cross over from it being philosophical to something that it's tangible reality. Can't do that.
Well, let me give you an example. You could weigh the Earth.
You see what I mean? That's a perfect example, actually.
Yeah, you can do it.
How can you do it? And tell everybody how you're going to take natural science.
You get one of those scales that you stand on, and you flip it upside down, and you put it on the ground.
Dude, you know what? It's best if the it's best if the musician mutes himself because he doesn't really want to have a conversation like this. You're not equipped for this, dude. You aren't. Maybe Peter has. Look,
I think
I'm
he was
throwing Peter a
trolling.
bone here, but maybe he can have the conversation, but sir, you cannot. So yeah,
Okay.
just saying. You got to know who's speaking here.
Rich Evans.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, Rich Evans is a horrible glober, but he just made me
Oh,
laugh.
shit.
I'll never forget this, Rich.
Go ahead, Peter. If you're gonna just tell
Okay.
the audience, outline what you mean, and then
Okay, I will. So yeah, a musician would flip scales upside down to weigh the Earth, but a scientist would do something else. For example, we could see how weight of an object is influenced by another object. And then we could, from this, calculate the proportion between the weight of the object and how it affects the weight of another object. And from this, we immediately obtain the weight of the Earth. Hence, we have weighed the Earth. We know how heavy it is because we have seen how other objects whose weight we know influence the weight of other objects whose weight we know, and that proportion, discovering that proportion between weight of one object and its influence on the other objects, now we can use it to determine the weight of the Earth because we know how the weight of the Earth affects our weight.
all right, Peter. So what is weight? What is weight?
Weight, my friend, is
You can come back to me on it if you want, but
the force acting on an object.
Okay, we'll wait.
We're here 24/7.
It's the force acting on an object.
Okay. Can you give me the definition of weight? Is it possible?
Yeah, it's the force acting on an object.
Okay, force acting on an object. Now, how can you say that in every medium that you can think of, that the force acting on the Earth as a whole has been understood to be something that you can, I don't know, I'd say calculate at this point. I'll give you that. How can you calculate that the Earth being in the void of space, it's a medium, right? The medium that it's in, because the only thing that you're defining weight with is how you can construct a test within the air that you and I breathe at, on the surface of Earth. So you're trying to use weight that has one specific type of understanding with being in the medium of air and not using any other medium. So have you thought of like in water, in the vacuum of space, and using weight in that sense? Because it doesn't sound like you're... Okay, really?
Yes, I have thought, yes.
So how can weight be understood when it's very different in every different medium? So the medium of air that you and I breathing right now, you can say that something weighs a specific amount here, but then when you go underwater and you put the same scales and try to measure it, it weighs differently. Why is that?
That's correct. It's because we know that more than one force can act on an object at the same time.
And what is
you need a horizontal plane? You need a horizontal plane for weight.
No, here comes a guy with horizontal plane now. A horizontal plane attack. I didn't expect Spanish Inquisition to jump in so quickly.
No, I'm just trying to figure out that if you're defining weight in a way that everybody understands it, you know what it means, because you said a force acted on an object. So what force is defining? Right. So what force is defining the weight that you speak of?
We don't know the interaction between weights of objects. What we observe.
Which is
that they attract one another depending on their weight.
Yeah,
he don't want to say gravity or something.
Yeah, no, I'm allowing. You see, I want him to actually construct it in the way that he wants to, because either way, what has to be defined is weight, and if now it's a force that acts upon an object, then we're going to have to figure out. It's like peeling the layers of onion of knowledge back. So what is the force acting on an object? What is that?
We don't have to. We don't have to answer that question. We just know that. We just know that objects influence each other proportionally to their weight. We can test that very easily, and we know
Yeah.
it's true.
So have
We
you?
don't know why. We don't need to give it a name.
So
but
you're
we
talking
can
about
use that. Mhm.
Yeah, you talk about you've understood every element in the known universe to have this understanding, to say that we know that it's a force, because that's a positive claim. We know that it's a
Absolutely
force
not.
acting on. We know that it's a force acting on an object, right?
That's what we observe in nature. So that's all we
Yeah.
know. We don't have to know everything.
Well, if we're trying to define how we know what we know, then we have to figure out what is the force that acts on an object. Because if we don't define the force and we're saying it's a force, what if it is something different? You haven't
we don't
encountered
have to do that.
Really? So we can just make things up.
No, we can just summarize what we observe in nature and stop at one point and say it's good enough for now. We don't know what's underneath, but we know what's above
So you're
this
saying
layer of nature.
no, you're talking about the very thing that everybody understands. So the effect. You're talking about the effect. We see things happen.
Exactly.
The effect.
Yes, the effect.
But you're saying exactly what we're saying. The cause is unknown.
The cause is unknown. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you have it. I mean,
Yeah, but
So I
when
can
do you see things in nature
So let
falling?
me rephrase. Dude, don't White Knight. Alpha can handle himself. We can therefore say that we have weighed the Earth, but we don't understand the cause of it having weight. We have just weighed it. That's it.
yeah, the entire Earth has to be understood that there's very different elements. So the very different elements that you may or may not know. See, there's another thing you don't know, right? What if you actually how far have you been down into the Earth? What's the distance of people collectively?
8 miles.
So if there's some other element that has been undiscovered even further than that, what if you makes it what you're saying incorrect?
Well, that's easy to explain. So remember
ahead.
how I told you? Remember how I told you that we can weigh objects or even measure their impact on one another?
Yeah,
To do
no.
that, we don't need to know. We don't need to know what's inside of the object that we're weighing. You can
Yeah,
weigh.
what if
You could weigh. Let me. What? Just give me 1 second. You
It's
could
just
weigh.
countering what you're saying though, because it's
Can
unknown.
I finish? You
I
could
don't know.
weigh. You could weigh. This is a true or false question to you, Alpha, in the style that you like. Could you weigh Rich Evans without knowing what is inside of Rich Evans?
Yeah, I have to
True or
understand.
false?
I have to understand what Rich Evans is. Like, if he's something
Do
that
you?
all the elements haven't
Do
been
you?
understood. Yeah, because if I don't know what's all inside of him, it could be something that's actually. Let's just say, for example, like this, right? If there was magnets inside of him, right, and the bottom of him was magnetic, it could be that he's got something that's weighing him because of that. But if there wasn't any magnets, then he wouldn't have that specific force that was included. See, you're not realizing that if Rich was some type of element that you didn't know, and you were already making a declaration that it was because of what you said, then you haven't finished understanding the whole entire scope of what Rich could be. So you're
So
making an
you refuse to
you're making
answer
an
true or
assumption.
false. You refuse.
Yeah, but no, you're making an assumption as to like
I
everything
asked you a
about it.
question. The question
No,
was true or
Well, what
false question.
assumption do you have?
I'm posing it in a way that you have to understand that the unknowns can cause the effect that you
Yes,
see.
they can.
Unknown.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
Therefore, your
Um,
declaration isn't true. It is
I
not
didn't
true.
make a declaration. I asked you a
Yes, you did.
question, and you
Yes, you
dodged
did.
it. You
It's a
dodged
true
it.
or false. It's a true or false
Everybody
question.
saw it.
Yeah, it's a true or
Everybody
false
saw it.
question, and it's false. I just told you because you don't know all the information with your declaration that you can weigh the Earth as with the known and unknown elements because of the
So
fact there could
when
be
you
things that
weigh yourself, do you check what's inside of you?
we already know what's inside of me. There's a difference.
How do we know now?
Because we've seen inside of bodies of people, and people are made of the same elements. So if you're saying that the Earth is made of unknown elements, you're not taking that into account. You're just using what you think you know on a small scale to then on the macro scale not be honest to people and say I know everything that I need to know to then get an educated guess. You can't even make an educated guess at this point because there's a lot of unknown.
So what's your educated guess?
What do you mean? What's my educated guess? I don't need to have one.
Well,
It's not my claim.
Oh, so why are you denying the basic theory we have?
Because you guys
Then
are trying to make a false statement, a false declaration to say that you
wait,
know
wait, how do
everything.
you know it's false? Well, how do you know it's false?
Because he just agreed that he doesn't know the elements within
But
beyond
neither
8
do you.
miles.
So how do you know it's false?
There you go. Because I just told you. Why do you want? I need to repeat myself. He
I
doesn't
don't
know
think
the
you understand.
variables.
You don't know
I do
yourself.
understand.
So how do you
No,
know?
you don't
How are you so
understand.
confident?
I'm confident because I just asked him what are the other variables of the elements that are beyond 8 miles. He said he didn't know. He didn't need to know. That's how I'm confident.
What
Okay,
I do
so
know,
there's,
wait,
you know,
wait. Let me resume. Why are you stepping in?
Yeah, I want to
You
know
made
that
him.
too.
You made him spiral, and now you're making it worse. So, first of all, we do know what we observe in nature. So far, we have not observed anything unknown coming out of the Earth. And secondly, we are good at measuring other interactions. We could see if we do see a magnetic field, for example, around the Earth.
Okay.
Let's say that has a certain impact. In that case, we're not weighing the Earth absent of other forces. We're weighing the Earth within the balance of other forces that may exist.
Okay.
So what I'm claiming now I'm going to modify my statement. We can easily weigh the Earth, its net weight, on top of the other forces that may be acting on it. How about
What are
that?
I mean, it's just you went from you jumped out of the frying pan into the fire, my friend. So now you got to
How
figure
did
out
I?
because you have to figure out how is it possible that now you're going to figure out something that's even more unknown than what you've described as like what's beyond the Earth, like 8 miles
I'll
down.
explain how.
All right,
When
go
I
ahead.
take when I take Rich Evans and I weigh him on scales, I do not know if there aren't some forces that I haven't discovered yet acting on Rich Evans. Maybe there's some force pulling him upwards. I don't know, that I am just not aware of because we have not discovered that force yet. So what I'm essentially weighing is his net weight in relation to any other forces that might be exerted on him. If he's in a room, actually, there's a buoyant force acting on him, believe it or not, but his fat ass is being pushed up by the air a little bit. So I'm essentially
you
weighing.
don't need the color statements. We get the point.
No, I need
Yeah.
the color statements. It's for me, not
Yeah,
you.
he does. He does, exactly. So we are weighing Rich against that balance of forces, and we're saying that he has a net weight of probably 350 pounds in the direction downwards.
What are you weighing? One of my legs?
Yeah, because I mean, that's the part that I was saying though, Peter. It's very difficult to
I love
assume
you,
that
Rich.
the force acting upon an object has been understood as far as like what you're saying because of the fact that we only see the cause. The effect of the cause. So the cause can never be understood because everybody's still debating on that. But the effect is undoubtedly the thing that we understand. Like we can quantify it. There's a certain average rate of fall that you can attribute to something in the medium of air. However, that changes when you change the medium. So I'm saying that in different places, weight is not used in the same way.
Correct.
So you can. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying right now. So you try to, even in the medium of air, you go to a different geographic location, weight will not have the same value. You have to modify.
But there's a property. There's a property we have also learned from observing nature that there's an underlying property behind weight that does not change from location to location.
That's what I'm getting to. So how do you know that underlying property that you're mentioning right now hasn't caused any more disruption in your values that you're obtaining?
Because every experiment I perform in nature shows me that the interaction between two objects is proportional to that property that they have.
Right. Okay. So in what test controlled did you perform? Because I need to know now that, right? We're getting into the part where you're going to have to prove what you just said. So, and what control test did you perform that this outcome was the result?
Okay. I have performed this test. Just give me 1 second. I did perform it at school. This is not a video of me performing it. So,
what are you doing? I'm
looking for a YouTube video.
Yeah.
YouTube video.
Peter, I got like 4 minutes left. I got to go into work, but just, I guess whoever wants to pick up this argument, or you can change a different topic, or even pause this argument so I can come back and have it with you later.
Sure.
But
So,
I
not
got
much of an argument,
really.
Do you want to go a little more?
No, well, I got 4 minutes, but
I guess he's saying he
somebody
want
else.
to pause it.
Yeah, well, I do want to pause it. Peter.
Okay, so for the audience, please ignore the first part of the video and just scroll to 1 minute and 7 seconds. I don't want to trigger you with the first part. Ignore the first part. 1 minute and 7 seconds. That shows the experiment that I am referring to. Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah,
Does
of course.
anybody know who Jekyll's is?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have his username?
Who is she asking about?
Jekyll's.
Britnat. You know who he is, Peter.
Oh, yeah, of course. This is
Yeah,
his. I'll give you his current account, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Isn't it interesting how gravity on Earth kind of is similar to centrifugal attraction?
What is centrifugal attraction? Pray tell.
When you take a rope and you start, you wave this rope in a circular fashion, and then this rope becomes heavier and heavier at the end point. You make fake gravity.
How is that fake gravity?
Stations in space can fake gravity by rotating. Same concept.
Okay, I've never seen that.
Yeah, you can fake gravity on Earth. It's another word for fake gravity.
Okay, that's new to me.
How do you fake the bending of
I'm sure you've seen
space-time?
this before.
Yeah, but how do you fake the bending of space-time concept?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out too, and also, I thought you was talking
Imagine you have
about
a big
Newton
ring.
Planet.
Imagine you have a big ring, and you start rotating this ring really fast,
Why would
and you
that matter?
stand on this ring. You're gonna fake gravity on a different axis.
So if I rotate
Basically,
something, I'm gonna fake the bending of space-time. Are you for real?
well, there's momentum involved, but I'm not talking about
In the
space-time.
bending of space-time, yeah, that's what gravity is.
Sure, but I'm not talking about space-time. I'm talking
Yeah,
about you
but
can
that's what
fake it.
gravity is. He's talking about faking the bending of space-time, which is what gravity is.
Yeah, you
A
shouldn't
concept.
use the
How
word
can you fake
gravity
a
if you're not
concept?
talking about it.
Well, what is
I believe that's why Peter didn't
what
say
is this force that pulls you down to the ring then? What is that force?
Force? What force? You are claiming a force.
When that ring rotates really fast and you stand on the ring,
But how is it rotating? What's making it rotate?
just on one point, just imagine a big ring rotating
Yeah.
really, really fast.
What's
right?
making it rotate? What's making it rotate?
Just a rotator, bro. Just an engine or something.
Oh, I see. So an engine is causing this to spin around. Okay, fine.
Right. It's just spinning. It's just a normal ring that spins. Big construction, whatever you want to call it, a platform, right? And it's just spinning in a circular fashion. It's a ring, basically, and
Like
it's
a
spinning
tire.
really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And if you stand inside this ring, vertically, you will be able to fake gravity to some point.
Okay, and this is where we asking you the question, how you
Okay, what's gravity again?
right.
I know it's bending of space-time, but how do you explain this?
Wait a minute. You have to
Why are you
explain. Why
expecting
you want
someone
to
that
know more?
didn't claim any of that to explain it?
Right. It's your question.
Because it's basically the same. We're talking about weight and how weight is being pulled by gravity, and then you have
No, that's incorrect.
this example.
Is that what
That's
Peter was
incorrect.
talking
What do you
about?
mean? No, it's incorrect. The guys were talking about
It's
gravity
incorrect.
just
Yeah.
now and weight.
No, they were
Peter was
talking
talking
about
about
weight.
gravity. He was talking about bending this, warping in space
Why?
time.
Why are two people talking?
I'm asking you a question. Peter was talking
3
about
people.
gravity. He was talking
I'm
about.
talking to the other guy. Can you just,
Can you
chill?
shut up? Stop doing that. Stop being an idiot. You've been talking. It'd be multiple of y'all talking, and then when you talk to two people. When I was talking to the other guy, I was talking to actually 3 people. Every time I come in this room, I talk to 5 motherfuckers. 5 motherfuckers at a time.
Welcome to
You talking to
Discord.
only 2 people, and now why I'm talking to 2 people? I'm only saying quick comments, asking a quick question, and it's only to the same question that the other guy's asking.
Are you a flat earther?
Yes, I'm a flat earther. So of course I'm asking you the same question that the other flat earther is asking you. So how is you getting
You're
confused
asking
when
me a
you only got
question.
to answer the same question? I don't sit up here and check this out. When I be in these rooms though, most of the time I be quiet. But every time I talk, one of you motherfuckers get smart. And then I sit up here still let y'all dudes slide with that.
Have you maybe considered that maybe it's a you problem?
Man, have you maybe considered that I'm still talking and y'all can't land my plane? Can I land my plane? Because I let you sit up here and
Ask
talk.
me
I
a
ain't sit up
question.
here. I ain't shut up, Peter. I sit up here and let you talk. I ain't sit up here and say, I ain't call you an idiot. I ain't call you a moron. I ain't sit up here and say, shut up. I want to talk to this guy. I ain't do none of that, bro. And I don't really honestly don't be wanting to talk to you guys. But I still give you guys a conversation. I ain't disrespect you, bro. So don't disrespect me, man. Go ahead. Now he want to be quiet now. Go ahead.
Okay, well, Peter, have you ever taken a bottle of water and then just started waving it in a circular fashion? Do you notice what happens to the water inside the bottle?
I can't say I have.
Okay, well, do you have a bottle of water right now with you?
I do, but I'm running low on water.
What's the purpose of this? Is this
Okay, it's
what's the
perfect.
claim?
That's
claim.
perfect. Can you take this bottle in your hand with the water in it and start rotating it really fast in a circle and see what happens to the water inside this bottle?
Can I answer without doing that?
Sure.
The water will exit the bottle.
Oh, no, of course, the bottle is closed. It should be, closed.
Oh, okay. It will push on the cap.
Right, on the cap or on the other side, right? And it will stick there.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it will press against it. Yes.
Yeah, because there's some kind of force that's pushing it towards that direction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's momentum, isn't it?
Could be in that frame of reference. Yeah.
Okay, great. We call it momentum, but what is actually pushing that thing to the end of that bottle? What is this force, this thing that's pushing it to the end of that bottle? What is it?
Good question.
Yeah, that's the same as, we call it momentum. Same issue we have with gravity. I'm not a flat earther, by the way. But there is a good question when you start asking the question, what is gravity and what is momentum? I guess the answer is it's just how it works.
It's just a law of nature. Yes, that's what Newton said. Yeah.
Yes, I don't disagree. I'm just, my physics teacher was talking about momentum, and I truly try to understand what is momentum. And why does it affect weight?
What you described
that's
is
easy
called
to answer.
what you described
That's
is
easy
called
to answer.
centrifugal force.
But consider, my friend, this case, right? Let's say you stand on the street, and I do not recommend anybody does that in real life. You stand on the street, and a moving bus, a bus that's moving with a constant velocity, hits you. The reason why that hurts is because of the momentum that the bus has. It's mass multiplied by velocity. We know this because if a mosquito hit you, mosquito traveling at the same velocity, it wouldn't hurt you, right? Velocity is the same, but the momentum is very different between a bus and a mosquito. However, now consider that just by changing your frame of reference, if you are moving at the same speed as the bus, or you're moving half a mile per hour slower than the bus, and you're in front of the bus, the momentum of the bus will be much lower, correct? It'll gently tap you instead of killing you. So you change the momentum of the bus just by changing the relative motion between you and him. Correct? So two people,
I don't disagree
if you're one person standing on the street and I'm one person co-moving with the bus at a slightly lower speed, we're going to measure the momentum of the same bus differently. You will die and I will just be gently tapped.
Right. I don't disagree there, but
I didn't mean to disagree. I meant to engage with you on a conversation about the nature of momentum.
Yeah, it's I completely understand what you.
Right. And what we know.
Yeah, but what type of momentum? Is it linear momentum?
This was linear momentum, yes.
Yeah, but his example was not linear, was it? It was spinning around.
Okay. And?
Well, hold on. Well, it sort of is linear momentum because you're pushing the object that's standing inside the ring towards away from the center point. So it is linear momentum. That's the thing. When you rotate a centrifuge or whatever you want to call it, the momentum pushes you towards the surface of the ring in one direction, away from the center, which is interesting. So so this is how
center,
you think.
Yeah. It's what's the word for it? It's a circular momentum. Yeah, like centrifugal.
It's circular motion, but the momentum isn't. It's not circular. It's dragging you. It's pushing you away from the center.
Yeah, no, in your example, yes, not on his example. On his example, you have two buses, yeah, and one goes slightly at lower speed than the other. That's linear.
Is it rotating on its axis?
Look, the bus is going in one direction, and so is he, right? The force is pushing the bus in one direction. When it comes to the centrifuge, yes, you are moving in a circular motion, but the momentum is pushing you downwards, so in one direction, away from the center. It's the same concept as a rope. If you take a rope and you start waving it really, really fast, right?
It's rotating.
The rope becomes heavier and heavier, doesn't it?
Right. It's rotating on its axis. That's where the force is actually coming from, and assuming in its opposite position, which is assumed to be equal. That's what you basically explaining, right? The way it's rotating, it's an opposite force, assumed to be equal. Because you're rotating, the force, it seems to be pushing it back. If I'm explaining it right.
What's pushing what back?
Is it rotating on its axis?
You have a rope in your hand and you start rotating it in a circular motion, really fast.
And the force
it's called non-inertial. Yeah.
Right. And the force is doing what?
The force will eventually, basically, the rope will straighten up and it will become heavier.
Right.
because momentum is pushing the rope away from the center.
Right. Assumed to be equal and is opposite to the central force.
Opposite of the center rotating point. Yes.
Yes, that's central. I don't know how to say that word, but central force, whatever you call it. That's what they was talking about. That's what it seems like. That's the force that you're explaining right now.
Embo explained it correctly.
Okay, so why I brought this up because people ask the question, "What is gravity?" Right?
Nobody has that.
Yes.
I'm not gonna pretend to know what
No,
gravity is.
we all know what it is, depending on space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass, a concept.
Nobody asked that question. Y'all talking about weight, and he brought up momentum.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you can fake gravity, is what I'm saying.
No, it is already fake. It's called pseudo-Romanian force space. Pseudo. Yeah, the word pseudo means fake, not existent. Yeah. Sham. That's the name of the Einsteinian geometry.
But you presented something that was kind of different to Peter. You were saying is it gravity or is it momentum?
I don't know. I don't think momentum is involved with gravity on Earth
So why did you bring it up? You the one that explained that.
because they were talking about weight and they were talking about how weight changes out in space further away from objects. I disagreed. I don't think weight changes.
Weight does change all the time. I was using the term weight, by the way, in a very loose meaning to avoid introducing the term mass, because this is not my first rodeo here on this VC. But we know that it's really mass that is the property of matter, let's say, that that we are measuring indirectly when we measure weight.
Right, the mass. The mass stays, in my opinion, the mass stays the same. Right, of course it does. And
So
here's
I can
why I
weigh the
brought
mass of my
centrifugal.
helium balloon, correct?
But
of course,
just a moment. Here's why I brought up centrifugal force, because if you spin the ring faster, you become heavier. That's the thing. You're pushed more
yes,
towards
because the acceleration increases. That's the only
no, the
reason.
momentum, the force that's pushing you away from the center increases. The faster you go, the more momentum pushes you away from the center. This is why you feel heavier.
I think you and I understand momentum differently.
Do I?
Momentum is a product of mass
talking about momentum
and velocity.
That wasn't